Chapter 840. Yixiang. Han Xuanai's beautiful brows frowned slightly, and then she couldn't help but mutter. Why does it sound like a woman's name? A man taking a woman's name is truly shameful. The young man in embroidered clothes, the Yi clan's second young master, Yixiang's face sank slightly when he heard Han Xuanai. His feminine name had always been a pain in his heart, and it was also his taboo, and no one dared to speak of it in front of him. My big brother Ling Tian's name is still better, that's the name a man should have. After muttering to herself for a while, Han Xuanai smiled. Big brother Ling Tian? The attendant couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when he heard Han Xuanai. Young miss, could it be that the full name of the big brother Ling Tian you spoke of is Duan Ling Tian? You know my big brother Ling Tian? Han Xuanai's eyes lit up when she heard the attendant, and then she asked. Do you know where my big brother Ling Tian is? How could I possibly know young master Ling Tian? I only had the fortune to see him from afar during the dynasty martial competition over a year ago. Young master Ling Tian was too impressive at that time, and in the end, he even obtained the honor of being the first in the dynasty martial competition of our Dark Han dynasty. The attendant smiled and said, now, young master Ling Tian ought to be just like this young master Yi Xiang's older brother, and he hasn't returned from the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. The first in the dynasty martial competition? Han Xuanai's eyes lit up as she chuckled. As expected of my big brother, Han Xuanai's older brother, truly formidable. Hey! That chamber pot, oh wait, Yi Xiang. What are you running for? You still haven't told me where the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is being held. Swoosh! Han Xuanai vanished into thin air before the attendant's eyes before appearing once more to block the path of Yi Xiang, who was just about to leave stealthily, and she asked angrily with her hands on her hips. Yi Xiang's eyes flashed and he noticed that a figure had appeared, and he couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. Why are the people around this Duan Ling Tian so perverted? I can't afford to offend them, so why can't I avoid them? Yi Xiang felt extremely bitter in his heart. Actually, when he first saw Han Xuanai and the other girl in green beside Han Xuanai, he harbored evil thoughts in his heart. He even wanted to trick them into going to the Yi clan residence. But when he heard Han Xuanai say that the Duan Ling Tian was her brother, the crooked thoughts in his heart disappeared. He did not dare to offend the Duan Ling Tian again. Even if he couldn't afford to provoke them, couldn't he just avoid them? But now, it seemed that even if he wanted to hide, it would not be easy. I heard from my brother that it's going to be held in the ancient desert city in the northern desert. That's all I know. Miss, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. As Yi Xiang spoke, he brought along the 2 servants and hurriedly ran out of the restaurant, running even faster than a rabbit. Northern desert? Ancient desert city? Han Xuanai muttered, and then her eyes lit up. I remember now. Qingnu and I went to that place. There seems to be a power called the Skydog Fort there, and the beard of their fort master is rather interesting. I pulled it out the last time. A few years have passed, so it ought to have grown out, right? As Han Xuanai spoke, she held the hand of the green-clothed young girl and ran out of the restaurant. Shui, let's go. I'll bring you to find a very interesting person, and we'll go play the game of pulling out his beard. The green-clothed young girl was the companion that Han Xuanai had played with since she was young, and it was even to the extent that they cultivated the same cultivation technique, Mu Shui. The corners of Mu Shui's mouth couldn't help but curl into a bitter smile when she heard Han Xuanai. At the same time, her heart was filled with pity towards the fort master of the Skydog Fort. Not a single person that was targeted by the little she-devil had a good ending. This was something that she deeply understood. The northern desert belonged to the southern border of the foreign lands, and it was adjacent to the 10 dynasties and occupied an area that was a few tens of times larger than the 10 dynasties. In the southern area of the northern desert, powers gathered together, and there were 4 great powers that reigned supreme. They were respectively, Skywolf Fort, Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion Severing Sect. East of the northern desert. Drift Cloud Town, Ya family's estate. In a quiet courtyard, there was a young girl around the age of 16 or 17 walking up and down. The young girl had a delicate appearance, and even though she couldn't be considered to be a peerless beauty, she was still a rare beauty. But the young girl's brows were tightly knit together at this moment. No. Even if I die, I won't marry him. The young girl gritted her teeth with a resolute expression. What? What's this place? Suddenly, a perplexed muttering sounded out from the room on the left of the courtyard, and the voice seemed to be slightly muddled. The young girl's eyes lit up when she heard this voice, and she hurriedly charged into the room. You're awake? The young girl looked at the purple-clad young man who was struggling to sit up on the bed, and her bright eyes shone with brilliance. She admired this man from the bottom of her heart for being able to stay in bed for more than half a month and still be alive. You are? Duan Lingtian shook his slightly drowsy head. His stiff body gave him an extremely unfamiliar feeling, as though he needed to get used to it again. He looked at the young girl in front of him with a confused expression on his face. I'm Yi Xian. The young girl smiled and sighed softly. You really can sleep. You've been asleep for 18 days since the day I found you. 18 days? You said I've been unconscious for 18 days? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. At the same time, with just a thought, he discovered the Devil Seal tablet lying quietly in his spatial ring. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief. His memory was still stuck at the moment when he took out the Devil Seal tablet that day. He still remembered that when he pressed his hand on the Devil Seal tablet, a strange energy suddenly gushed out from the Devil Seal tablet and fused into his arm. In the blink of an eye, he lost feeling in his arm. When he woke up, he felt a piercing pain in his soul, and then he completely lost consciousness. After he lost consciousness, he seemed to have fallen into a state of deep sleep, and he even had an extremely strange dream in this state. In that dream, his body was completely out of his control, and it had become violet-haired with blood-red eyes, and he looked like a peerless devil king. In the dream, he'd killed the 6 elders of Skywolf Fort, and he'd even seen Feng Wudao in the end. He still remembered. In the dream, he'd wanted to kill Feng Wudao many times, and it was he who'd used all his strength to stop Feng Wudao. As he stopped Feng Wudao, he once again lost consciousness. When he woke up, he noticed he was in this small room, and he even saw a young girl with a delicate and pretty appearance. Based on what the young girl said, it seemed like she'd saved him. Moreover, he'd slept for 18 days? Yes. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian saw the young girl nod, and based on her expression, she obviously wasn't lying, and there seemed to be no need to lie. Can you tell me what happened when you met me? I don't even remember. Duan Lingtian shook his head that felt like it was about to split open, and he took a deep breath as he asked. The young girl nodded, and then she said, When I met you, you were lying in a field of reeds. I just happened to pass by and saw you, and I noticed you weren't dead, so I saved you. As she spoke up to hear, the young girl laughed lightly. Your figure can be considered to be well-proportioned, but I never imagined that you'd be rather heavy. Duan Lingtian laughed embarrassedly, and then he asked. Where is this place? This is my home, the Ya family of Driftcloud Town. The young girl spoke as she asked. Right, I've already told you my name, but you haven't told me yours. I'm Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian slightly opened his mouth and revealed a brilliant smile. Thank you for saving me. Duan Lingtian? Then I'll call you Elder Brother Duan, and you can call me Xiao Xian. Yi Xian said with a smile. Okay, Xiao Xian. Duan Lingtian nodded. Elder Brother Duan, you've slept for 18 days, so you must be hungry, right? I'll prepare something for you to eat. Yi Xian said, and without waiting for Duan Lingtian's response, she hurriedly left the room and the small courtyard. What a kind-hearted girl. Duan Lingtian smiled, and then he controlled his somewhat unaccustomed body, got off the bed, walked out of the room, and stretched his arms and legs in the small courtyard. What happened after that? How did I escape the clutches of the 6 Skywolf Fort elders? After feeling that he had adapted to his body again, Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. He had completely forgotten everything that had happened before. And that strange dream. Everything in the dream, could it be real? Suddenly, this crazy thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind for no reason. After this thought appeared, it was difficult to suppress, as if it was the truth. If that dream was real, then this devil seal tablet is too freakish, right? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he took out the devil seal tablet from his storage ring. The devil seal tablet was cold to the touch, and it gave Duan Lingtian a feeling that it was connected to his own flesh and blood. Can you tell me if everything is real? Duan Lingtian looked at the devil seal tablet and asked. It was as if he was playing the lute to a cow. When he saw the devil seal tablet didn't move for a long time, Duan Lingtian put it away and muttered. Based on the current situation, it's very likely that everything is real. Otherwise, it would be impossible for me to survive the siege of those 6 Skywolf Fort elders. The strength of the violet-haired and blood-red-eyed me in the dream was so strong that I felt it far surpassed senior. The senior Duan Lingtian spoke of was the vice-sect master of the Blade Sect, Sword 13, an existence at the 9th level of the Void Transformation stage. Moreover, even if it was amongst the numerous 9th level Void Transformation stage martial artists, Sword 13's strength should at least be at the middle level or above. This could be seen from Sword 13's ability to go against the joint forces of the 9th level Void Transformation Stage Vice Fort Master and 8th level Void Transformation Stage Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort. The strength of the me in the dream was probably at the Martial Monarch stage or above, Duan Lingtian muttered as he recalled the extremely clear dream. Tamu. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's thoughts spun as he recalled Tamu who'd blocked the attack of the Skywolf Fort Elder for him and died before him. If everything in the dream was real, Tamu could be said to have saved him. Chapter 841. Elder Brother Duan, you haven't eaten for so long. Your body must not be able to take rice. So, I cooked a bowl of millet porridge for you. At this moment, Yi Xian returned and placed a plate with a bowl of hot porridge on the stone table in the courtyard as she spoke with a smile. Thank you. Duan Lingtian smelled the fragrance of the porridge and his appetite was aroused. After sitting down at the stone table, he began to eat the porridge. The porridge tasted very good. It was obvious that it was cooked with care. Xiao Xian, your culinary skills are not bad. Whoever marries you in the future will be blessed. Duan Lingtian smiled. But in next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that when his words that carried a teasing tone entered into Yi Xian's ears, it instead caused the corners of Yi Xian's mouth to curl into a bitter smile. Xiao Xian, what's wrong with you? Did I say something wrong? Duan Lingtian was startled. No. Yi Xian shook her head and forced a smile on her face as she changed the topic. Right, Elder Brother Duan, why did you appear in the reed field outside our drift cloud town? Hearing Yi Xian's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile bitterly. I don't know either. You don't know? Yi Xian was stunned. She could tell that Duan Lingtian did not seem to be lying. However, what exactly did a person experience to sleep for 18 days without any signs of injury or illness? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, as if he had thought of something, he asked, Xiao Xian, you said earlier that this is the Ya family in Drift Cloud Town? I wonder if you know where the Skywolf Fort is? Skywolf Fort? Yi Xian could not help but be shocked when she heard this. Elder Brother Duan, are you talking about the Skywolf Fort, one of the 4 major forces in the south of the Northern Desert? The 4 major forces in the south of the Northern Desert? Duan Lingtian was startled. Then, he asked curiously, the 4 major forces you mentioned, don't tell me it's the Skywolf Fort, the Blade Sect, the Empyrean Temple, and the Emotion-Severing Sect? That's right. Yi Xian nodded and then asked, Elder Brother Duan, why are you asking about the Skywolf Fort? The Skywolf Fort is located in the southernmost part of the Northern Desert. It's quite far from here. Where is this place? A premonition arose to Duan Ling Tian to him. Drift Cloud Town is located to the east of the northern desert. Yi Xian said. The east of the northern desert? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Then, he recovered from his shock and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He was shocked in his heart. Why did I come to the east of the northern desert? It's probably a very long distance from here to the south of the northern desert, right? With my current strength, I'll definitely encounter danger if I head to the south of the northern desert and head to the Blade sect. Leaving alone is extremely risky. Duan Ling Tian felt rather helpless when he thought about this. Looks like if I want to go to the Blade sect, I have to think of another way. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Miss. Right at this moment, a voice sounded from outside the courtyard. Patriarch heard that the young master you saved has woken up. He wants you to bring the young master to see him. Father, what does he want to do? Yi Xian frowned. She seemed to be reluctant. Xiao Xian, I didn't expect you to be the daughter of the Ya family. Speaking of which, I've disturbed you and the Ya family for quite some time. Bring me to see the patriarch of the Ya family. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Since Duan Ling Tian had said so, Yi Xian naturally had no reason to refuse. She beckoned Duan Ling Tian and headed to the Ya family's main hall. In the Ya family's main hall, the patriarch of the Ya family, Yi Ting, sat at the head of the table. Yi Ting was about 50 years old. He had an ordinary appearance, but there was a dignified aura between his brows. He had the dignity of a person in a high position. A middle-aged man in his 40s sat at the head of the table. The middle-aged man's facial features were similar to Yi Ting's. However, there was a hint of gloominess and viciousness between his brows. It was obvious he was not an ordinary person. This person was the third elder of the Ya family, Yi Hui. He was also Yi Ting's half-brother. Big brother, it's not that I want to criticize Xiao Xian. Do you think the Shen family will let the matter rest if news of Xiao Xian, a virgin, bringing a man to her courtyard reaches the ears of the Shen family? Yi Hui said in a deep voice. Sigh. Yi Ting sighed. That girl, Xiao Xian, is just like her mother. She's kind-hearted and not scheming. Her actions this time were indeed thoughtless. However, I heard that the man had been lying in bed for 18 days and had just woken up today. I don't think anything will happen between him and Xiao Xian. Moreover, I believe that Xiao Xian won't do anything she shouldn't do. Yi Ting added. I'm willing to believe in Xiao Xian as well. However, if news of this spreads, what will the outsiders think of it? At that time, won't the Shen family tear our Ya family apart? Yi Hui's expression darkened as he spoke. So, big brother. When Xiao Xian brings that fellow here, I'll ask him to get lost. You mustn't help him. Sigh. I know what to do. However, he's someone Xiao Xian brought back. No matter what, you have to give Xiao Xian some face. Yi Ting sighed. I understand. Yi Hui nodded. Duan Ling Tian followed behind Yi Xian as they shuttled through the Ya family's estate and finally arrived at the Ya family's main hall. Duan Ling Tian had just entered the main hall when he sensed two gazes locking onto him. One of the gazes was rather polite. The other gaze was not only sharp, but also unbridled. Duan Ling Tian's expression darkened slightly. He raised his head and met the gaze of the owner of the gaze behind him. It was Yi Hui who sat in the seat of honor below the main hall. He was not afraid in the slightest. Duan Ling Tian's spiritual energy swept out and immediately detected the person's cultivation base. It was at the first level of the void interpretation stage. Father. After Yi Xian walked into the main hall, she bowed to Yi Ting who sat in the seat of honor. After that, she glanced indifferently at Yi Hui who sat in the seat of honor below. Second uncle. Humph. Yi Hui snorted coldly. This snort was directed at both Duan Ling Tian and Yi Xian. Xiao Xian, you're becoming more and more impolite. Originally, I still didn't know what was going on. But now it seems like it's the people around you who are problematic. It's not a good habit to learn from the bad instead of the good. When you enter the Shen family in the future, won't people laugh at our Ya family for not having a good upbringing? Yi Hui glanced coldly at Duan Lingtian before he looked at Yi Xian and spoke sarcastically. Second uncle. Yi Xian's expression changed slightly as she looked at Yi Hui and said in a low voice, "My friend shouldn't have offended you, right? What right do you have to speak to him? Also, I've already said that I won't marry that good-for-nothing from the Shen family. If you want to marry, then marry yourself." Yi Hui was so angry that his face turned ashen. He looked at Yi Ting and said, "Big brother, look. This is your good daughter. Xiao Xian." Yi Ting frowned and scolded, "How can you speak to your second uncle like that?" Second uncle? Yi Xian laughed sarcastically and said, "I treat him as my second uncle, but does he treat me as his niece? In order to flatter the Shen family, in order to build a relationship with the Shen family, in order to benefit himself, he sold me out behind my back. I don't have a second uncle like him." As she finished speaking, Yi Xian's face was filled with determination. Yi Xian's hysterical words not only shocked Yi Ting and Yi Hui, but even Duan Lingtian was shocked. Was this still the gentle Xiao Xian? However, from Yi Xian's words, Duan Lingtian roughly understood the conflict between Yi Xian and her second uncle. No wonder Xiao Xian's expression didn't look right when I told her that whoever marries her will be blessed. It turns out that her second uncle set her up behind her back and forced her to marry that good-for-nothing. Duan Lingtian had always been meticulous, so it was easy for him to guess the ins and outs of the matter. "Big brother, it seems that Xiao Xian has a strong opinion of me. I really want to ask you to be the judge of this matter. Am I doing this for the sake of the big picture? A marriage alliance with the Shen family will only be beneficial to the Ya family." Yi Hui looked at Yi Ting and spoke slowly. "Xiao Xian, you..." Just as Yi Ting was about to scold Yi Xian, Duan Lingtian stepped forward and stood in front of Yi Xian. He looked at Yi Ting and interrupted Yi Ting. "Duan Lingtian greets the head of the Ya family." "Humph." Yi Hui snorted coldly and muttered to himself, "Don't you know that it's rude to interrupt someone when they're talking? How could Xiao Xian know this kind of trash?" Although Yi Hui wasn't talking to Duan Lingtian, he was obviously talking to Duan Lingtian. Trash? Duan Lingtian's face darkened when he heard Yi Hui's words. A murderous intent flashed across his eyes. At the same time, Duan Lingtian felt a little irritated. The origin energy in his body was also becoming restless. The thought of killing Yi Hui rose in his heart for no reason. Moreover, this thought grew stronger and stronger. It was as if it was constantly driving Duan Lingtian and trying to control Duan Lingtian's emotions. For a moment, Duan Lingtian was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. After taking a deep breath, his restless emotions calmed down. At the same time, he was shocked. When did I become so easily angered? I feel like my emotions aren't under my control. It seems that the dream was real. My emotions must have been affected by the Devil Seal tombstone, and there are repercussions. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but recall that in the dream, he seemed to only be left with bloodthirsty and ruthless emotions that completely suppressed his normal emotions. Therefore, he was almost certain that it was the repercussions of the Devil Seal tombstone giving him great strength after he killed everyone. I originally thought that with the Devil Seal tombstone, would be able to use it to give me strength whenever I encounter danger in the future. I would be able to use the strength it gave me to clear away all obstacles. However, it seems like things aren't as simple as they seem. While the Devil Seal tombstone helped me, it also left a wound and flaw in my soul, causing my emotions to go out of control. Perhaps, if the dreamlike incident were to happen again, my emotions would go out of control. In the end, I wouldn't even be able to control myself, causing me to become a true devil. When Duan Lingtian thought up to this point, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. Chapter 842. The Devil Seal tombstone is too terrifying. If possible, it's best if I don't use the power within it in the future. Duan Lingtian made up his mind. When Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, he recalled the words Yi Xian's second uncle, Yi Hui, had said to himself. He could not help but smile faintly. Then, Duan Lingtian looked at Yi Hui, who was as angry as a little tigress and was about to attack Yi Xian. Xiao Xian, if someone is willing to risk the happiness of his family for his own selfish desires, don't you think he's worse than a dog or a pig? Of course. Yi Xian, who was about to explode when she heard Yi Hui's words, smiled when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. At the same time, she secretly gave Duan Lingtian a thumbs up. Enough. Finally, Yi Ting could not bear to watch any longer. Both of you, stop talking. You're the young man Xiao Xian saved, right? Yi Ting asked indifferently as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Are you all right now? Yi Ting asked again. Yes. Duan Lingtian responded again. Since you're all right, take these 10 low-grade origin stones and return to where you came from. Yi Ting said indifferently. At the same time, he raised his hand and casually tossed 10 low-grade origin stones at Duan Lingtian's feet. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. This seemed to be an insult to him and trampling on his dignity, right? Father, what's the meaning of this? Yi Xian's expression changed when she saw this scene. She said angrily, Elder brother Duan is my friend. You insulting him is equivalent to insulting me. Hurry up and apologize to him. Yi Ting's expression darkened when he saw his daughter standing up for someone else. Ask him to apologize? Was it possible? Chi. Yi Hui sneered, then glanced coldly at Duan Lingtian and said, Big brother, I think this kid thinks it's too little. 10 low-grade primordial stones, that's quite a lot. Yi Ting didn't take it to heart and said indifferently, Our Ya family doesn't owe him anything, but he owes our Ya family. Ya family head, that's not right. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and said faintly, Even if I owe someone, it's Xiao Xian. What does it have to do with your Ya family? Xiao Xian is a member of the Ya family. Since you owe Xiao Xian, you owe the Ya family as well. Yi Ting looked disdainfully at Duan Lingtian and sneered. Ha 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 ha, Duan Lingtian laughed heartily when he heard this. His laughter was wanton and free, and it filled the entire Ya family hall. What are you laughing at? Yi Ting said in a low voice, Am I wrong? Ya family head, do you still know that Xiao Xian is a member of the Ya family? You didn't even discuss your marriage with her before deciding it with an outsider. You acted first and reported later. Do you think that Xiao Xian is a member of the Ya family? Duan Lingtian stopped laughing and said coldly, Perhaps, in your eyes, Xiao Xian is just a tool for the marriage between the Ya family and the Shen family. Yi Ting's expression turned ugly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Yi Xian, who stood behind Duan Lingtian, was excited to the point she clenched her fists tightly, as what Duan Lingtian said had spoken out the thoughts in her heart, and it resonated with her. Humph. Brat, the Ya family's matters are none of your business. Yi Hui stood up from his seat and glared angrily at Duan Lingtian as he shouted in a stern voice. What? Didn't you just say that I owe the Ya family a favor? Now you're trying to cut ties with me? Duan Lingtian smiled. His smile was as bright as the sun. The Ya family doesn't welcome you. Get lost. Yi Ting stood up from the seat at the head as well, and the origin energy on his body flashed like flames as his gaze that was like a blade flashed towards Duan Lingtian as he shouted out coldly. Father, what are you doing? Elder brother Duan is my friend. If you ask him to get lost, I'll get lost with him. Let's see how you're going to explain this to the Shen family. Yi Xian took a step forward. Although she wasn't tall, she stood in front of Duan Lingtian and spread out her arms to protect him. She was afraid that Yi Ting would attack Duan Lingtian. You. Xiao Xian, get out of the way. Yi Ting's expression turned even uglier when he saw that his daughter was standing with an outsider. Yi Xian was young, but she had an unyielding character. She ignored Yi Ting. If you don't get out of the way, I won't acknowledge you as my daughter. Yi Ting roared in a deep voice under his extreme rage. Yi Xian's face turned as white as a sheet when she heard this. She looked as if she had lost her soul. She muttered to herself, "It's changed, everything has changed. The father who loved me so dearly will never come back. The father who promised my mother before she died that he would let me live happily for the rest of my life is no longer around. The father who would never yell at me is no longer around." Duan Lingtian sighed. Every family had its own difficulties. This saying was indeed true. At this moment, he could feel Yi Xian's disappointment, but he didn't know how to comfort her. However, he secretly made a decision in his heart. He had to help this kind-hearted girl get through this difficult time. Shao Xian. Yi Ting sighed when he heard Yi Xian's muttering. Actually, the Shen family's young master is not bad, although he's usually a little too much of a hedonist and indulgent. However, he told me that he's just putting on a show and that he'll treat you sincerely. Father, let me ask you, do you believe his nonsense? Yi Xian sneered. In Drifting Cloud Town, as long as the family's daughter is pretty, which family hasn't been harmed by him? The number of girls who chose to commit suicide after being defiled by him is at least 80, if not 100, right? You want me to marry such a hedonist? Just because the Shen family can help the Ye family after the marriage, father, you want to push me into the fire pit? Yi Xian's rhetorical questions left Yi Ting speechless. He didn't know how to answer. Shao Xian, you have to be sensible. You're a member of the Ye family, so you naturally have to think for the sake of the Ye family. Sacrificing you will allow our Ye family to rise to a higher level, and the Ye family will never forget you. The nearby Yi Hui interrupted. No matter how high a family rises by sacrificing a woman, it's unable to change the lowliness in its bones. It'll fall down again sooner or later. Duan Lingtian spoke with disdain. In his lifetime, he looked down upon people and powers that relied on women to seek benefits the most. Kid, you're courting death. Yi Hui was furious and couldn't restrain himself any longer, and he seemed to have transformed into a ferocious wild beast that directly pounced towards Duan Lingtian. Bang! He slapped out with his palm, and his origin energy skyrocketed before fusing with his material water concept and flashed towards Duan Lingtian's chest. The wind from his palm swept out and caused the airflow in the air to flash along with it, and it transformed into circle after circle of ripples that ceaselessly swept out towards the surroundings. Elder brother Duan, watch out! Yi Xian, who was originally immersed in her pain, inadvertently saw this scene and her expression changed greatly. Her eyes were filled with extreme anger towards her second uncle, Yi Hui. Yi Ting had the ability to stop her, yet he didn't make any move and watched all of this coldly from the sidelines. But in the next moment, he was unable to maintain his composure any longer, and his pupils instantly constricted. Slap! An enormous bang sounded out, and it was Duan Lingtian casually pushing out with his palm to forcefully receive Yi Hui's palm strike. Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged, but Yi Hui's expression instantly flushed red. You overestimate yourself. There's no enmity between us, yet you want to kill me just because I said a few words that I felt were right? Duan Lingtian's cold and indifferent gaze met his gaze as he asked in a low voice. Yi Hui held back a mouthful of blood, yet he wasn't willing to show weakness before Duan Lingtian, so he didn't spit it out, and it was naturally impossible for him to reply. What's the point of keeping your cultivation for a person like you? Duan Lingtian's voice became slightly colder. Stay your hand. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, Yi Ting, who felt that something was amiss, realized what Duan Lingtian intended to do, and his expression turned grim. Swoosh! Without any hesitation, Yi Ting flew out and pounced towards Duan Lingtian like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain. When Duan Lingtian had easily received Yi Hui's palm strike, Yi Xian was stunned, because she didn't expect Duan Lingtian to be so powerful. Her second uncle was an expert at the profound void stage. Even in the entire Drift Cloud town, he could be considered a top-notch existence. Before she could regain her senses, Yi Xian's expression changed once again. Because she saw her father pounce towards Duan Lingtian, she couldn't help but worry about Duan Lingtian, because her father's strength was even greater than her second uncle's. Boom! Yi Ting's speed was very fast, but Duan Lingtian's speed was even faster. His other hand swept out, and under Yi Hui's panicked gaze, it fiercely landed on his dantian. In an instant, Yi Hui's dantian was shattered, and a vast amount of origin energy completely leaked out. Wah! With his cultivation crippled, the blood in Yi Hui's body surged, and he could no longer hold back the clotted blood in his mouth, and he spat it out in large mouthfuls. You're courting death. Yi Ting had finally arrived, and he who had a spirit sword in his hand shouted out explosively as he struck out with his sword like a bolt of lightning towards Duan Lingtian, who had his back towards him, aiming directly for Duan Lingtian's vital point. He wanted to kill Duan Lingtian with a single strike and take revenge for his younger brother that had his cultivation crippled. Whoosh! An ear-piercing sword whistle pierced Duan Lingtian's eardrums in the blink of an eye, causing Duan Lingtian's brows to raise. Whirlwind. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian easily dodged Yi Ting's sword, and he stood far away as he stared coldly at Yi Ting. Yi Ting was a second-level void interpretation stage martial artist, and he similarly didn't take Yi Ting seriously. But when he thought about how Yi Ting was Xiao Xian's father, Duan Lingtian didn't make a move against him, and it could be considered to be giving face to Xiao Xian, and he really felt heartache for this kind-hearted girl. Big brother, help me take revenge. Help me take revenge. Yi Hui, whose cultivation had been crippled, held his dantian as he sat on the ground, and he didn't see the speed Duan Lingtian revealed as he roared in a low voice. Take revenge? A wisp of indescribable bitterness appeared on the corners of Yi Ting's mouth. How would he take revenge? The sword strike from before was his strongest sword strike, and it was also his fastest sword strike. It was just that sword strike that was close at hand and was about to succeed, yet it was easily dodged by Duan Lingtian. At that moment, only he knew clearly what he felt. Now, he could confirm one thing. Chapter 843. You. Who are you? Yi Ting looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a bitter smile. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, Yi Ting no longer dared to put on airs as the head of the Ya family. He knew that in front of a true expert, he, as the head of the Ya family, was no different from an ant. If the other party wanted to kill him, it would be easy. He would not be afraid just because he was the head of the Ya family. I'm Xiao Xian's friend. Duan Lingtian replied calmly. Big brother, why are you wasting your breath on him? Kill him quickly. Yi Hui's expression changed drastically when he realized that Yi Ting did not make any moves against Duan Lingtian. Kill, kill, kill. All you know is to kill. If you wanted to kill your big brother would have died several times over. Yi Ting was already nervous. When he heard Yi Hui's words, he immediately reprimanded him impatiently. What? Yi Hui's expression changed drastically when he heard Yi Ting's words. He was already in great pain after his dantian was destroyed. Now that he was frightened, he fainted. Elder brother Duan. Yi Xian regained her senses. She realized that the purple-clothed youth she had saved was far more powerful than her second uncle and her father. In the blink of an eye, he had destroyed her second uncle's dantian. Then, at the critical moment, he had easily dodged her father's furious attack. Even her grandfather, the former head of the Ya family, could not compare to him. Xiao Xian, don't worry. I will help you solve your problem. Duan Lingtian smiled at Yi Xian and gave her a reassuring look. Yi Xian's heart warmed. Then, she looked at Yi Ting with a trace of pain in her eyes. Finally, she said, Elder brother Duan, can you let my father go? Silly girl. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. You don't think that big brother is a cold-blooded demon, do you? When Yi Xian heard Duan Lingtian's words, she couldn't help but smile. Duan Lingtian's gaze fell on Yiting as he sneered, "Yeah, family head, did you see that just now? Even if you want to sacrifice Xiao Xian, when you are in danger, she will be the first to stand up and plead for you. She won't ignore your life and death just because you want to sacrifice her. In her heart, you are her father, the father who gave birth to her and raised her." Duan Lingtian's words were spoken in a resolute manner. Yiting smiled bitterly, then put away his sword and sighed, "Do you really think I want to sacrifice Xiao Xian? If there was any other way, even if I had to die, I wouldn't let Xiao Xian marry that beast." Duan Lingtian and Yi Xian couldn't help but be stunned by Yiting's sudden change. The current Yiting and the Yiting from before were like two different people. Humph. Duan Lingtian glanced at Yiting disdainfully. "Just now, didn't you keep talking about how good the Shen family's hedonistic young master is in front of Xiao Xian? Why are you changing your words now?" "I was forced by the situation. I just wanted to convince little Xian." Yiting sighed, then looked lovingly at Yi Xian and slowly walked over. Yiting reached out his hand and gently stroked Yi Xian's head. He said gently, "Xiao Xian, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Dad." Yi Xian hadn't seen her father so gentle in a long time. Her eyes reddened as she threw herself into Yiting's arms. What happened? Soon, Duan Lingtian and Yi Xian found out the ins and outs of the matter from Yiting's mouth. It turned out that the whole thing was caused by Yi Hui alone. Yi Hui secretly agreed to the Shen family's request for a marriage alliance. He agreed to betroth Yi Xian to the hedonistic young master of the Shen family. As a result, he used the Shen family's connections to gain a lot of personal benefits. When Yiting found out about this, he flew into a rage. He personally went to the Shen family and wanted to break off the engagement. But how could the Shen family be willing to do so? The Shen family spread word that if the Ya family didn't fulfill their promise, the Shen family would declare war on the Ya family and make the Ya family completely vanish from Drift Cloud Town and become history. The strongest person in our Ya family is my father, who rarely leaves the house, but he's only at the 3rd level of the void interpretation stage. After this incident happened, what I was most worried about was my father finding out about it. Once he finds out, he'll surely kill second brother with his own hands. When he spoke up to hear, Yiting glanced at Yi Hui, who'd fainted. Moreover, with my father's temper, he'll surely stop at nothing and fight the Shen family until the end for Xiao Xian. But once the matter develops to that extent, the Ya family will be finished. The Shen family is too strong. They have 2 martial artists at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage alone. Moreover, the supreme elder of the Shen family is even in existence at the 5th level of the void interpretation stage. Our Ya family going against the Shen family is no different than striking a rock with an egg. Yiting closed his eyes with slight pain, and he continued after a short while. So, for the sake of the entire Ya family, I made a painful choice to unite with the Shen family by marriage and make Xiao Xian submit. For this reason, I didn't hesitate to destroy the relationship between Xiao Xian and I with my own hands, and I betrayed the promise I made to my late wife. Xiao Xian, I'm sorry. Father has let you down. As he finished speaking, Yiting's tears flowed down his face, and he had an apologetic expression. Father. Yi Xian tightly embraced her father as 2 streams of clear tears flowed down her face, and she muttered. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I always thought that you didn't love Xiao Xian anymore. Xiao Xian is in so much pain, really in so much pain. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the pair of father and daughter before him. Looks like he'd misunderstood Yiting as well. Yiting was a good father, but at the same time, he was also the patriarch of the Yi family, and there were many things he had to consider. Ya family patriarch. When he saw Yiting and Yi Xian separate, Duan Lingtian took a step forward and looked at Yiting as he asked in a low voice. You said earlier that the strongest person in the Shen family is a 5th level void interpretation stage martial artist? Yes. Yiting nodded, and at the same time, his eyes lit up. Brother Duan, could it be that you? Yeah, family patriarch, I'll make a trip to the Shen family with you. Duan Lingtian interrupted Yi Ting, and then he walked out of the Ya family audience hall with large strides. When he arrived before the entrance, he didn't forget to turn around and look at Yi Xian. Xiao Xian, elder brother Duan will solve this problem for you today. Elder brother Duan, are you really confident? Yi Xian had a worried expression as she said, I don't want anything to happen to you as well. Otherwise, I won't be able to feel at ease for my entire lifetime. Don't worry. Duan Lingtian smiled confidently. He didn't take a family whose strongest person was only a 5th level void interpretation stage martial artist seriously. It was fine if they were sensible, but if they weren't, he didn't mind teaching them a lesson. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a cold light. After walking out of the Ya family estate with Yi Ting, Duan Lingtian and Yi Ting walked side by side towards the Shen family estate. All along the way, he found out about some things in Drift Cloud Town from Yi Ting. The Shen family was an absolute overlord in Drift Cloud Town, and no family dared take the initiative to offend them. In Drift Cloud Town, there were a total of 3 families like the Ya family, and all of them had to act according to the wishes of the Shen family. A portion of the profits from their respective businesses had to be handed over to the Shen family every month. What an overbearing Shen family! Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a bright light as he muttered. It can't be helped. In Cloud Continent, the strong are respected. The Shen family has 3 existences at the 4th level of the Void Interpretation stage or above, and they've already established their overlord status in Drift Cloud Town. Yi Ting sighed. With those 3 experts at the 4th level of the Void Interpretation stage or above present, even if our 3 great families join forces, we're still not a match for the Shen family. Duan Lingtian nodded, as he deeply agreed with this. Even though the 3rd level of the Void Interpretation stage and the 4th level of the Void Interpretation stage were only a single level apart, it was a great gap, and the difference between the 2 was the strength of an entire 20 ancient horned dragons. Such a gap in strength was like a chasm that was difficult to surmount. The Shen family estate was situated at the east of Drift Cloud Town, and it occupied a vast area that was far from something the Ya family estate could compare to. As expected of the number 1 family in Drift Cloud Town, Duan Lingtian stood in the sky above the Shen family estate, and he looked down at the scenery beneath his feet. By his side, Yi Ting was slightly perturbed and uneasy, and he laughed bitterly. Brother Duan, isn't this not too good? No matter what, the Shen family is the number 1 family in our Drift Cloud Town. Ya family's patriarch, do you think that the Shen family will readily agree to your Ya family's request to break off the engagement and disregard past enmity if you show sufficient etiquette today? Duan Lingtian replied with a question instead. Of course it's impossible. Yi Ting hurriedly shook his head. If the Shen family finds out that our Ya family wants to break off the engagement, they'll surely act according to the threat they made to our Ya family that day and make a move against our Ya family. Then do you think there's a difference between us barging into the Shen family like this and showing sufficient etiquette and entering the Shen family from the main entrance? Duan Lingtian asked. Yi Ting shook his head. Then do you prefer the current situation, or do you prefer to show sufficient etiquette and enter the Shen family from the main entrance? Duan Lingtian asked again. The current situation. Yi Ting's eyes lit up. He seemed to have been enlightened by Duan Lingtian for a moment. He looked down at the Shen family's mansion below his feet and roared at the top of his lungs, "Members of the Shen family, listen up. Yi Ting of the Ya family is here to break off the engagement. How can the hedonistic son of the Shen family touch the precious daughter of the Ya family?" Yi Ting's voice contained elemental energy. When it was transmitted, it exploded above the Shen family's mansion like a clap of thunder. Unsurprisingly, it alarmed the entire Shen family. Duan Lingtian was stunned. He couldn't help but give Yi Ting a thumbs up. He said in a daze, "Head of the Ya family, it seems that I have underestimated you." He originally wanted to teach Yi Ting how to do this, but who knew that Yi Ting would do it without a teacher? Furthermore, he did it better than he expected. It's the Ya family. The Ye family is here to break off the engagement. The entire Shen family's mansion was in an uproar because of Yiting's thunderous voice that contained elemental energy. Furthermore, Yiting's words were not only heard by the Shen family, but also by the people near the Shen family's mansion. What does the Ye family want to do? Is the Ye family trying to challenge the authority of the Shen family? I think the Ye family doesn't want to live anymore. Around the Shen family's mansion, many people flew into the air and approached the Shen family's mansion. They were all here to watch the show. It's the head of the Ye family, Yiting. Soon, someone recognized Yiting, who was flying above the Shen family's mansion. Who is the person beside Yiting? Chapter 844. I knew it. That voice sounded like the patriarch of the Ye family. Who would have thought that it really was him? Logically speaking, the patriarch of the Ye family shouldn't be such an impulsive person. But why would he provoke the Shen family today? I really can't understand him. Maybe it's because of the purple-clad young man next to him? That purple-clad young man doesn't seem to be from the Ye family. I've never seen him before. How could a young man who looks around 25 years old be able to help the Ye family fight against the Shen family? I don't care if you believe it or not. I don't believe it. More and more people gathered in the sky above the Shen family's mansion. They looked at Yiting and Duan Lingtian, who were not far away. At this moment, those who knew Yiting did not dare to go over and greet Yiting. They were all afraid that they would get into trouble. Yiting, how dare you! At this moment, the sky above the Shen family's mansion was filled with people. Within the Shen family's mansion, a man with a curly beard dressed in blue stepped into the air and spoke with a thunderous voice. After a while, the curly-bearded man arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and Yiting. He looked coldly at Yiting and said, Yiting, I think you really don't want to live anymore. It's the third elder of the Shen family, Shen Lei. It's said that Shen Lei is not only powerful, but he also has an extremely violent temper. He often kills people because of a disagreement. He's an out-and-out boorish man. Boorish men are not scary. The scariest thing is a boorish man who possesses strength that ordinary people can't reach. Soon after, someone recognized the curly-bearded man. For a moment, the onlookers were curious about how Yiting would deal with Shen Lei. Under the numerous gazes of anticipation, Yiting didn't even spare a glance at Shen Lei, and he didn't even intend to look at him. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian. Brother Duan, he's called Shen Lei, and he's the third elder of the Shen family. His cultivation is similar to mine, and he's also at the second level of the void interpretation stage. Second level of the void interpretation stage? Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. He did not expect that a random person from the Shen family would be as powerful as Yiting, the head of the Ye family. Now, Duan Lingtian finally understood why the Shen family was the #1 family in Drift Cloud Town. This foundation was enough to put the other 3 families, including the Ye family, to shame. Yiting, looks like you've really eaten the guts of a leopard today. Shen Lei, who was disregarded by Yiting, tugged on the curly beard on his face due to his rage. His large eyes instantly stared wide open as he shouted out explosively, and his figure flashed out to directly charge towards Yiting. Just a slight disagreement and he attacked. This was the Shen family's third elder, Shen Lei. For a moment, the surrounding onlookers sighed with emotion. I've heard of the Shen family's third elder's reputation since long ago. Now that I've seen it for myself, his temper is really as violent as the rumors say. Yiting, your grandpa Shen will let you know the consequences of provoking our Shen family today. Halfway through his dash, Shen Lei raised his hand and a large saber appeared in his hand. Subsequently, strands of violet lightning appeared and coiled around the large saber. The lightning saber struck out and pointed directly at Yiting, and it descended mercilessly towards Yiting. In the sky, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth appeared abruptly. 77 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and a few thousand ancient mammoth silhouettes flashed out abruptly with an aggressive aura. Second level of the void interpretation stage. Second level intermediate lightning concept. Grade 4 spirit weapon. This was Shenlei's entire strength. On the other hand, Yi Ting, who was enveloped by the lightning saber, instead stood on the spot without the slightest movement, and his expression remained unchanged and seemed to be exceedingly calm. Could it be that Yi Ting has been scared silly? The surrounding onlookers were dumbstruck. In next to no time, they realized that Yi Ting wasn't scared silly, and it was instead because he knew that he would be fine. Suddenly, the violet-clothed young man that stood by Yi Ting's side was already standing between Yi Ting and Shenlei, and his speed was so swift that no one present saw it clearly. Subsequently, everyone saw an unbelievable scene. The violet-clothed young man attacked like a bolt of lightning and flashed towards Shenlei's lightning saber with his bare hands, causing the surrounding onlookers to be dumbstruck once more. Only a single thought remained in their hearts. Has this young man gone mad? In next to no time, they realized that this young man wasn't mad, and they were thinking too much. Slap! The violet-clothed young man attacked like a bolt of lightning and actually really caught Shenlei's saber strike that carried the might of lightning, and even Shenlei himself was dumbstruck. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out, and everyone saw that after the violet-clothed young man tossed the grade 4 spirit saber in Shenlei's hand to the side, his palm descended onto Shenlei and blasted Shenlei flying. Ah! Shenlei flew out like an arrow that left the bow, and his countenance that had become ghastly pale couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood on the way, and he flew for a while before standing still in a sorry state. Who are you? Shenlei couldn't help but gasp, and he revealed a fearful expression as he looked at the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth that hadn't condensed into form in the sky before dispersing. The violet-clothed young man before him had given him too great of a shock. Although he was unable to see the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth when the violet-clothed young man attacked, based on the violet-clothed young man's ability to catch a saber strike that he struck out with full force with his bare hands, the violet-clothed young man was at least in existence at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage or above. I'm Yi Xian's big brother. Duan Lingtian replied indifferently when faced with Shenlei's question. Yi Xian? Shenlei frowned, and then he seemed to have thought of something and came to a sudden understanding. I remember now, Yi Xian is Yi Ting's daughter, and she's also the marriage partner between the Ye family and our Shen family. But, when did the Ye family have someone like you? Shenlei asked in a low voice. I'm not a member of the Ye family. Duan Lingtian said, I came to the Shen family this time only to help Yi Xian break off the engagement. Your Shen family agrees to break off the engagement and promise not to vent your anger on the Ye family, and everyone will be happy. Otherwise what? Before Duan Lingtian could finish speaking, he was directly interrupted by a loud and dignified voice. Subsequently, a sturdy figure soared into the sky and arrived beside Shenlei. Third Elder, are you all right? Clan Leader. When he saw the person who had arrived, even someone as hot-tempered as Shenlei bowed respectfully. But, this young man isn't simple. He's at least at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage since he's able to receive my full force attack with his bare hands. Duan Lingtian examined the person who interrupted him. It was a sturdy middle-aged man, and his body faintly revealed the aura of a superior. Coupled with the way Shenlei greeted him, his identity was obvious. It was the Shen family's clan leader, Shen Dong. Duan Lingtian learned from Yi Ting that Shen Dong was one of the 2 4th-level void interpretation stage martial artists in the Shen family on the way to the Shen family's mansion after leaving the Ye family's mansion. He received your full force attack with his bare hands? Shen Dong's expression changed slightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He had just arrived, so he did not see the scene when Duan Lingtian received Shenlei's blade with his bare hands. Although he knew he could also receive Shenlei's full force attack with his bare hands, it would be a little difficult for him. May I know where you're from, little brother? Shen Dong looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a hint of dread. In his opinion, this purple-clad young man before him must have an extraordinary background since he already had a cultivation base at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage at such a young age. He might even be someone from one of the major forces in the eastern district of the northern desert. You might not know my background even if I tell you, so I won't say it. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently. Even if he said he was from the Darkhan dynasty, there would probably be no one in Drift Cloud Town that would know. Little brother really wants to stand up for the Ye family? Shindong frowned and asked with a low voice. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Little brother, do you know that if our Shin family were to back down after what you did today, we might become the laughingstock of the entire Drift Cloud Town? Our Shin family can't afford to lose face like this. Shindong said. I know. Duan Lingtian nodded once more and said indifferently, but if someone defeats the 3 strongest members of your Shin family, then even if your Shin family backs down today, no one would laugh at you. Looks like little brother is extremely confident of your strength. Shindong started laughing from extreme anger. You're too kind. Duan Lingtian replied without going red in the slightest. Since it's like this, then I, Shindong, will properly experience little brother's ability today. If you're able to defeat me, then I'll ask our Shin family's supreme elder to battle you. If you're able to defeat him, then the engagement between the Shin family and Ye family will be cancelled, and the Shin family won't look for trouble with the Ye family in the future. Shindong spoke in a magnanimous manner. Since Jinarch Shin is so straightforward, then I'll experience it. Duan Lingtian smiled. He never imagined that Shindong would be so straightforward, and for a time, he had a rather good impression of Shindong. As expected of the patriarch of the number 1 clan in Drift Cloud Town, the Shin family. Little brother, please. Shindong nodded, and then he raised his hand, causing a 7-foot-long spear to appear in his hand. Instantly, origin energy coiled around the body of the spear before transforming into strands of gray and hazy energy. Spear concept. Duan Lingtian was greatly shocked, as it was the first time he'd seen someone that had comprehended intermediate spear concept. Spear concept belonged to an unorthodox concept, and it was much more difficult to comprehend than ordinary concepts. Whoosh! In the sky above Shindong, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled before converging into the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth in the end. 151 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and a few thousand ancient mammoth silhouettes gradually condensed into form, and they were lifelike as they accumulated force while waiting to attack. 4th level of the Void Interpretation Stage. 4th level Intermediate Spear Concept. Grade 3 Spirit Spear. Jinarch Shen, you're the first person I've seen that has comprehended spear concept to such a level. Not to mention anything else, just this alone is enough for me to admire you. Duan Lingtian spoke with a sincere expression. Ha! Shindong stood ramrod straight with his spear in hand, and he laughed heartily. Being able to be praised by such an outstanding young expert like little brother, Shindong, can be considered to have lived my life in vain. Whoosh! 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 Right when Duan Lingtian and Shindong were in confrontation, numerous figures soared into the sky from within the Shin clan estate to converge with Shinlei. It was precisely the group of Shin clan elders and Shin clan disciples. In next to no time, they found out about everything that had occurred earlier from Shinlei, and they couldn't help but be moved. Numerous gazes descended onto the violet-clothed young man in the distance. It was this young man that looked to be around the age of 25 that barehandedly received the full force slash of their Shin clan's 3rd elder, Shinlei. Chapter 845. It's this kid who wants to help the Ye family break off the engagement. A young man in embroidered clothes looked at Duan Lingtian, who was confronting Shindong with a gloomy expression, and asked in a deep voice, "Is he even worthy of fighting my father?" This young man in embroidered clothes was precisely the man of the engagement between the Shin family and the Ye family. He was the Shin family's 2nd young master, Shinan, 2nd young master, you mustn't underestimate him. Shinlei frowned. He had never liked this good-for-nothing rich kid, Shinan, but when he heard Shinan looking down on Duan Lingtian and his words, he felt slightly uncomfortable. After all, even he was defeated by Duan Lingtian. Wasn't Shinan belittling him by saying this? Third elder, I think you're old and useless. Shinan glanced at Shinlei and mocked. His words were without the slightest fear of this Shin family's third elder who was famous for his bad temper. Shinlei's face sank, but he could not do anything to Shinan. In this lifetime, he had always done things his own way and was indifferent to life and death. Even if it was the Shin family's supreme elder who was in existence at the 5th level of the void interpretation stage, he was similarly not afraid. However, because he owed the patriarch of the Shin family, Shindong, his life when he was young, it caused him to completely lose his temper before Shindong and even Shindong's relatives. Shinan, the Shin family's second young master, was Shindong's youngest son. Out of consideration for Shindong saving his life all those years ago, he would never lose his temper before Shinan, the strength of 150 ancient horned dragons, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked at the phenomenon of heaven and earth above Shindong's head. Unknowingly, a sword had already appeared in his hand. It was a sword that faintly emitted a terrifying aura. A quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Next, with a command in his heart, the origin energy in second-level intermediate wind concept in Duan Lingtian's hand appeared at almost the exact same moment before fusing into the quasi-royal grade spirit sword as if it was crushing dry leaves and smashing rotten wood. Whoosh! In the next moment, 150 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared out of thin air. It was the heaven and earth phenomenon that was formed when the energy contained in Duan Lingtian's sword activated the heaven and earth energy. Under Duan Lingtian's deliberate control, all of the ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared at the same time. For this reason, nobody noticed anything unusual. Nobody noticed the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand. Duan Lingtian stood with his sword in hand and 150 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above his head as he confronted Shindong, who stood with his spear horizontally and 151 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above his head. Even though Duan Lingtian could easily defeat Shindong in an instant by relying on his soul skill, Thousand Illusions. But Shindong's magnanimity from before caused Duan Lingtian to have a rather good impression of him. So he decided to use this method to battle Shindong and display his respect to Shindong. Even though it would be slightly difficult to obtain victory like this, Duan Lingtian didn't regret it. Moreover, using a strength that was similar to Shindong to battle Duan Lingtian could temper him to a certain extent. Unless Shindong utilizes other concepts. Otherwise, I'll at most utilize first-level elementary sword concept to execute the 9 dragons radiant flash, and I'll absolutely not utilize lightning concept or earth concept. Once first-level elementary sword concept was utilized, it was comparable to the strength of an ancient horned dragon. In this way, when Duan Lingtian attacked, it would similarly be comparable to the strength of 151 ancient horned dragons, and it was comparable to Shindong. Even if Shindong was slightly superior, he would only possess the strength of a few thousand ancient mammoths more. That bit of difference could be completely disregarded. Fight! The sword in Duan Lingtian's hand faintly emitted strands of fierce aura. At the same time, an ancient horned dragon silhouette silently appeared in an inconspicuous corner in the sky above him. The strength of 151 ancient horned dragons was accumulating strength and waiting to be unleashed. Little brother, you're young and capable. Shindong admires you. Today, no matter the outcome, Shindong wants to invite you to my Shin family for a drink. Shindong, who stood with his spear horizontally, spoke in a clear voice, and the clothes on his body fluttered with the wind. Thank you, Jean Arch Shen. Duan Lingtian, who stood with his sword in hand, smiled as he nodded. Jean Arch Shen is really magnanimous. Duan Lingtian has already come to provoke him, yet he actually still wants to invite Duan Lingtian to drink. As expected of the patriarch of the Shin family. With such magnanimity, it's no wonder that the Shin family is the #1 clan in our Drift Cloud town. The #1 clan in Drift Cloud town. Merely this magnanimity of Jean Arch Shen's is worthy of his reputation. The surrounding crowd of spectators nodded successively, and their words were filled with admiration toward Shindong. Little brother, watch out! Suddenly, Shindong shouted out explosively. As soon as he finished speaking, he'd already dashed out with a speed so swift that only numerous clearly visible afterimages were left behind. Swoosh! A wave of terrifying piercing howls sounded out at practically the exact same moment. It was Shandong who'd instantly arrived before Duan Lingtian and abruptly swung out the 7-foot-long spear in his hand. Bang! 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 Everywhere the long spear passed, it was like a worm leaving its cave, and it gave rise to a wave of deafening explosions. Everywhere the dragon head passed, it even fiercely collided with Duan Lingtian. The strength of 151 ancient horned dragons was completely unleashed. 9 dragons' radiant flash. At the instant Shandong finished speaking, Duan Lingtian had already moved. He didn't choose to dodge because it was impossible for his speed to be faster than the spear in Shandong's hand. It was even to the extent that even if Shandong utilized his movement technique, it was still far from something he could compare to. The phenomenon of the heavens and the earth above him now mainly relied on the amplification of the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand, and even though his cultivation was similar to Shandong and was at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage as well, but his comprehension of concept was far inferior to Shandong. The speed of his movement technique relied on origin energy and concept. Due to the gap in their concepts, the speed he revealed when he executed his movement technique was bound to be far inferior to Shandong. Under this circumstance, he could only utilize his advantage. Quasi-royal grade spirit sword. 9 dragons' radiant flash. Without the slightest hesitation, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and stabbed out with his sword. A vast and enormous force gushed out from the sword and finally transformed into 3 divine dragons. 2 completely material divine dragons, and 1 divine dragon that looked extremely illusory. In an instant, the 4 eyes of the 2 divine dragons flashed. At the same time, Duan Lingtian noticed that the 7-foot-long spear that Shandong pierced towards him had actually instantly slowed down, and this caused his heart to jerk. Could it be that Shandong noticed something? Whoosh! 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 4 extreme flashes shot out from the 4 eyes of the 2 divine dragons, and their target was Shandong. Their speed was so swift that it was shocking. Whoosh! At the critical moment, Shandong seemed to be able to predict the future. The 7-foot-long spear in his hand shook, and the tip of the spear flashed like a meteor. Whoosh! 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 The 7-foot-long spear that contained the spear concept that seemed to be able to penetrate everything consecutively stabbed out 5 times in an extremely short period of time. Although the speed of these 5 spears was not as fast as the extreme flashes, they were still a step ahead and pierced towards the space that the extreme flashes were about to pass through. When the first spear stabbed into the space, it just so happened that the first extreme flashes just happened to pass by and collided with it, shattering it. The second spear shattered the second extreme flashes. The third spear, the third flashes. The fourth spear, the fourth flashes. The 5th spear, there was no longer any extreme flashes that could shatter it. Whoosh! It was like a drop of water falling on a calm lake, causing the airflow in the air to ripple like the surface of a lake, forming circles of ripples. What a powerful martial skill! Duan Lingtian withdrew his sword and stood still after his attack failed. He looked at Shandong, who was standing proudly in the distance, with a look of surprise on his face. Of course, the powerful martial skill was one thing. The most important thing was Shandong's reaction speed. Although Shandong's martial skill was strong, it was still inferior to his 9 dragons' radiant flash by quite a bit. The reason why he was able to block the 4 extreme flashes of light shot out by the 9 dragons' radiant flash was because of Shandong's terrifying reaction speed. 5 consecutive spears, the first 4 spears had shattered his 4 extreme flashes. Although the 5th spear missed, it was because there was nothing that could break it. Duan Lingtian believed that even if there were 5 extreme flashes at that time, it would be difficult for them to escape Shandong's 5th spear. It's the Shin family's Tian-level martial skill, 9 thunderbolt strikes. Soon, some of the onlookers could not help but exclaim. It is said that once the Shin family's 9 thunderbolt strikes is cultivated to the perfection realm, one can strike 9 times in an instant, 9 consecutive strikes. I also heard that in this 9 thunderbolt strikes, the first thunderbolt strike can only be regarded as a beginner, the 3 thunderbolt strikes can be regarded as a small success, the 5 thunderbolt strikes can be regarded as a great success, and the 9 thunderbolt strikes can be regarded as a great success. So, Gene Arch Shin's 9 thunderbolt strikes has been cultivated to the great success realm. The onlookers were discussing animatedly. They were surprised by Shin Dong's attainments in the 9 thunderbolt strikes. Tian-level martial skills were powerful, but they were also very difficult to cultivate. Everyone was well aware of how difficult it was to cultivate to the mastery stage, and it was precisely because of this that they sincerely admired Shin Dong in their hearts. Humph. Look at his attack, it seems that it is not bad. But in the end, wasn't it easily resolved by my father? What a waste. Shannon looked at Duan Ling Tian from afar as the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Shen Lei, who was beside him, twitched the corner of his mouth. Waste? This good-for-nothing dared to call that talented young man a waste? If Shannon was not Shin Dong's son, Shen Lei would have scolded him. Second young master, you called him a waste. Do you think you can beat him? Suddenly, an aged figure appeared silently by Chen En's side, and it was only when he spoke that Chen En and the other members of the Qin clan were jolted awake. Grand Supreme Elder. Looking at the old man with white hair and white eyebrows, the Shin family members bowed respectfully. Grand Supreme Elder. When Shin'en saw the old man, his expression changed slightly. He quickly bowed his head. Seeing this, Shen Lei could not help but laugh. In such a large family, apart from clan leader Shin Dong and the eldest young master who had joined a powerful force, only the Grand Supreme Elder could control the second young master. Second young master, you haven't answered me. Do you think you can beat him? The Grand Supreme Elder asked Shin'en again. His old face was very serious. Shin'en smiled bitterly and shook his head. Although he was a good-for-nothing, he was not a brainless person. That young man in purple who looked to be about the same age as him was obviously an expert on the same level as his father. Chapter 846. Second young master, what right do you have to call him trash? You just admitted that you're not as good as him. Doesn't that mean you think you're worse than trash? The Great Supreme Elder did not let him off easily and said word by word. Great Supreme Elder, it's my fault. Shin'en took a deep breath and lowered his head. He raised his eyebrows and looked at the young man in purple who was confronting his father, Shin Dong. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He did not dare to hate the Great Supreme Elder of the Shin family, so he could only vent all his dissatisfaction on Duan Ling Tian. Humph. The Great Supreme Elder snorted and then looked at the young man in purple in the distance. His eyes were very serious. Little brother, your strength is admirable. Although Shin Dong blocked Duan Ling Tian's attack, he was not complacent at all. Instead, he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a sincere face. May I ask what's your name, little brother? Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian held the quasi-royal grade spiritual sword in his hand tightly and looked at Shin Dong with a slightly serious face. In terms of speed, even though Shin Dong's 9 thunder strikes was far inferior to the extreme inch of light shot out by his 9 dragons' radiant flash, but with Shin Dong's terrifying insight, it was still able to block his extreme inch of light. Unknowingly, Duan Ling Tian's palms were sweating. He had not felt this way for a long time. This feeling of not being sure whether he would win or lose. However, this feeling had completely stirred up the blood in Duan Ling Tian's body that had been silent for a long time. Then, it gradually began to boil. Duan Ling Tian. Ling Tian, Ling Tian, Ling Yutian, good name. Shin Dong praised. Then, the 7-foot-long spear in his hand shook again. His eyes instantly became fierce. Brother Ling Tian, let's go again. Okay. Duan Ling Tian answered straightforwardly. He held the 3-foot-long spear in his hand tightly and stared straight at Shandong. The wind blew. Fight. Shandong moved. It was as if he had turned into a gust of wind and arrived in front of Duan Ling Tian, who had no intention of moving. He shook the 7-foot-long spear in his hand and quickly swept toward Duan Ling Tian. 9 thunder strikes. Whoosh. 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 Even though Shandong and Duan Ling Tian appreciated each other, his successive 5 spear strikes had struck out at practically the exact same time, and they were aimed directly at the 5 vital points on Duan Ling Tian's body without holding back in the slightest. Perhaps it was precisely because he appreciated Duan Ling Tian's talent that he went all out. This was also because he had to respect to Duan Lord. Come by the way. Duan Ling Tian's was by Duan Masters Duan by Duans by Duns by Duans S by Duan by Duan Dun have by Sword Duans by Duan Du by Duan by Dun. Whoosh. Just a single sword slashed through the sky, and it carried the strength of 151 ancient horn dragons as it blocked the successive 5 spear lights of Shandong and shattered them one by one. What a fast sword! Shandong's pupils shrank. His figure flashed as he hurriedly retreated. He could tell that the sword skill Duan Ling Tian had just displayed was an extremely low-level sword skill. It might not even have reached the earth level. However, it was this kind of sword skill that could achieve miraculous results in close combat. Even many heaven-rank martial skills might not be as fast as it in close combat. Ha! Jin Arch Shen, come again. Duan Ling Tian laughed heartily and called out to Shandong. Then, he and Shandong started fighting again. Sword drawing technique. 9 dragons radiant flash. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand seemed to have been bestowed with life by him. Every time it flashed out, it was as if it was assisted by the gods as it collided with the grade 3 spirit spear in Shandong's hand. Whoosh. 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 Shandong's spear was like an enraged dragon leaving its lair. Combined with the 9 thunderstrikes, its might was formidable. The 5 consecutive spear strikes coupled with his powerful observation ability allowed him to be in an invincible position in the battle with Duan Ling Tian. Whoosh. 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 Duan Ling Tian's sword was like a gentle breeze as he used the 9 dragons' radiant flash and the sword drawing technique. Of course, if it wasn't necessary, he wouldn't use the sword drawing technique. Unknowingly, Duan Ling Tian noticed that his comprehension of the 9 dragons' radiant flash was gradually deepening, and he sought a breakthrough in the intense battle. Duan Ling Tian wielded his sword, while Shandong wielded his spear. The battle between the two of them lasted for half an hour, and the onlookers were dazzled by the battle. Where did this young man come from? He's actually able to fight to a draw with Jin Arch Shen. It seems like he's someone the Ye family found. This time, they're here to break off the engagement with the Shen family. However, based on the current situation, I'm afraid they won't be able to break off the engagement. The Ye family is done for. The onlookers let out a sigh. In their opinion, since the backer the Ye family found couldn't do anything to the head of the Shen family, it was impossible for him to do anything to the most powerful Grand Supreme Elder of the Shen family. This time, the Ye family came to break off the engagement, and it would definitely end in a tragedy. Moreover, the Ye family would most likely have to face the wrath of the Shen family. After all, the Ye family had humiliated the Shen family this time. Brother Duan, in the distance, Yiting's face alternated between green and white. He clenched his fists tightly, and his mind was tense. He smiled bitterly as he looked at the purple figure in the distance. The sighs that came to his ears caused Yiting's heart to be in a mess. He suddenly felt that he might have made the wrong bet. Swoosh. Suddenly, the sound of a sword whistling, which was even more ear-piercing than before, interrupted Yi Ting's thoughts and attracted Yi Ting's attention. Then, Yi Ting saw something that shocked him. The young man in purple in the distance drew his sword again, and 3 divine dragons appeared. This time, the eyes of the 3 divine dragons shot out extreme rays of light. A total of 6 extreme rays of light pierced through the air. They were so fast that Duan Lingtian couldn't catch them at all. 9 thunderbolt strikes. In the face of Duan Lingtian's 9 dragons' radiant flash, Shindong instantly drew out his spear. 5 consecutive strikes of his spear shattered the 5 extreme rays of light. However, he didn't rejoice because of this. Looking at the 6th extreme ray of light that swept over in an instant, the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile. Am I going to lose in the end? As he sighed in his heart, Shindong felt the 7-foot-long spear in his hand vibrate, and the vibration cracked the web between his thumb and index finger. He couldn't help but let go of the long spear in his hand. You won. Shindong grabbed the long spear with his other hand and looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. He then asked, I really didn't expect that you would raise your martial arts technique to a new level. It was because Duan Lingtian had raised his martial arts technique to a new level and displayed 6 extreme rays of light that he was defeated in one move. He was very clear about this point in his heart. But he was sincerely convinced. Thank you for letting me win. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly and casually put the quasi-royal grade spirit sword away. The 151 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above his head instantly disappeared. Jean Arch Shen was defeated? This young man actually defeated Jean Arch Shen. It seems like he had a breakthrough in his martial arts technique, and that's why he defeated Jean Arch Shen in one move. No matter what, Duan Lingtian's victory shocked the spectators, including the Shen family's elders and Shen family's disciples. Impossible. How could father lose to him? Shinan kept shaking his head. He was in a daze and was unwilling to believe that everything before his eyes was real. Soon after, Shinan seemed to have recalled something and returned to his senses. He snorted coldly. So what if he defeated my father? My father's strength is inferior to the Supreme Elder. Supreme Elder, this fellow helped the Ye family to provoke our Shen family. You must teach him a lesson. Shinan looked at the white-haired and white-browed old man nearby. He was the Shen family's Supreme Elder and said flatteringly. Humph. The Shen family's Supreme Elder snorted coldly. It was unknown if he was expressing his dissatisfaction with Shinan or Duan Lingtian, who was standing in the distance. The Shen family's clan leader has been defeated. According to the agreement between the Shen family's clan leader and Duan Lingtian, the Shen family's Supreme Elder will make a move. The Shen family's clan leader ought to go invite the Shen family's Supreme Elder now. Although that Duan Lingtian defeated the Shen family's clan leader, it was extremely difficult. The Shen family's Supreme Elder is in existence at the 5th level of the Void Interpretation stage, and his strength far surpasses the Shen family's clan leader. It's impossible for this Duan Lingtian to be a match for him. The Ye family will be unable to escape calamity in the end. The surrounding spectators discussed animatedly. Brother Lingtian, so long as you're able to defeat our Shen family's Supreme Elder, I'll keep my promise. But I have to remind you that the strength of our Shen family's Supreme Elder is far stronger than me. If he exerts his full strength, it's sufficient to defeat me in a single move. Shindong looked at Duan Lingtian as he spoke with a serious expression. Jean Arch Shen, since I've decided to help the Ye family, I'll naturally help them until the end. Ask your Shen family's Supreme Elder to come out. Duan Lingtian was magnanimous as he stood there proudly and fearlessly. Truly a newborn calf that isn't afraid of a tiger. Shindong shook his head and sighed, yet he didn't say anything. He turned around to look at the white-haired and white-browed old man that stood at the front of the Shen family and said respectfully, Supreme Elder, about today's matter, I roughly already know the sequence of events for today's matter. Since someone came to slap our Shen family's face, then our Shen family naturally can't be a coward. The old man interrupted Shindong and instantly vanished on the spot, and when he appeared once more, he was already before Duan Lingtian. Senior, you're the Shen family's supreme elder? Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted slightly, as if he was shocked by the old man's speed. Exactly. The old man nodded. Instantly, the surrounding crowd of spectators were surprised. He's the Shen family's supreme elder? I saw him standing on the Shen family's side since long ago, but I never imagined that he's the Shen family's supreme elder. With the speed Senior revealed earlier. If I'm not wrong, Senior ought to have already broken through to the 6th level of the void interpretation stage now, right? Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at the old man and asked bluntly. 6th level of the void interpretation stage. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the surroundings went deathly silent, and the gazes of everyone descended onto the white-haired and white-browed old man in unison. Little fellow, your eyesight isn't bad. The old man glanced at Duan Lingtian with slight surprise, and his words obviously confirmed Duan Lingtian's words. For a time, the surroundings were in an uproar. The Shen family's supreme elder has broken through to the 6th level of the void interpretation stage. The number 1 expert of Drift Cloud Town really deserves his reputation. Chapter 847. 6th level of the void interpretation stage. Yi Ting stood at the side. At this moment, he seemed to be out of tune with the surrounding atmosphere. At the same time, his face was completely gloomy. The Ye family is finished. Yi Ting's eyes were filled with sadness as he muttered to himself, Yi Ting, have let down the ancestors of the Ye family. Senior, can we begin? Duan Lingtian looked at the old man with a calm expression and asked. You know that our supreme elder is a 6th level void interpretation stage powerhouse, yet you still dare to make a move? You've really eaten the guts of a leopard. Shannon looked at Duan Lingtian from afar and mocked. Duan Lingtian glanced at Shannon indifferently and ignored him. Instead, he looked at the old man. Little fellow, your cultivation has already broken through to the 4th level of the void interpretation stage at such a young age. Your innate talent is really rare. As long as you promise not to interfere in the matters of the Ye family, my Shen family will let bygones be bygones and even treat you as an honored guest. How about it? The old man asked with a calm tone. His tone was filled with the intention of cherishing talent. The old man's words shocked the surrounding crowd to the point they were in an uproar. Never had they imagined that the supreme elder of the Shen family would actually value Duan Lingtian so much. However, with a quick thought, they came to an understanding. Duan Lingtian's innate talent was indeed worthy of being valued by anyone. Senior, I'm used to seeing things through to the end. Duan Lingtian tactfully declined the old man's good intentions. Since it's like this, then accompany this old man to loosen up my bones. I haven't fought for many years. The old man twisted his neck, and the origin energy on his body rose up and caused the heaven and earth energy to surge. In a short moment, it formed the heaven and earth phenomenon. In the sky, 80 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form. Whoosh! Soon, the milky white origin energy on the old man's body changed and instantly transformed into a fiery red ocean that enveloped the old man. Raging flames shot up into the sky. In the sky, the heaven and earth phenomenon changed as another 60 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. 5th level intermediate concept of fire. At some point in time, a giant hammer appeared in the old man's right hand. In the blink of an eye, the giant hammer was submerged in the sea of fire and burned brightly. Whoosh! Another 55 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. It was the amplification effect of the giant hammer that was a grade 3 spirit weapon, and it was ready to be unleashed. When the old man attacked with his full strength, his strength was comparable to the strength of 195 ancient horned dragons. Compared to Duan Lingtian, there was a total of 44 ancient horned dragon strength. They were not on the same level at all. If there were no surprises, Duan Lingtian's defeat was a foregone conclusion. This was also the thought in the hearts of the onlookers. It's over, Yi Ting looked at the scene in front of him and was completely disheartened. If not for the many pairs of eyes watching him, he would have secretly run away. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian would probably be defeated in a single move when encountering the supreme elder of the Shen family. When Duan Lingtian was defeated, it would be the time when the Ye family was doomed. "Senior, please." Under the gazes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian stood with his hands behind his back. Not only did he not circulate his origin energy and concept to accumulate strength, he did not even take out his spirit weapon. "Little fellow, looks like you don't take this old fellow seriously. Today, let this old fellow teach you proper manners." When he saw Duan Lingtian acting so casually, the old man naturally believed that Duan Lingtian was looking down on him. He instantly shouted in a low voice and moved, his figure vanishing into the air. Of course, he did not truly vanish, but his speed was too fast. It was so fast that most of the people present could not catch a trace of the old man's figure. Although most people could not catch a trace of the old man's figure, it did not mean that Duan Lingtian could not. Besides the old man, Duan Lingtian and the patriarch of the Shen family, Shen Dong, had the highest cultivation. Although the old man's speed was fast, they could still clearly catch a glimpse of it. 1,000 illusions. Without any hesitation, a dim light flickered in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes. His vast spiritual energy pierced into the soul brand in the depths of his soul and executed his exclusive soul skill. His spiritual force swept out through the soul brand to construct an illusory space that enveloped down with Duan Lingtian at the center. All of this was naturally invisible to the onlookers. The surrounding crowd only saw the supreme elder of the Shen family appear in front of Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye and raise the enormous hammer that was coiled with blazing flames above his head. Looks like Duan Lingtian has given up on resisting. He's courting death. The surrounding crowd shook their heads. When they saw that Duan Lingtian had not utilized his origin energy or concept until now, they only thought that Duan Lingtian was courting death. However, in the next moment, their pupils could not help but constrict. They were shocked to see that after the supreme elder of the Shen family raised the enormous hammer that was coiled with blazing flames above his head, he actually did not smash it down towards Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! The supreme elder of the Shen family's enormous hammer did descend, but it smashed towards the space not far away from Duan Lingtian. The hammer that contained the strength of 195 ancient horned dragons shook the air to the point the airflow in the air swiftly compressed together. Bang! Finally, the airflow exploded, and a deafening sound of air exploding resounded out. Some of the surrounding people with comparatively lower cultivations were shaken by this sound of air exploding to the point they bled from all 7 apertures and could not help but let out shrill cries. Along with the sound of air exploding out, a terrifying wave of air swept out in all directions and set off a wave of scorching heat. The clothes of some people that were closer to the explosion even started to burn. My clothes are on fire. Who has comprehended water concept? Help me put out the fire quickly. My legs have been burned to the point I can't feel them. It's almost reaching my family jewels. Ah! Help! Help! For a time, the surrounding people whose clothes were on fire screamed out shrilly. Whoosh! Before the crowd could even react, the enormous hammer in the hand of the Shen family's supreme elder descended once again. This time, he turned around and smashed towards the space on the other side. Run quickly. The supreme elder of the Shen family has gone mad. Run quickly. Instantly, the surrounding people fled one after another, leaving behind a large empty space for a time. Bang! The enormous hammer smashed into the space and set off a terrifying sound of air exploding once again. It shook many people to the point they bled from all 7 apertures. At the same time, it set off a terrifying wave of air that swept out in all directions. The wave of air contained the scorching aura of flames, causing the surrounding people to feel extremely hot. Many people were so hot that they were sweating profusely. Duan Lingtian stood in the air and looked at the supreme elder of the Shen family as if nothing had happened. The sound of air exploding and the heat wave had no effect on him at all. Bang! 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 The Supreme Elder of the Shen family continued to smash his hammer, causing the surrounding people to retreat one after another. They did not dare to approach him. The remaining people who were relatively close to him were a group of martial artists at the void interpretation stage and above. The patriarch of the Shen family, Shen Dong, was among them. Shen Dong had been stunned for a long time. He only managed to regain his senses at this moment. Looking at the Supreme Elder who was still madly smashing the enormous hammer in his hand in the air, he hurriedly reminded him, "Supreme Elder, wake up." Unfortunately, no matter what method he used, he was unable to make the Grand Elder of the Chen family regain his senses. What's wrong with the Supreme Elder? Everyone from the Shen family was dumbstruck, and they did not know what had happened. Damn it. Since when did the Grand Supreme Elder suffer from the illness of losing his mind? That Duan Lingtian is really lucky and just happened to encounter the Supreme Elder losing his mind. Otherwise, he would surely be dead this time. Shinan spoke with a gloomy expression. Impossible. The Supreme Elder absolutely did not lose his mind. I think that the reason the Supreme Elder is like this is because of that Duan Lingtian. Shen Lei stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze as he spoke of his own judgment. How could this be possible? Shinan did not believe it, and he sneered. Third Elder, I admit that your strength is extremely strong, but only brute force is useless. That Duan Lingtian is merely at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage. How could he make the Supreme Elder, who is at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage, like this? Although I don't know how he did it, but could it be that you don't think it strange? Shen Lei spoke in a low voice. Earlier, even when he discerned that the Supreme Elder was a 6th level void interpretation stage expert, that Duan Lingtian did not have any terrified or fearful expression, and he instead seemed to be extremely confident and composed. Besides that, even when the Supreme Elder revealed his strength and utilized all his ability to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to form 195 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, that Duan Lingtian was not prepared at all. Not only did he not withdraw his spirit weapon, he even did not utilize his origin energy or concept. At that time, my thoughts were the same as yours and the thoughts of everyone present. We only thought that Duan Lingtian was courting death. But now it would seem that he was absolutely not courting death, and he had a way to deal with the Supreme Elder. Just like now, he's standing not far from the Grand Elder, but the Grand Elder doesn't seem to be able to see him. Instead, he's attacking the air. What does this mean? It means that all of this was done by him. After Shen Lei finished speaking, it caused Shinan to go silent as well. Everyone in the Shen family nodded in succession, and they all felt that what Shen Lei said was reasonable. At the same time, their hearts were filled with surprise. Never had they imagined that their Shen family's 3rd elder, who had always been known for his rough and violent temper, would actually have such a meticulous side to him. Shen Lei's judgment quickly entered into the ears of the others, and it caused them to nod in succession. Looks like the Ya family really came prepared this time. I truly never imagined that the young man invited by the Ya family would be so terrifying. Not only did he defeat the Shen family's patriarch in a head-on battle, he even relied on unfathomable methods to make the Shen family's Supreme Elder seem as if he'd gone mad. The Ya family is going to be in the limelight this time. The surrounding crowd of spectators discussed animatedly. Many people who were familiar with Yi Ting even flew towards the stunned Yi Ting and greeted him warmly. Patriarch of the Ya family, long time no see. Patriarch of the Ya family, you should still remember me, right? I'm old Wang, and we even had a meal together half a month ago. Patriarch of the Ya family. Chapter 848. Naturally, he knew these people. Not long after he and Duan Lingtian had arrived in the sky above the Shen family's mansion and shouted out those provocative words to the Shen family, he had noticed these people mixed in with the crowd of onlookers. At that time, he had clearly seen the gazes of these people when they looked at him. It was a gaze that could not wait to sever all ties with him and was deeply afraid of getting into trouble. In fact, before this moment, none of these people who used to call him brothers had even taken the initiative to greet him. Even if it was just a single sound transmission. Now, Duan Lingtian had the Shen family's grand elder, the most powerful person in the Shen family, in the palm of his hand. Seeing that the Ye family had gained power, these people could not wait to come forward. For a moment, Yi Ting felt his heart turn as cold as ice. Of course, Yi Ting did not ignore these people because these people were more or less related to the Ye family. His Ye family still had many things to rely on them. Patriarch of the Ye family, who is that? A group of people surrounded Yi Ting and sized up the purple-clothed young man from afar. Their eyes were filled with fear and respect as they asked Yi Ting curiously. After all, this purple-clothed young man had come with Yi Ting to stand up for the Ye family. He is my daughter's friend, Yi Ting said with a smile. Now, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. Earlier, when he saw that Duan Lingtian's strength could not possibly defeat the Shen family's grand elder, his heart had already sunk to the bottom of the valley. He was no longer as high-spirited as he was when he first arrived. However, just when he was completely disheartened and felt that the Ye family was about to be destroyed, Duan Lingtian made such a move for him. For a moment, his heart that had fallen from heaven to hell had once again soared from hell to heaven. He knew that his daughter was saved. The Ye family was saved. Is he a friend of your daughter? Immediately, the eyes of the people around Yi Ting lit up. Some of them even asked ambiguously, head of the Ye family, is it possible between him and your daughter? If your Ye family can get such a good son-in-law, you can completely override the Shen family and become the #1 family in Drifting Cloud Town. When Yi Ting heard this, he looked at the purple-clothed youth standing proudly in the distance and smiled bitterly. He could see that his daughter had a good opinion of this handsome and outstanding young man. Judging from his daughter's opinion alone, it was entirely possible for them to develop a relationship. But the problem was, the other party had no intention of doing that at all. He was an experienced person, so he could naturally see that this young man's love for his daughter came from the love of an older brother to his younger sister. There was nothing else in it. I'm afraid that he won't take a fancy to my daughter. Yi Ting sighed. He knew that for a proud son of heaven like Duan Lingtian, his daughter was destined to be just a passerby in his life. When they heard Yi Ting's words, the surrounding people were not surprised. Even if he can't marry your daughter, with his friendship with your daughter, as long as he remembers to visit the Ye family in Drifting Cloud Town often, it will be enough to ensure the peace of your Ye family for the rest of your life. Another person said. Yes, head of the Ye family, your daughter has really met a benefactor this time. Everyone looked at Yi Ting with envy. When Yi Ting heard this, his mood improved a lot. Boom. 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 The grand elder of the Shen family was still waving the giant hammer in his hand. As the hammer fell, a terrifying explosion sounded in the air and set off rolling heat waves. Now, the grand elder of the Shen family was like a madman in the eyes of the surrounding people. Brother Ling Tian, what did you do to the grand elder? Finally, the head of the Shen family, Shen Dong, gave up on the idea of waking the grand elder. Earlier, he had not only tried to wake the grand elder with words, but he had also tried to subdue the grand elder. However, every time he tried to get close to the grand elder would hit him with his hammer. He was so frightened that he did not dare to get close to the grand elder again. In the end, no matter how unwilling he was, he could only lower his head and compromise with Duan Lingtian. What? Jean Arch Shen, are you going to represent the Shen family and admit defeat? If that's the case, do you still remember the agreement between us? Duan Lingtian asked with a faint smile. Chen Dong laughed bitterly, and then he nodded. Yes, we lost. From today onwards, the engagement between the Ye family and the Shen family is cancelled. Father. Shenan, who was standing in the middle of the Shen family in the distance, suddenly changed his expression. He took a step forward and roared furiously, I don't agree. Yi Xian is my fiancé. I don't agree to cancel the engagement. Duan Lingtian frowned and looked at Shinan. So this person was the playboy of the Shen family who was engaged to Yi Xian. No wonder he felt that this person was hating him. It turned out that he was the person involved. Duan Lingtian ignored Shen An's roar. Instead, he looked at Shen Dong calmly. He believed that Shen Dong would solve this matter. Shut up. Shen Dong glared angrily at Shinan as he scolded with a cold voice. Second brother, put away those tricks of yours. From now on, if you dare to say another word, get out of the Shen family immediately. After being scolded by Shen Dong, Shinan was dumbfounded. However, he didn't dare to say anything else. What a joke. Get out of the Shen family? He wouldn't dare to do that even if he was beaten to death. After leaving the Shen family, he was nothing. On this point, he was still aware of his own limitations. Shinan stared at Duan Lingtian with hatred. He gritted his teeth and his heart was filled with hatred. It's all because of Duan Lingtian, it's all because he meddled in other people's business. At this moment, Shinan couldn't wait to cut Duan Lingtian into pieces. However, when he thought about how Duan Lingtian could toy with the Grand Supreme Elder of the Shen family, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Duan Lingtian, I will definitely not let you off. Definitely. Shen En's eyes were filled with a sinister glow as he roared furiously in his heart. Brother Lingtian, the marriage agreement between the Ya family and the Shen family no longer exists from today onwards. In addition, the Shen family will not cause trouble for the Ya family because of this matter. Shen Dong looked at Duan Lingtian with a sincere expression. After saying this, he looked at the old man who was still crazy and laughed bitterly. Now, can you let the Grand Supreme Elder return to normal? He's more normal than anyone else. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. At the same time, he used his spiritual power and withdrew his soul skill, 1,000 illusions. The illusory space that enveloped the Grand Supreme Elder of the Shen family also dissipated. Naturally, the Grand Supreme Elder of the Shen family didn't go crazy. He was only attacking the imaginary him in the illusory space. After the illusory space disappeared, the Grand Supreme Elder of the Shen family saw Duan Lingtian. He immediately raised the huge hammer in his hand and wanted to attack again. Brother Lingtian, what are you doing? I've already done as you said. Why are you still not letting the Grand Supreme Elder go? A familiar and deep voice entered the ears of the Grand Supreme Elder of the Shen family, and he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Family head, what did you say? You asked him to let me go? The Grand Supreme Elder of the Shen family frowned and looked at Shen Dong. Then, he scolded angrily, Fool! Didn't you see that he could only dodge my attacks? If you give me more time, I'll definitely smash him into a meat patty. The Grand Supreme Elder of the Shen family scolded Shen Dong. For a moment, Shen Dong was stunned. Then, his eyes lit up. Grand Supreme Elder, are you awake? I've been awake all this time. The Grand Supreme Elder of the Shen family frowned and said impatiently, Okay, go play somewhere else. After I smash this hateful guy into a meat patty, we'll talk about it again. As he spoke, he turned around and prepared to attack Duan Lingtian again. Jean Arch Shen, if this senior attacks again, I don't mind letting him go crazy again. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile as he spoke directly to Shen Dong. Don't. Shen Dong panicked. He quickly stood in front of Duan Lingtian and protected Duan Lingtian behind him. He looked at the old man with a bitter smile. Grand Supreme Elder, you've already lost. There's no need to continue this battle. What do you mean I've already lost? Family head, how old are you? Have you become muddle-headed? The old man snorted with dissatisfaction. Supreme Elder, if you don't believe me, you can ask Second Elder, Third Elder, and the others. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian stood there, from the beginning until the end, you didn't touch him at all, and only attacked the air by yourself. Shandong was really afraid that the old man would attack Duan Lingtian. At that time, Duan Lingtian would definitely use his unpredictable methods to deal with the old man. Who knew if Duan Lingtian's technique would leave behind any side effects when it was used on a person? The Grand Supreme Elder was the backbone of the Shen family. He couldn't afford to lose him. What? Hearing Shandong's serious words, the old man was stunned. How is that possible? I was clearly chasing after that brat just now, but he was running fast, so I didn't hit him. When did I attack the air? Grand Supreme Elder, what the family head said is true. At this moment, Shenlei looked at the old man and smiled wryly. Yes, Grand Supreme Elder, we saw it with our own eyes. The other members of the Shen family nodded, proving that what Shandong and Shenlei said was true. For a moment, the old man couldn't help but fall silent. He also noticed the gazes that swept over him. He faintly realized that he might have really done those ridiculous things just now. Suddenly, the old man's mind flashed. He looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a complicated gaze, "Did I fall into the illusion that you created just now?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded and didn't deny it. "But I clearly didn't sense any aura of an inscription or an inscription formation." The old man frowned. Although he wasn't an inscription master, he was confident that he could easily sense the aura of an inscription or an inscription formation. "I didn't use an inscription or an inscription formation." Duan Lingtian shook his head. "This is a technique that I have mastered. As for what technique it is, it's inconvenient for me to tell you." Hearing this, the old man sighed and turned around to leave. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the Shen family's mansion. "Brother Lingtian, how about coming to the Shen family's mansion for a chat?" Chapter 849. Okay. Duan Lingtian had a good impression of Shandong's forthrightness and magnanimity, so he immediately agreed. "Yeah, family head, please help me pass the message to Xiao Xian. Also, I may have to stay with the Ya family for a while." Duan Lingtian looked at Yi Ting and said with a smile, "This time, Ya family head, you won't ask me to leave the Ya family again, right?" Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the surrounding people were petrified. The head of the Ya family, Yi Ting, once asked Duan Lingtian to leave the Ya family. Is Yi Ting crazy? That's right. You can't find such a guest even if you break a lantern, but he actually asked him to leave the Ya family? Immediately, many people looked at Yi Ting with a strange expression. They would never have thought that the head of the Ya family, Yi Ting, would treat Duan Lingtian that way. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian did not care about the past. Otherwise, would the Ya family still exist? No. Of course not. Yi Ting hurriedly shook his head with a bitter smile. If he had known earlier that Duan Lingtian was so powerful, he would not have dared to treat Duan Lingtian that way even if he was given 100 times more courage. Now that he thought about it, he could not help but feel a lingering fear. If his daughter and Duan Lingtian did not have a close relationship, he was afraid that he would not have been able to escape this calamity. Brother Lingtian, if you don't mind, you can stay with the Shen family for as long as you want. What do you think? Hearing that Duan Lingtian was going to stay in Drift Cloud Town for a while, Shandong's eyes lit up and he took the initiative to invite him. Hearing Shandong's invitation, Yi Ting's face sank, but he didn't dare to say anything. It was not up to him to decide where Duan Lingtian would go. If Duan Lingtian really wanted to stay in the Shen family, there was nothing he could do. Now, he only hoped that Duan Lingtian would return to the Ya family for a period of time for his daughter's sake. In that case, the Ya family's status in Drifting Cloud Town would definitely rise. As the head of the family, he had many things to consider. Thank you for your kindness, Jean Arch-shen. However, the daughter of the Ya family is my good friend. I have already promised her that as long as I don't leave Drift Cloud Town, I will stay with the Ya family. Duan Lingtian said to Shandong. That's too bad, Shandong sighed and then called out, Brother Lingtian, please. Seeing Duan Lingtian and Shen Dong swooping down and entering the Shen family's mansion, Shenan, who was walking among the Shen family's people, looked even more gloomy. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, if you have the guts, then stay in Drift Cloud Town. When my eldest brother comes back, I will let his master teach you a lesson. Shen En's face was cold, his eyes flashed, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Yi Ting breathed a sigh of relief, and a happy smile appeared on his face. Yeah, family head, congratulations. From now on, your Ya family will be different from before. Many people congratulated. Yeah, family head, I'm sorry about last time, but we really need that batch of goods urgently. How about this, we will rush out another batch of goods after a while and sell them to your Ya family at half price. Another person said to Yi Ting with a flattering smile. Boss Hu, if we sell them at half price, won't your Chamber of Commerce suffer a great loss? The cost of that batch of goods is more than half price, right? Yi Ting looked at the person who spoke in shock. Hee. Yeah, family head, I won't beat around the bush. It doesn't matter if I give you that batch of goods. However, you have to introduce me to that little brother. The latter laughed mischievously. In the main hall of the Shen family's mansion, Duan Lingtian sat at the head of the table, and below him sat the Shen family head, Shen Dong, and the third elder, Shen Lei. Brother Lingtian, may I ask where you are from? Shen Dong asked curiously. Jean Arch Shen, didn't I tell you before that even if I told you where I came from, you wouldn't know? Duan Lingtian shook his head and then said, however, since you really want to know, it doesn't matter if I tell you. I'm from the Darkhan dynasty. Darkhan dynasty? Shen Dong and Shen Lei looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. It was obvious that they had never heard of such a place. Shen Dong smiled awkwardly and then asked, then Brother Lingtian, can you tell me what's your relationship with the Ye family? Shen Dong still felt slightly bad about Duan Lingtian helping the Ye family to cause trouble today. Where did this little monster come from? Why did he have to help the Ye family? I owe Miss Ye family a favor. Duan Lingtian's answer was very straightforward and then he added, this favor can't be repaid in my lifetime. Shen Dong originally heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Duan Lingtian say that he owed Miss Ye family a favor. He felt that Duan Lingtian had already repaid Miss Ye family's favor by causing trouble earlier. However, Shen Dong couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard Duan Lingtian's last sentence. That Ye family's miss is really lucky. She actually made Brother Lingtian owe her such a huge favor. I don't think she's lucky. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled gently. She's very kind. If it wasn't for her, it's very likely that I'd be dead now. Duan Lingtian's words caused Shen Dong and Shen Lei to turn pale with fright. According to Duan Lingtian's words, the Ye family's miss had actually saved his life. No wonder he said he couldn't repay it in his lifetime. So it was a life-saving grace. Brother Lingtian, may I ask how the Ye family's miss saved you? Shen Lei asked curiously. Shen Dong looked at Duan Lingtian as well. He was obviously extremely curious as well. He knew of the Ye family's miss, and she was a little girl that hadn't even stepped into the void-prying stage. Logically speaking, it was utterly impossible for that little bit of strength to help Duan Lingtian, let alone save Duan Lingtian. Some time ago, when I was cultivating, my origin energy went astray and I suffered chi deviation. After that, I fainted outside Drift Cloud Town, and it was she who brought me back to the Ye family. I slept for an entire 18 days before waking up today. If it wasn't for her, I might have already been eaten by those wild beasts, fierce beasts, and even demon beasts. When Duan Lingtian mentioned Yi Xian, the smile on his face was warm. He'd completely taken that kind little girl to be his own younger sister now. Actually, after he woke up today, he still felt a wave of lingering fear. Fortunately, he'd encountered such a kind little girl. If it was another person with bad intentions, then that person would probably kill him for the sake of the spatial ring in his hand. The spatial ring in his hand had established ownership with his blood, and unless he took the initiative to remove the ownership, or perhaps he himself had died. Otherwise, it was impossible for others to establish ownership of the spatial ring a second time. It was precisely because of this that he felt gratitude from the bottom of his heart towards that kind little girl, Yi Xian. Shindong and Shenlei looked at each other and laughed bitterly. Never had they imagined that the ins and outs of the matter would actually be like this. They asked themselves, if they encountered the unconscious Duan Lingtian, and under the circumstances that they didn't know the Duan Lingtian, they would probably take off the Duan Lingtian spatial ring and kill the Duan Lingtian. After all, it was a windfall that came for free. The young miss of the Ye family is really kind. That little bastard of mine is indeed not worthy of her. Shindong sighed. When he heard Shindong mention that good-for-nothing son of his, Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something, and his face sank slightly. Jean Arch Shen, I admire your character, but in terms of teaching your son, I beg to differ. I heard that your son has practically committed all sorts of crimes in Drift Cloud Town. Moreover, there were even many good girls that committed suicide or harmed themselves because of him. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's body emitted a strong murderous aura. He knew that he wasn't a saint, and he didn't want to save the world or anything like that. However, the actions of that good-for-nothing son of the Shen family still crossed his bottom line. Brother Ling Tian, you're right, I didn't teach my son well. Shindong laughed bitterly. He was naturally clear about the things that his son had done, and had also taught him many times. Because of this, who knew how many vines he had broken? However, his son didn't repent, and he gradually became too lazy to care about him. Otherwise, what else could he do? Kill his own son with his own hands? Jean Arch Shen, for your sake, I won't care about what happened in the past. But from now on, if I hear that your son has done anything that infuriates the heavens again, don't blame me for not showing mercy. After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he suddenly stood up. The current him was no longer in the mood to continue staying in the Shen family. Jean Arch Shen, third elder Shen, I'll take my leave. Duan Lingtian said goodbye to Shindong and Shenlei, and then left directly. When Shindong and Shenlei reacted, Duan Lingtian had already left the Shen family hall and disappeared in front of their eyes. Ha 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 ha, unexpectedly, after Duan Lingtian left, Shindong laughed. Family head, you, Shenlei was dumbfounded. He said that he was going to kill your son, and you're still laughing? From now on, I'll see if that little bastard still dares to mess around. Shindong muttered to himself, and then he directly left the Qin clan's main hall to look for his youngest son. All these years, his youngest son had been so bold because he was relying on the power of the Shen family. The Shen family was the #1 family in Drifting Cloud Town, and no one dared to provoke the Shen family. Now, there was someone who was not afraid of the Shen family threatening his son. This gave him hope. This time, there was finally someone who could control his son. He broke into the courtyard where Shannon lived, and scolded Shannon, who had just returned and had not even warmed his seat. He also passed on Duan Lingtian's words to him. Without waiting for Shannon to come back to his senses, Shindong left in high spirits. Duan Lingtian. Shen An's expression was extremely ugly. He raised his hand and smashed the only stone table in the courtyard. He gritted his teeth and said, not only did you ruin the good thing between me and Yi Xian, you even dare to control me. I will definitely kill you. Definitely. Shen En's eyes were filled with a cold light as he gritted his teeth and said hatefully. Yeah, family mansion. Young Master Duan, family head, and the elders have been waiting for a long time. Please come in. Duan Lingtian had just arrived at the gate when he was respectfully welcomed by a Ye family member. Thank you, young Master Duan. As soon as he entered, Duan Lingtian heard a wave of orderly and deafening voices, and when he raised his head to look over, he noticed that Yi Ting had actually led a group of people to bow and thank him in unison. Chapter 850. Patriarch of the Ye family, what are you doing? Duan Lingtian was shocked by the array of people in front of him. Most of the people around Yiting were elderly. In terms of age, they were old enough to be his grandfather. But now, these old men were bowing to him, which made him feel a little uneasy. Brother Duan, thank you for what you have done for the Ye family. From today onwards, you are the most distinguished guest of the Ye family. If you need anything, the Ye family will do our best to help you. Yiting spoke with a serious expression. Patriarch of the Ye family, you don't have to do this. Duan Lingtian shook his head and frowned. Besides, I don't like this, ask them to disperse. Xiao Xian, let's go back. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he called out to Yi Xian and left. At that moment, only Yi Ting and the rest were left with a bitter smile on their faces. The group of Ye family elders looked at Duan Lingtian's back as he left. Their faces were full of respect. They had heard about what had happened at the Shen family's mansion from the patriarch. It was the entire Ye family's blessing that this young man in purple was willing to stay with them. Even though this was only temporary. Elder brother Duan, I heard from my father, you are really amazing. On the way back, Yi Xian looked at Duan Lingtian with admiration and sighed. If only I were as amazing as you, then I would be able to help my father protect the Ye family. Silly girl, you are still so young. Duan Lingtian patted Yi Xian's head lovingly and smiled. If you really want to cultivate, elder brother Duan will teach you a set of techniques. Really? Yi Xian's eyes lit up when she heard this. In her opinion, since elder brother Duan was so strong, the techniques that he brought out would definitely not be something that the Ye family's techniques could compare to. Of course. Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded, as if he was coaxing a child. Of course, Yi Xian was only a 16 or 17-year-old girl. In his eyes, she was no different from a child. In Duan Lingtian's memories, there was no lack of cultivation methods. He casually took out a set of cultivation techniques left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu, and it was not something the Ye family's cultivation techniques could compare to. In addition, he could also teach Yi Xian some martial techniques that were suitable for her. He didn't lack pills or spirit tools, so he could easily refine them. To a certain extent, Yi Xian had saved his life and was his savior. Therefore, he would do his best to repay this great kindness. Of course, he also liked Yi Xian very much and completely treated Yi Xian as his own biological sister. If father and mother could give me a younger brother or sister, how good would that be? Duan Lingtian sighed. In his previous life, he was an orphan. He had no parents, not to mention brothers or sisters. He only had a group of comrades who had gone through fire and water with him, and in the end, all of them stayed on the battlefield forever. This was the most important reason why he chose to retire. In his previous life, he wished so much for a warm family, but that was destined to be a delusion. To be able to come to this world was undoubtedly a gift from the heavens. In this world, he had parents and people he cared about. If his parents could give him a younger brother and a younger sister, it would undoubtedly be even more perfect. Duan Lingtian temporarily stayed with the Ye family because he still didn't understand the situation outside Drift Cloud Town. Who knew if he would encounter an expert he couldn't deal with once he went out and be directly killed? He wasn't alone now, so he didn't dare take the risk. In the next few days, Duan Lingtian had a certain understanding of the eastern area of the northern desert from Yi Xian. Firstly, there were a total of 3 great forces in the eastern area of the northern desert. Of course, in the entire foreign lands, these 3 great forces could only be considered as third-rate forces because they were similar to the Skywolf Fort, Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion Severing Sect in the southern of the northern desert. The 3 great forces were the 5 Elements Sect, Crimson Moon Sect, and Flying Sands Sect. I heard that the eldest young master of the Shen family, Chen Wei, entered the 5 Elements Sect a long time ago. Yi Xian said, in our Drift Cloud Town, everyone would give a thumbs up when Chen Wei is mentioned. But so long as his younger brother, Shenan, is mentioned, then everyone would scoff at him. As she finished speaking, Yi Xian wrinkled her cute little nose. Shenan was precisely that profligate disciple she was almost forced to marry. Chen Wei? 5-element sect? Duan Lingtian's brows raised. He never imagined that the Shen family's patriarch, Shen Dong, would have such a promising son, and Shen Wei was a complete opposite of Shenan. Since the 5-element sect was one of the 3 great forces in the eastern area of the northern desert, then it was presumably extremely strict when it recruited disciples. It was impossible for someone without a certain amount of natural talent and comprehension ability to join the sect. Looks like the saying that the dragon has 9 sons, and each one is different isn't false in the slightest. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Right, elder brother Duan, when I went out yesterday, I heard of something. Yi Xian looked at Duan Lingtian, and her beautiful face carried slight worry. What is it? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be slightly curious when he saw Yi Xian's expression. I heard that in a few days, the members of the 5-element sect will be stopping by our Drift Cloud town, and they seem to be recruiting void interpretation stage martial artists below the age of 40. When she spoke up to hear, Yi Xian frowned. Besides Chen Wei, who's already entered the 5-element sect, there's probably no other void interpretation stage martial artist below the age of 40 in a small place like our Drift Cloud town. So, I guess that Chen Wei is amongst the members of the 5-element sect, and he's probably using this opportunity to come back and visit his family. Elder brother Duan, why don't you go lie low for a few days, as I'm worried Chen Wei will look for trouble with you. As she finished speaking, Yi Xian had a worried expression. The 5-element sect? Recruiting void interpretation stage martial artists below the age of 40? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Yi Xian, and then a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind, causing him to be slightly excited in his heart. Could it be that the 5-element sect knows of the secret vault left behind by the expert Emperor Wu? Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up, and the more he thought about it, the more certain he was. If it wasn't for this, would the 5-element sect send people to recruit disciples? Moreover, there were specific requirements. Below the age of 40? Void interpretation stage martial artist? This was no different than the requirements the Skywolf Fort, Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion-Severing Sect had when they recruited disciples after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties ended. Looks like this is an opportunity. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he thought to himself in his heart. During these few days that he was with the Ya family in Drift Cloud Town, he'd been thinking about how to leave so as to guarantee that he would be able to safely arrive at the Blade Sect and converge with Feng Tianwu and the others. He believed that his sudden disappearance would surely cause those friends of his to be extremely worried. Now, he finally had an opportunity. The 5-element sect was his opportunity. The 5-element sect is obviously making preparations for the secret vault left behind by the expert Emperor Wu. So long as I temporarily join the 5-element sect, I'll surely head to the secret vault left behind by the expert Emperor Wu. In that way, I'll be able to encounter the members of the Blade Sect, Tian Wu, Su Li, Big Brother Zhang, and the others. Duan Lingtian decided in his heart. I presume the 5-element sect probably won't refuse my entry. Duan Lingtian was extremely confident about this. Moreover, it was the time when the 5-element sect thirsted for geniuses, and it was utterly impossible for them to refuse his entry. Elder brother Duan, did you hear what I said? Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh bitterly when she noticed Duan Lingtian was in a daze, and she stretched out her hand to shake Duan Lingtian's arm. Only then did Duan Lingtian wake up from his daze. Xiao Xian, what's wrong? Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and asked. Elder brother Duan, go lie low for the next few days. Chen Wei has a very good relationship with that good-for-nothing younger brother of his. If he really returns, he'll surely look for trouble with you. Yi Xian repeated once more, and her beautiful face was filled with anxiousness. Chen Wei? Is he very strong? Duan Lingtian smiled confidently. Xiao Xian, don't forget. Even the supreme elder of the Shen family was defeated by me. Could it be that Chen Wei is even stronger than the supreme elder of the Shen family? Elder brother Duan, Chen Wei might not be a match for you. But since the Five Elements sect has come to recruit disciples, there'll surely be some seniors of the sect that came with Chen Wei. I heard that the weakest elder of the Five Elements sect is in existence at the void transformation stage or above. Yi Xian spoke with a worried expression. Even though they aren't members of the Shen family, Chen Wei is a member of the Five Elements sect. If Chen Wei asks them to lend a hand, I presume they won't refuse. She was most worried about this. Even though Chen Wei's strength wasn't bad, it was inferior to the supreme elder of the Shen family, and he wasn't a match for her elder brother Duan. But what about the seniors of the sect that traveled with Chen Wei? Even though she was only the young miss of the tiny Ye family in Drift Cloud Town, but to her, the reputation of the Five Elements sect reverberated like thunder, and it was an existence that the Ye family had to look up to. Don't worry, elder brother Duan knows what to do. Duan Lingtian was naturally able to discern that Yi Xian's concern came from the bottom of her heart, and warmth couldn't help but arise in his heart. Then he said with a smile, Xiao Xian, I truly never imagined that you're so young, yet your thoughts are so meticulous. Do you have any plans for the future? I intend to stay by my father's side for my entire life and help him take care of the Ye family. Yi Xian spoke seriously. Could it be that you haven't thought of anything else? For example, leaving Drift Cloud Town and joining one of the three great powers to properly experience the outside world. Duan Lingtian asked. Elder brother Duan, do you think you can join the three great powers just because you want to? Yi Xian laughed bitterly. 2 years ago, the Crimson Moon sect's people were widely recruiting disciples, and they passed by our Drift Cloud Town and held an examination. But I was eliminated in the first round of the examination. Xiao Xian, believe in elder brother Duan. The current you is different from the previous you. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. During these few days of staying in the Ye family, besides passing on some cultivation methods and martial skills to Yi Xian, Duan Lingtian had repeatedly used gentle origin energy and spiritual energy to merge into Yi Xian's body, and cleansed her meridians and marrow. That was an exclusive method recorded in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, and although it wasn't as effective as the 10,000-year stalactite milk, it wasn't bad either. Chapter 851. Elder brother Duan, what do you mean by this? Yi Xian had a bewildered expression. You'll find out in a few days. Duan Lingtian smiled mysteriously. Even though it was the first time he'd used that method to cleanse the meridians of another, he could confirm that it was effective. Because it was an exclusive method that Samsara Emperor Wu obtained by chance during his second lifetime, and it was only effective on people below the age of 18 whose meridians hadn't completely formed. Moreover, it required the cooperation of origin energy and spiritual force at the void interpretation stage or above to be able to successfully execute it. If he didn't encounter Yi Xian, Duan Lingtian wouldn't know that the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu had this thing. Now, it had come into use on Yi Xian. Of course, the exact effects of the meridian's cleansing had to wait for a few more days before Yi Xian would be able to feel it. Elder brother Duan, don't keep me in suspense, quickly tell me. Yi Xian swung Duan Lingtian's arm as she spoke in a spoiled manner. Presently, it wasn't only Duan Lingtian who took her as his own younger sister, even she took Duan Lingtian as her older brother, an older brother that she could completely trust. Little girl, you might not believe me even if I tell you now. You'll naturally notice in a few more days. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. All right, then I'll wait a few more days. Yi Xian let go of Duan Lingtian's arm and nodded obediently, and then she said, Elder brother Duan, it's fine if you don't go hide in a few days. But if Chen Wei brings his seniors from the Five Elements sect over, you must hide and not come out. Little girl, you don't have to care so much about my matters. Quickly go cultivate. I'll be checking your progress in a few more days. Duan Lingtian smiled as he spoke, and as he finished speaking, he urged Yi Xian to enter her room to cultivate. Yes. Yi Xian stuck out her tongue playfully, then ran back to her room to cultivate, but forgot to close the door. This girl. Duan Lingtian revealed a tender expression as he helped Yi Xian close the door, and then he muttered to himself. Perhaps I can consider bringing Xiao Xian to the Five Elements sect as well. Based on Duan Lingtian's tone, it seemed as though bringing Yi Xian to the Five Elements sect was a very simple matter. Those who didn't know might think that the Five Elements sect was opened by his family. I ought to cultivate as well. I feel that I'm only a little bit away from breaking through to the 5th level of the void interpretation stage. Once I break through, my strength will increase again. With a thought in his heart, Duan Lingtian directly returned to his room and took out the wind concept fragment before holding it in his hand. He comprehended wind concept as he cultivated. 9 dragons war sovereign technique, sword dragon transformation. Time silently flowed by, and 3 days passed by in the blink of an eye. Shen family estate. The Shen family was extraordinarily bustling today, and it was decorated with lanterns and decorations as if they were going to hold a happy occasion. Early in the morning, a long red carpet was laid out before the Shen family's entrance, and it was laid out all the way to the entrance of the Shen family's audience hall. On both sides of the red carpet, there was a servant girl standing at intervals. Not long after, the patriarch of the Shen family, Shen Dong, brought along his youngest son, Shenan, and the group of Shen family elders as they walked out of the entrance of the Shen family estate in a formidable array, and they stood at the entrance as if they were waiting for something. Father, it's Senior Ku and Big Brother. Suddenly, the gaze of Shenan lit up as he looked ahead with pleasant surprise. As he spoke, Shenan moved to greet the 2 people that were walking over from afar. It was a robust old man with a benevolent appearance and a young man around the age of 35. Senior Ku. Shenan took a few steps forward and stood respectfully on the other side of the old man, and he walked side by side with the old man. His tone was extremely humble, and he didn't have the slightest sharpness that he usually had. You're Shenan, Chen Wei's younger brother? The old man's muddy eyes lit up with a trace of brilliance as he asked amiably. Senior Ku, it's me. Shenan was obviously very happy that the old man was able to remember him. I remember that when I came to your Shen family all those years ago, you were only 7 or 8 years old, right? In the blink of an eye, that little kid from all those years ago has already grown up. The old man chuckled as he spoke. Chen Wei, I remember that when I first came to your Shen family, it was precisely when you took me as your master. It seems to be 18 years ago, right? The old man looked at the young man beside him, who was Shenan's older brother, Chen Wei, and asked. Chen Wei had a tall figure, and his eyes were bright and full of expression. After he heard the old man's words, he lightly smiled and nodded. Yes, master, it's been 18 years. At that time, I was 17 years old, and little one was 7 years old. Time really makes one grow old. In the blink of an eye, 18 years have passed. But unfortunately, during these 18 years, our wood peak is still the same as before, and we're suppressed by the other 3 peaks to the point of being unable to catch our breath. The old man sighed. Now, I only hope to be able to see the wood peak rise once more while I'm still alive. In that way, I wouldn't have any regrets. It's I who's useless. Chen Wei spoke hastily. You can't be blamed for this. Early on 20 years ago when the peak master was heavily injured and went into closed-door cultivation, our wood peak had already started to go downhill. I only hate the other 3 peaks for going too far. They seized the opportunity of the peak master's closed-door cultivation to coerce and lure away all the outstanding disciples of our wood peak, causing our wood peak to have no capable people in the younger generation. When he spoke up to hear, the old man's face flushed red, and he seemed to be slightly agitated. Master, calm down. I believe that our wood peak will surely be able to stand up once more. Master, I'll surely cultivate even more painstakingly in the future and not bring shame to the wood peak. Chen Wei spoke seriously. All right, it's rare for you to make a trip home, so let's not talk about these unhappy things. The old man looked at the group of people waiting before him and the red carpet on the ground, and he couldn't help but sigh. Didn't I ask you to ask your father not to be so extravagant? You ought to know that Master doesn't mind this. So long as your family is safe and you're able to cultivate in the sect at ease, then Master is satisfied. Master, it's rare for you to come here, so don't mind these details. Chen Wei lightly smiled as he said, moreover, my father did this because he respects you. Yeah, Senior Ku, you fostered my big brother into a genius, so our Shen family ought to welcome you with the highest etiquette. Shinan spoke out as well. Good, good. The old man's face was covered in smiles as he arrived at the entrance of the Shen family estate under the escort of Chen Wei and Shinan, Elder Ku. Elder Ku. Instantly, all the higher-ups of the Shen family, led by the patriarch of the Shen family, Shen Dong, bowed to the old man in a humble manner. We're all family, there's no need to be courteous. The old man narrowed his eyes and grinned. Family. All the higher-ups of the Shen family instantly beamed with joy. Not everyone could be treated as family by an elder of the Five Elements sect. Elder Ku, please come in, we've already prepared a welcoming banquet for you. Shen Dong personally and respectfully welcomed the old man into the Shen family estate. Eldest young master. Eldest young master, we haven't seen each other for many years, and your cultivation has improved again, right? A group of Shen family elders warmly greeted Chen Wei. They felt respect from the bottom of their hearts towards the number one person in the younger generation of the Shen family and the eldest young master of the Five Elements sect. Greetings, elders. Chen Wei lightly smiled as he replied. He didn't neglect these elders who had worked hard for the family for most of their lives just because he was a disciple of the Five Elements sect. Eldest young master, please come in. The Shen family elders stood at the entrance of the Shen family estate and opened up a path for Chen Wei to enter first. Elders, all of you are my elders, so all of you should enter first. If all of you don't enter, then I won't enter this house today. Chen Wei seemed to be used to a scene like this, and he directly took out his trump card. Instantly, the group of Shen family elders smiled bitterly as they walked into the Shen family estate. However, their brows were filled with satisfaction towards the eldest young master of the Shen family. Chen Wei and Shinan walked side by side behind the group of Shen family elders and walked into the Shen family estate. Brother. Suddenly, Shinan looked at Chen Wei, and his expression suddenly changed. His eyes flickered with a fierce light. You must avenge me. If you don't avenge me, then I don't want to live anymore. Chen Wei frowned, and his expression sank. What's going on? Speak clearly. Brother, a few days ago, I saw a young man from outside forcefully seizing a woman on the streets. I couldn't stand by idly and wanted to save that woman. But who knew that his strength was formidable, and he blasted me flying with a single palm strike, causing me to fall unconscious. Shinan spoke with a long face. There's someone in Drift Cloud Town that our Shen family can't deal with? Chen Wei's expression sank slightly as he asked. Brother, that person said he was a disciple of the Five Elements sects would peak, so father and the elders didn't dare touch him. After all, you're in the Five Elements sects would peak as well, so father and the elders were afraid it would be difficult for you, so they didn't do anything to him. When Shinan spoke up to hear, he said hatefully, not to mention that. But never had I imagined that he actually forcefully seized the fiancée that I had an engagement with. Brother, I hate him so much, I'm so ruthless. As he finished speaking, Shenen's eyes were filled with frightening cold lights that seemed ready to swallow someone up. He said he's a disciple of our Five Elements sects would peak. He said it himself? Chen Wei stopped moving and asked with a low voice. Yes. Shenen nodded, and then he said with a trembling voice, he said he's a high and mighty disciple of the Five Elements sect, and seizing my fiancée is thinking highly of me and is my fortune. Brother, he's too insulting. Did he say what his name was? Chen Wei's eyes were filled with extreme coldness as he asked with a cold voice. He said he's called Duan Lingtian. Shinan spoke hatefully. Duan Lingtian? Are you sure he's called by this name? Chen Wei frowned as he asked. Yes. Shinan nodded. I clearly remember every single word he said and every single insult he gave me. It's absolutely not wrong. Little Un, you and father might have been deceived by him. Our Wood Peak doesn't have a disciple called Duan Ling Tian. Chen Wei's voice became even colder. What? Shen An's face went grim. Then wouldn't he be a fellow that's pretending to be a disciple of the Five-Element sect? Brother, you have to take revenge for me, take revenge for me. Do you know where he is now? Chen Wei's eyes flickered with cold lights as he asked. Chapter 852. I know. Shannon nodded hatefully and said with a grim voice, he forcefully seized the fiancée that had an engagement with me and forced her family to come to my Shen family before breaking off the engagement. After that, he has always been staying at my fiancée's house. A trace of a cold light faintly flickered in the depths of Shen An's gaze. But unfortunately, Chen Wei didn't notice this. What? Chen Wei's expression became even gloomier when he heard Shannon. As far as he was concerned, if it wasn't for that fellow that pretended to be a disciple of the Five-Element sects Wood Peak and acted tyrannically, he might even be able to attend his younger brother's wedding this time. But now, he hadn't even attended the wedding, and his younger brother's fiancée had even been seized away. Since he was young, he doted on his younger brother the most, and he gave all the good food and fun things to his younger brother first. Now, when he heard his younger brother had suffered such humiliation, how could he endure it? Big brother, my fiancée is the daughter of the Ya family, Yi Xian. That fellow is in the Ya family now. You must take revenge for me. Shannon had a sorrowful expression as he added fuel to the fire, and then he stretched out his hand to pull on Chen Wei's arm before walking out hastily. Little un, Big brother knows that you're extremely furious, and Big brother is extremely furious as well. How about this, I'll go greet Master and Father, and then I'll go with you to the Ya family. No matter what, Master came to our Shen family with great difficulty, and I can't leave him at the side as soon as I return. Chen Wei stopped moving and spoke to Shannon. But how could Shannon allow him to go see his father? Once he saw his father, then wouldn't all the lies he spoke of earlier be exposed? Big brother. I've already endured for a very long time, and I don't want to endure any longer. If you don't want to take revenge for me, then I'll go myself. A wisp of a sly bright light flashed within Shannon's eyes, and then he let go of Chen Wei's arm before transforming into a gust of wind that charged out of the Shen family. Little un. Chen Wei's expression changed. Worried about his younger brother's safety, he hurriedly chased after him. With his speed, it didn't take long for him to catch up with Shannon after leaving the Shen family. I'll go with you. It just so happens that I want to see that person that dares to pretend to be a disciple of our Five-Element sects Would Peak and bully others. Because of Shen An's tearful narration just now, his heart was already burning with anger. He couldn't wait to immediately go to the Ya family and expose that person's true colors. It wasn't just that, he wanted to cripple that person's cultivation and bring him back to the Five-Element sect and their Wood Peak. As far as he was concerned, since that person had actually dared to impersonate a disciple of the Wood Peak and commit acts that infuriated the heavens, then the enforcement elder of the Wood Peak must personally deal with that person. Only in this way would he be able to completely clear the Wood Peak's name. Brother, the entire Ya family has been suppressed by the Duan Ling Tian using force. They only listen to his orders. So, when we go over later, the Ya family will definitely chase us away. They were forced to act in that way, so you must not blame them. Shannon spoke to Chen Wei with a heavy expression, yet there was slight complacency mixed within the depths of his gaze. What? Chen Wei was slightly shocked when he heard this. The Ya family was suppressed by his force? Didn't you say that Duan Ling Tian is only a young man? According to my knowledge, the Ya family's patriarch is in existence at the third level of the void interpretation stage. Could it be that even the Ya family's patriarch is unable to deal with him? Shen An's expression changed imperceptibly, yet he quickly recovered and sighed. Brother, there's something you don't know. That Ya family's patriarch passed away 3 years ago. So that's how it is. Chen Wei nodded, and then he couldn't help but sigh. I remember that when I returned 4 years ago, I'd once paid a visit to the Ya family's patriarch. At that time, I didn't notice anything wrong with him. Why did he pass away so quickly? It's truly a pity. I heard he encountered a formidable enemy outside and was heavily injured, leaving behind a hidden illness, and then he wasn't able to hold on and left. Shinan secretly wiped off his cold sweat as he continued. Brother, when you returned 4 years ago, you'd already broken through to the void interpretation stage. What's your cultivation now? Shinan seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but ask. I just broke through to the 4th level of the void interpretation stage last month. Chen Wei said. Yes. Shinan nodded, yet he thought in his heart. Brother is only at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage now, and he's surely not a match for Duan Lingtian. But I never thought that brother would be able to do anything to Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian is an existence that can even defeat a supreme elder. Shen En's thoughts were extremely simple. He wanted to make Duan Lingtian injure his brother and infuriate his brother's master, the 5-element sex wood peaks elder Kuzheng, a formidable existence at the void transformation stage. As far as he was concerned, with how Senior Ku doted on his brother, once his brother was heavily injured by Duan Lingtian, Senior Ku would absolutely not let the matter go. Senior Ku will surely kill Duan Lingtian in his rage. In this way, the hatred in my heart would be resolved. Duan Lingtian, not to mention you broke the engagement between Yi Xian and I, you actually want to interfere in my business? I'll make you die a graveless death. At this moment, Shinan was extremely satisfied with his plan. As far as he was concerned, his plan was perfect and flawless. After a short moment, Shinan and Chen Wei arrived at the entrance of the Ye family's estate. The 2 Ye family disciples that were guarding the entrance went grim when they saw Shinan. Brother, let's go in. Shinan completely disregarded the 2 Ye family disciples and directly charged in. Second young master Shen. The 2 Ye family disciples stopped Shinan, and their expressions changed indeterminately. They were slightly curious. Hadn't the engagement between their Ye family's young miss and this Shen family's profligate disciple been broken off? Why has this profligate disciple come to our Ye family? Moreover, he's come in a menacing manner, and he's obviously come with ill intentions. Could it be that he's not afraid of young Master Duan teaching him a lesson? Right when the 2 Ye family disciples had a myriad of thoughts, Shinan made a move. Bang! Bang! He pushed out 2 palms, one for each, and directly blasted the 2 Ye family disciples flying, causing them to collide with the door's pillar and lose consciousness. Little un? The scene before him suddenly occurred, and Chen Wei only recovered from his shock after Shinan succeeded, and he couldn't help but frown. What are you doing? Brother, don't worry. I only knocked them out. The Ye family is now being threatened by that Duan Lingtian. If I didn't knock them out, they definitely wouldn't dare to let us in. Shinan explained. Chen Wei nodded. Although he felt that something was amiss, he didn't think too much about it. Of course, this was also because he had never doubted his younger brother, and even more so, never thought that his younger brother would lie to him. The 2 brothers, Chen Wei and Shinan, barged into the Ye family and arrived outside the Ye family's main hall. A few Ye family disciples who went forward to inquire were all injured by Shinan, and this immediately aroused the anger of more powerful Ye family disciples. A group of Ye family disciples attacked one after another. At this moment, Shinan couldn't hold on any longer. Bang! Chen Wei took a step forward, and the robe on his body fluttered without the wind as a boundless enormous force gushed out from his body and directly blasted the group of Ye family disciples flying. The group of Ye family disciples fell to the ground and all emitted muffled groans, yet didn't emit a single shrill cry. Perhaps as far as they were concerned, emitting shrill cries before that good-for-nothing disciple of the Shen family was the greatest humiliation, and they were unable to accept such humiliation. Quickly go look for the patriarch. I'll go look for the grand elder. I'll go look for the second elder. Instantly, besides a portion of the Ye family disciples that were glaring fiercely at Chen Wei and Shinan, some Ye family disciples left swiftly to notify the patriarch and elders. In a short moment, the Ye family's patriarch, Yi Ting, and a group of Ye family elders gathered together and arrived in a grandiose manner. Patriarch. Grand Elder. Second Elder. The Ye family disciples that surrounded Shen Wei and Shinan opened up a path and respectfully welcomed Yi Ting and the others in. The expression of Yi Ting, who heard Shinan had come to cause trouble, was extremely gloomy, but when he walked into the crowd and saw Shen Wei, who was by Shinan's side, his expression eased up slightly. I was wondering why second young master Shen would dare trespass into our Ye family estate, so it turns out that eldest young master Shen has returned. Yi Ting's cold and indifferent gaze swept past Shinan before descending onto Shen Wei, and his gaze seemed to contain slight fear mixed within. He wasn't afraid of the eldest young master of the Shen family, Shen Wei. But he had no choice but to fear the Five Elements sect behind Shen Wei. Moreover, he'd heard that not only had Shen Wei entered the Five Elements sect, he'd even taken an elder of the Five Elements sect as his master, and this caused him to have no choice but to be afraid. After all, even the weakest elder in the Five Elements sect was in existence at the void transformation stage or above. An existence like this was sufficient to annihilate their Ye family by relying on the strength of a single person. Ye family's patriarch. Shen Wei nodded to Yi Ting. He'd come with his younger brother today not to denounce the Ye family, but to look for the person that dared impersonate a disciple of the Five Elements sects would pique and bully others. So, Shen Wei was extremely courteous when facing Yi Ting. Eldest young master Shen, may I know why you and your younger brother have come here? Yi Ting asked indifferently. Our Ye family seems to have no relationship with your Shen family now, right? Ye family's patriarch, I'm happy for my younger brother, Shinan, that your daughter is engaged to my Shen family. But no matter what the reason is, you seem to have gone slightly too far by coming to my Shen family to break off the engagement, right? Shen Wei said. Break off the engagement? Yi Ting came to a sudden understanding when he heard Shen Wei. So eldest young master Shen came for this matter. But, could it be that your father didn't tell you that this matter has already come to an end? When he spoke up to hear, Yi Ting looked at Shinan, and he kept having the feeling that something was slightly off about the matter today. In Drift Cloud Town, Shen Wei's reputation had always been very good, and he was absolutely not an unreasonable person that relied on his position to bully others. But today, he'd come with Shinan to denounce them, and it was truly slightly strange. Humph. Shen Wei hadn't spoken when Shinan had already said furiously, Yi Ting, you brought that Duan Ling Tian to my Shen family to break off the engagement, causing my Shen family to lose face and even forcefully separating me and Xiao Xian. Could it be that you don't feel the slightest bit guilty? As he finished speaking, Shinan had an agitated expression, and tears flowed down his face. Yi Ting was dumbstruck. The group of Ye family elders were dumbstruck. All the Ye family disciples were dumbstruck. Chapter 853. Shen Wei's calm expression instantly sank when he saw his younger brother being so sad, and he said to Yi Ting with a low voice, Ye family patriarch, out of consideration that you were once considered to be my younger brother's future father-in-law, I won't make things difficult for you, but you must hand over that Duan Ling Tian. Today, not only will I, Shen Wei, seek justice for my younger brother and Shen family, I'll even seek justice for my Five Element sects with Peak. Shen Wei's words were spoken in a clear voice that was like a thunderclap. As he finished speaking, ghastly rage suffused his face. He was rarely enraged, yet when he saw his younger brother in such pain today and thought about how someone dared pretend to be a disciple of the Five Element sects would Peak, he was completely enraged. Seek justice for the Five Element sect? Yi Ting's pupils constricted when he heard Shen Wei, whereas the other Ye family elders and Ye family disciples had astounded expressions. How is Duan Ling Tian related to the Five Element sect? Moreover, he seems to have done something that infuriates the Five Element sect. Eldest young Master Chen, are you mistaken? How could Brother Duan be related to your Five Element sect? Yi Ting frowned as he asked. He kept having the feeling that something was off, yet he didn't know how to describe this feeling for a short while. Yeah, family patriarch, looks like you've really been scared out of your wits by him. Right at this moment, Shannon shouted out with a grim voice. Could it be that he didn't tell you that he's a disciple of the five-element Sexwood Peak? Today, my older brother will represent the five-element Sexwood Peak to teach him a lesson. A disciple of the five-element Sexwood Peak? Yi Ting was stunned. He really didn't know that Duan Ling Tian was a disciple of the five-element sect, and he instantly looked at a nearby Ya family disciple and said, "You, go invite young Master Duan over." Yes. The Ya family disciple replied respectfully and left. When Chen Wei saw Yi Ting asking someone to call Duan Ling Tian over, he didn't say anything further and closed his eyes to rest and wait silently. Shannon, who was standing beside Chen Wei, had a complacent expression. "Duan Ling Tian, let's see how unlucky you are." The corners of Shen An's mouth curled up into a cold smile as he hardened his heart. In the quiet courtyard of the Ya family, Duan Ling Tian sat quietly in front of a stone table, drinking tea. In his other hand, he was constantly holding a cyan fragment. "I've finally comprehended the third-level intermediate wind concept." Duan Ling Tian glanced at the wind concept fragment in his hand and revealed a satisfied smile. At the same time, he raised his teacup and took a sip, causing the fragrance of tea to blossom in his mouth. Elder brother Duan. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening sounded out, and a beautiful figure walked out from the room on the right of the courtyard. It was precisely Yi Xian who'd been in closed-door cultivation for a few days. At this moment, Yi Xian's face was covered in joy as she said excitedly, "Big brother Yi, the medicinal pills you gave me are too miraculous. It's only been a few days, yet it allowed my cultivation to once again recover to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage." Yi Xian had crippled her origin energy a few days ago and started cultivating the cultivation method Duan Ling Tian passed down to her. During this period of time, she'd consumed the medicinal pills Duan Ling Tian gave her. Those medicinal pills were precisely the medicinal pills that were capable of absorbing and storing Yi Xian's dispersed origin energy. After Yi Xian cultivated a new cultivation method, the medicinal pills would return the origin energy absorbed and stored to Yi Xian. In a few days, Yi Xian had seized back all the origin energy within the medicinal pills, and it was even to the extent that she was only a step away from breaking through to the 8th level of the nascent soul stage. "Xiao Xian, even though those medicinal pills are miraculous, they're insufficient to allow you to recover your cultivation in such a short period of time. Could it be that you didn't notice during these past few days that the speed at which you absorb the origin energy within those medicinal pills has become faster?" Duan Ling Tian shook his head, and then he asked with a smile. "It has become faster. But isn't that because the origin energy within the medicinal pills was originally my origin energy?" Yi Xian asked curiously. She didn't know much about those medicinal pills, and she only knew that they were capable of absorbing the origin energy she dispersed. After that, she could take back the origin energy through cultivation. "You little girl, now that you've finished absorbing the elemental energy from the pills, why don't you try absorbing the elemental energy stored in the elemental stones?" Duan Ling Tian laughed bitterly. He originally thought that after this little girl came out of closed-door cultivation, she would be excited by the natural talent she possessed now, but who knew that she seemed to have not noticed anything. Yi Xian nodded, then she sat before the stone table before withdrawing a low-grade origin stone and starting to cultivate on the spot. After over 10 breaths of time, Yi Xian opened her eyes, and her beautiful face was filled with astonishment. "Duan. Elder brother Duan. Why do I feel that the speed at which I absorb the spirit energy within the origin stones is over 10 times faster than before? Even though it isn't as fast as the speed of absorbing the origin energy that belonged to me within those medicinal pills, it isn't much slower." Yi Xian was slightly absent-minded as she asked. "Silly girl." Duan Ling Tian shook his head. "You wouldn't have forgotten what I said to you a few days ago, right? Do you really think that the cleansing of your meridians and marrow for you was just a mere empty talk?" According to his observation, although Yi Xian's current natural talent was not as good as his when he had consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk and raised his natural talent to the limit, it was not much worse. Meridians and marrow cleansing. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian recalled what Duan Lingtian had said to her a few days ago. At that time, Duan Lingtian had said that her natural talent was different from before, but she did not believe it. Now, the truth was right in front of her eyes, and she had no choice but to believe it. Elder brother Duan, you really raised my natural talent? Yi Xian looked at Duan Lingtian, and her beautiful face was filled with excitement. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. You little girl, even at this point in time, you still doubt your elder brother Duan? Do I look so much like a liar? Elder brother Duan, that's not what I meant. Yi Xian's beautiful face instantly flushed red when she heard Duan Lingtian's words, and she hurriedly explained. I'm just too shocked. Although I know that there are some treasures of heaven and earth on Cloud Continent that can raise a martial artist's natural talent, I've never heard of anyone being able to raise another's natural talent. Now you know how amazing elder brother Duan is, right? Duan Lingtian smiled. Yes, elder brother Duan is the most amazing. Yi Xian nodded like a chick pecking at rice, and then her face flushed red as she stared straight at Duan Lingtian. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Duan Lingtian felt uncomfortable from being stared at like this by Yi Xian, and he could not help but ask. Kiss. Just when Duan Lingtian raised his hand and was about to touch his face, Yi Xian leaned forward and sneakily kissed Duan Lingtian's face. While Duan Lingtian was dumbstruck, Yi Xian had already run back to her room with a red face and closed the door with a bang. Her voice sounded from afar. Elder brother Duan, thank you. I'll cultivate properly. After she finished speaking, there was no further movement. Obviously, she knew that she possessed extraordinary natural talent and was impatient to cultivate. This girl. Duan Lingtian, who was sneakily attacked by Yi Xian, shook his head and smiled. If there's a chance in the future, I'll bring Xiao Xian to see father and mother. Let father and mother take her as their goddaughter, and she'll really be my younger sister. Duan Lingtian's heart slightly moved, and a warm smile appeared on his face. Young Master Duan. Right at this moment, a respectful and hurried voice sounded from outside the courtyard. Duan Lingtian frowned. He heard the urgency in the voice of the person outside, so he didn't dare dally and directly walked out of the courtyard. Only now did he notice a Ya family disciple standing there with an anxious expression. What's wrong? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. He didn't know why this Ya family disciple was so anxious, as if he was rushing to be reincarnated. Young Master Duan, quickly go over and take a look. The eldest young master and second young master of the Shen family are here. They seem to be here because of the patriarch and you going to the Shen family to break off the engagement. The Ya family disciple hurriedly said. The Shen family's eldest young master? Chen Wei. Duan Lingtian recalled the Shen family's eldest young master that Yi Xian had mentioned to him before, Chen Wei, who had entered the Five-Element sect, and he couldn't help but ask. Yes. The Ya family disciple nodded. Where are they? Lead the way. Duan Lingtian said. His expression remained calm from the beginning until the end, as if he wasn't worried in the slightest that Chen Wei could do anything to him. The Ya family disciple led the way in front, and Duan Lingtian followed behind. Didn't they say that the Shen family's eldest young master is a reasonable person? Duan Lingtian frowned. He still remembered Yi Xian's evaluation of the Shen family's eldest young master, Chen Wei. According to Yi Xian, Chen Wei was an upright person, and he was completely different from his younger brother, Shenan. But, if Chen Wei was really a reasonable person, then logically speaking, it would be impossible for him to come to the Ya family with Shenan to look for trouble with him. No matter what, I'll go over and take a look first. I was just thinking of how I should come into contact with the people from the Five-Element sect, but I never expected that Chen Wei would take the initiative to deliver himself to me. Duan Lingtian followed behind the Ya family disciple as he shuttled through the Ya family estate, and it wasn't long before he arrived outside the Ya family's audience hall. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian noticed that there was a group of people surrounding the area before him. Young Master Duan has arrived. The Ya family disciple that led the way in front of Duan Lingtian shouted out loudly. Instantly, the Ya family disciples that formed a circle respectfully opened up a path. Young Master Duan. Young Master Duan. One by one, the Ya family disciples respectfully bowed to Duan Lingtian, who slowly walked over. During this period of time, the deeds of this violet-clothed young man before them had practically spread throughout the entire Drift Cloud town. With his own strength, he'd successively defeated the Shin family's patriarch and the supreme elder of the Shin family, and he'd assisted the Ya family to reject the absurd marriage agreement that was set between the Ya family and the Shin family. Because of this matter, as disciples of the Ya family, they'd been able to see the reverent gazes of others when they went out these past few days, and it caused their vanity to obtain sufficient satisfaction. They knew that all of this was brought to them by the violet-clothed young man before them, and if it wasn't for the violet-clothed young man, no one would respect them like this. Yes. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and nodded as he faced the group of passionate Ya family disciples. Instantly, brilliant smiles appeared on the faces of the Ya family disciples as they exclaimed, "Young Master Duan isn't only strong, but he's also so modest and amiable. It's truly rare." Seeing that Duan Lingtian was so respected by the Ya family disciples, Shenan's expression completely darkened, and he looked at Yi Ting, who was nearby, and sneered, "Ya family patriarch, I think it's about time for you to give your position as patriarch to this Duan Lingtian. In the future, the Ya family will change its name to the Duan family, and the entire Ya family will change its surname to Duan." Chapter 854. Asking the Ya family to change their surname was undoubtedly an undisguised insult to the Ya family. For a time, it wasn't only Yi Ting, all the Ya family elders and Ya family disciples stared furiously at Shinan, but because they were afraid of Shinan, they didn't dare make the slightest move. "Little one, don't go too far. Don't forget, the reason we came to the Ya family today isn't to denounce the Ya family." Finally, Chen Wei, who'd been silently standing at the side in meditation with his eyes closed, finally opened his eyes, and his sharp gaze descended onto the violet-clothed young man at the first possible moment. "You're Duan Lingtian?" Chen Wei looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a low voice. "Exactly." Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently, and at the same time, he started to size up the young man before him, Chen Wei. Chen Wei was around the age of 35, and there was a sense of righteousness between his brows. With a single glance, one would know that he was a comparatively upright person, and this was a completely different extreme from his younger brother. "Do you know the consequences of pretending to be a five-element sect disciple and bullying others?" Chen Wei's gaze was like a bolt of lightning as he stared at Duan Lingtian and asked with a low voice. "Pretending to be a five-element sect disciple?" Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Chen Wei. Below their patriarch, Yi Ting, the group of Ya family members couldn't help but be stunned when they heard Chen Wei. Duan Lingtian pretending to be a five-element sect disciple? As far as they were concerned, with the accomplishments Duan Lingtian obtained at such an age, there was utterly no need for him to pretend to be a five-element sect disciple. If Duan Lingtian wanted to, he would be entirely capable of easily joining the five-element sect. Defeating a 6th-level void interpretation stage martial artist at the mere age of 25 with an unfathomable ability. Such an outstanding young man needed to pretend to be a five-element sect disciple? "Eldest young Master Chen, is there some sort of misunderstanding?" Yi Ting asked. Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and raised his eyebrows. He inadvertently looked at Shinan, who was beside Shinan, only to discover that there was a bit of panic between Shinan's brows. For a moment, he vaguely guessed what was going on. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, before Duan Lingtian could speak, Shinan had already roared and looked at Duan Lingtian furiously. "You scum! Not only did you impersonate a disciple of the five-element sects would peak to bully others, you even forcefully seized my fiancé and forced the Ya family to break off the engagement with my Shin family. I won't let you off, I'll fight you to the death." As he finished roaring furiously, Shinan pounced towards Duan Lingtian, and he seemed as if he wanted to risk his life against Duan Lingtian. The Ye family members were stunned when they saw Shen An pouncing towards Duan Lingtian, as they never imagined that this profligate young master of the Shen family would dare make a move against Duan Lingtian. Logically speaking, he ought to know Duan Lingtian's strength. Duan Lingtian smiled. His smile was as bright as the sun. He naturally guessed Shen An's thoughts, yet he didn't expose it and instead sneered as he shouted, "Clown!" As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and slapped his palm towards Shen, and Duan Lingtian didn't use too much strength in this palm strike. "Don't you dare injure my younger brother." When he saw Duan Lingtian's palm was about to descend onto Shen, Shen Wei shouted out with a grim voice as he took a stride forward and similarly slapped out with his palm to intercept Duan Lingtian's palm strike. Whoosh! Vast origin energy transformed into vast and roiling flames at the center of Shen Wei's palm that flashed through the sky and gave rise to a wave of ear-piercing explosions as it collided with Duan Lingtian's palm strike. In the sky, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth appeared abruptly as 60 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared first before another 40 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared subsequently. A total of 100 ancient horned dragon silhouettes flashed out with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Fourth level of the void interpretation stage. Third level intermediate fire concept. This was the strength of the eldest young master of the Shen family, the disciple of the five-element sex would peak, Chen Wei. Interesting. A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth as the origin energy in his hands suddenly exploded out before transforming into waves of piercingly cold strong winds that formed a ceaselessly revolving vortex at the center of his palm. Bang! Finally, Duan Lingtian and Chen Wei's palms collided and emitted an enormous bang. Subsequently, blazing flames gushed out from Chen Wei's palm and spilled towards Duan Lingtian, and it seemed as if it wanted to burn Duan Lingtian's entire body into ash. The strong winds that roared and revolved without end instead revolved out from Duan Lingtian's hand to collide with the blazing flames before completely suppressing them. Crack! The clear sound of bones breaking resounded out, and it was accompanied by a heavy muffled groan that entered into the ears of everyone present. Subsequently, everyone saw that after Duan Lingtian's palm suppressed Chen Wei and broke one of Chen Wei's arms, the palm strike that swept out like a gale dragon descended onto Chen Wei's body. Bang! Another enormous bang sounded out as Chen Wei's entire body flew out like an arrow that left the bow, and he flew out for over 10 meters before colliding with the wall of the Ye family's audience hall before falling down and fainting. At practically the exact same moment. Swish! Swish! With the space behind and before Duan Lingtian as the center, two waves of air that were compressed exploded out and spilled out towards the surroundings, and it blew to the point the clothes of the Ye family members fluttered. Some Ye family disciples with low cultivations were even struck by the waves of air to the point of repeatedly taking a few steps back. In the sky above Duan Lingtian, the 110 ancient horned dragon silhouettes gradually dispersed, causing the sky to once again return to calm. It's the first time I've made a move since breaking through. Duan Lingtian lightly clenched his fists as a wisp of a smile appeared on his face. Fifth level of the void interpretation stage. Third level intermediate wind concept. This was Duan Lingtian's current strength. During this period of time in the Ye family, not only had he completed a breakthrough in his cultivation, even his wind concept had broken through once more, and he obtained the strength of 20 ancient horned dragons in one go. But why didn't my spiritual energy increase this time? Since he'd broken through to the fifth level of the void interpretation stage 2 days ago, Duan Lingtian had always been puzzled about this, and he didn't know what exactly had happened. According to common sense, his spiritual energy was improved through the spirit fruit and soul pearl that could improve the level of his spiritual energy, and it was 2 levels higher than his cultivation. All this time, his spiritual power level had always been 2 levels higher than his cultivation level. But after he broke through to the 5th level of the void interpretation stage this time, Duan Lingtian noticed to his shock that his spiritual energy still remained at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage, and it didn't advance to the 7th level of the void interpretation stage. Logically speaking, this was something that was impossible. There's only one possibility. It's the side effect left behind from the Devil Seal Tablet's unexpected change. Now, Duan Lingtian could only explain it like this. At that time, when he was surrounded by the 6 elders of the Skywolf Fort and his hand touched the Devil Seal Tablet, the energy that gushed out from the Devil Seal Tablet didn't just surge into his arm, it even surged into his soul. After that, he lost consciousness. In his daze, a scene that was like a dream appeared, whereas, he'd already confirmed that it wasn't a dream, and it really existed. The energy of the Devil Seal Tablet temporarily took control of his body and slaughtered all the living beings in the surroundings. That time, even Feng Wudao was almost killed by him who was controlled by the Devil Seal Tablet. Fortunately, he was barely able to maintain a trace of consciousness, and this allowed Feng Wudao to escape calamity. If it's really as I think, then the side effect of the Devil Seal Tablet from before is too great, right? Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with helplessness and bitterness. Since the beginning, relying on his spiritual force that was 2 levels higher than his cultivation to execute the soul skill, 1,000 illusions, could be said to be the strongest ability he possessed. It was even to the extent that by relying on the soul skill, 1,000 illusions, he'd repeatedly defeated many opponents that were difficult to defeat with his own strength. Now, after his cultivation had advanced to the 5th level of the void interpretation stage, his spiritual force didn't advance along with it, and it remained at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage instead. This caused him to be more or less slightly annoyed and disappointed. After heaving a sigh of relief, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses. No matter what exactly happened, since it had already happened, then it was bound to be difficult to change. I hope that my spiritual force will advance once more when I break through to the 6th level of the void interpretation stage. Otherwise, it's practically impossible for me to surmount a level to fight an opponent. Duan Lingtian sighed to himself. What he was most worried about now was that the level of his spiritual force would be equal to his cultivation once more. If that sort of situation really occurred, then his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, would be completely useless. Stop right there. After he returned to his senses, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but shout out with a grim voice when he saw Shannon carrying the unconscious Chen Wei on his back with the intention of secretly leaving. Instantly, the body of Shannon who just soared into the sky trembled, and he revealed a fierce gaze as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you dare heavily injure my brother, you're dead. Senior Ku will absolutely not let you off. Senior Ku. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and then he flashed out to arrive nearby Shannon before asking indifferently. Who's this Senior Ku you spoke of? A member of the 5 Elements sect? Exactly. Shannon revealed a vicious gaze as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Senior Ku isn't just a member of the 5 Elements sect, he's also my brother's master, and he's even an elder of the 5 Elements sects would peak. An elder of the 5 Elements sect? Duan Lingtian didn't have any reaction when Shannon said this. The expression of the Ye family's patriarch, Yi Ting, had already gone grim, and he hurriedly sent a voice transmission into Duan Lingtian's ears. Brother Duan, you should quickly leave the Ye family and go into hiding. An elder of the 5 Elements sect is at least in existence at the void transformation stage. It's far from something you can go against now. An elder of the 5 Elements sect? Duan Lingtian seemed to have completely not heard what Yi Ting said, and his brows raised as he looked at Shannon and asked indifferently. Where's that elder of the 5 Elements sect now? He's naturally in our Shan family. Shannon grunted coldly, and then he ridiculed. You wouldn't be thinking of coming to our Shan family to seek forgiveness from Senior Ku, right? If you do, then I'll tell you right now. It's useless. My brother is the disciple that Senior Ku dotes on the most, and he takes Senior Ku to be his own. You crippled one of my brother's arms and even heavily injured him. Senior Ku will surely not let you off. As he finished speaking, the smile on Shen An's face grew even wider. Who else from the 5 Elements sect is with your brother? Duan Lingtian's expression remained calm as he asked indifferently. Even if it's only Senior Ku, it's still sufficient to annihilate you 10 times over. Duan Ling Tian, wash your neck and wait. Of course, you can flee as well. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 855. No wonder the people of Drifting Cloud Town say that you're worse than a beast. They're right. Duan Ling Tian looked at the laughing Shinan, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Duan Ling Tian, if I were you, I would run for my life right now instead of wasting time here. However, even if you escape from Drifting Cloud Town, you might not be able to escape from Senior Ku's palm. After Shinan restrained his wanton laughter, he looked at Duan Ling Tian as if he was looking at a dead man. Do you think a dignified elder of the Five Elements sect would be so brainless? Duan Ling Tian suddenly laughed, and his laughter made Shen An's hair stand on end. He couldn't help but coldly ask, "What do you mean by this?" "What do I mean?" Duan Ling Tian looked deeply at Shinan. "What do I mean? Don't you know better than anyone else? Maybe I hurt your brother, but why would I hurt your brother? Do you think that the elder of the Five Elements sect wouldn't find out that it was you who harmed your brother? You're talking nonsense." After Duan Ling Tian hit the nail on the head, Shen An's expression changed greatly. He roared angrily, as if he wanted to use his high-pitched voice to hide his guilty conscience. "I'm talking nonsense?" The smile on Duan Ling Tian's face became more and more brilliant. He immediately said, "That's fine. I'll go with you to the Shen family. Let's see if the elder of the Five Elements sect hates you, the instigator, or me, the person who harmed your brother more." You still dare to go to our Shen family?" Shen An's pupils shrank, and he said in horror, "You're not afraid of death?" "Death? Even if I die, you should die before me, right?" I'm very curious what kind of expression the elder of the Five Elements sect will have when he finds out that his favorite disciple was harmed by his own brother. Duan Lingtian's smile didn't change. You're crazy. You're crazy. Shen An's face was extremely gloomy. He was really worried that Duan Ling Tian would follow him back to the Shen family. He originally thought that his plan was very thorough. After he brought his heavily injured brother back to the Shen family and Duan Ling Tian escaped, his brother's master, Elder Kuzheng of the Five Elements sect, would definitely hunt down Duan Ling Tian at all costs. At that time, Duan Ling Tian might be killed by Kuzheng before he could say anything. But now, things were not going according to his plan at all. Or perhaps, the person standing in front of him was too calm, so calm that it scared him. "Yeah, family head, please call Xiao Xian over. Let's go to the Shen family together. Didn't second young master Shen say that I took his fiancée by force? Let's go to the Five Elements sect's elder and confront him. I don't believe that everyone in the Shen family will cooperate with him." When Duan Ling Tian reached the end of his sentence, a mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. As the head of the Ye family, Yi Ting was naturally not a stupid person. He could vaguely guess something from Duan Ling Tian's words just now. "All right. I'll go and bring Xiao Xian over." As Yi Ting spoke, his entire body turned into a bolt of lightning and flew toward the small courtyard where Yi Xian stayed. In the sky, Shen An's expression was extremely ugly. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and said in a deep voice, "Duan Ling Tian, what are you trying to do? What do you want? What do I want? What do I want?" Duan Ling Tian looked at Shinan as if he was looking at an idiot. He laughed coldly and said, "Second young master Shen, shouldn't I be the one to ask you this question? I want to ask you instead. What do you want? What do you want? For the sake of your father, I won't haggle over the things you've done in the past. But what have you done now? You deceived your own elder brother and used him to deal with me. Do you really think that I, Duan Ling Tian, am an idiot like you? Do you really think that I, Duan Ling Tian, will fall into your trap?" When he reached the end of his sentence, Duan Ling Tian slowly spat out 2 words, "Idiot. Idiot." Duan Ling Tian's voice rang out like the sound of a giant bell. It shook Shinan so much that his expression changed and became incomparably pale. Every single word Duan Ling Tian said seemed to have transformed into a sledgehammer that fiercely smashed onto his chest, causing his breathing to become even more rapid. Duan Ling Tian. Finally, Shannon took a deep breath and slowly said, "So long as you ask the members of the Ye family to not speak carelessly about the matter today, I won't haggle over it with you. As for my brother, I'll say that he was heavily injured by an expert of unknown origin." Shannon speaking like this was obviously admitting defeat, and at the same time, admitting the failure of his plan. Oh. Duan Ling Tian was greatly surprised when he heard Shannon, and he asked curiously, "But your brother was obviously injured by me. He also knows that he was injured by me. In this way, wouldn't the 5-element sex elders find out sooner or later? My brother dotes on me the most. So long as I admit my mistakes to him, he'll surely cooperate with me and absolutely won't betray you." Shannon spoke in a low voice. Shen An's words caused Duan Lingtian's gaze to involuntarily descend onto the heavily injured and unconscious Chen Wei, and his eyes revealed slight pity. As far as he was concerned, it was truly Chen Wei's sorrow to have such a younger brother. His younger brother had completely taken his doting to be a tool that could be used. How lamentable. I really feel that it wasn't worth it for your brother. Duan Ling Tian shook his head as he spoke from the bottom of his heart. You don't have to care about this. At any rate, you'll go your way in the future, and I'll go mine. We'll have nothing to do with each other. After Shannon finished speaking, he wanted to take the unconscious Chen Wei and leave. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed and once again obstructed Shen An's face sank as he said furiously, "Duan Ling Tian, do you really think that making a big deal out of this matter is beneficial to you? Let me tell you, even if my brother's master knows of the sequence of events, it's impossible for him to kill me with my brother protecting me. Instead, it's you who's in much more danger than me. Is that so? Then I'll make a trip with you." Duan Ling Tian started laughing fearlessly. "Madman. You're a Motherf * king madman." Shannon bellowed with a sullen face. Although he had said those words earlier, he still wasn't confident in his heart. Who knew if his brother's master would kill him in a fit of rage before his brother woke up? What exactly do you want before you're willing to let go of today's matter? Shannon took a deep breath as he asked in a deep voice. Duan Ling Tian ignored him as he looked at the two figures that were flying over from afar. The head of the Ye family, Yi Ting, was currently flying over with Yi Xian. In the blink of an eye, they were above the Ye family's main hall. Elder brother Duan. Yi Xian didn't look at Shannon as she looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked with a worried expression, "I heard from my father that you injured Chen Wei and still want to go to the Shen family?" "Yes." Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he nodded. "You make a trip with me as well, there might be some matters that require your help." After he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian looked at Shannon and restrained him with a raise of his hand before bringing along the unconscious Chen Wei and flashing towards the Shen family. Behind them, Yi Ting brought along Yi Xian, who hadn't stepped into the void prying stage and was unable to fly on her own as he followed along. The remaining group of Ye family elders and Ye family disciples sighed one after another. Young Master Duan is really capable. From the beginning until the end, that good-for-nothing disciple of the Shen family was completely played in the palm of young Master Duan's hand. All the Ye family disciples looked at Duan Lingtian's figure with adoration, and they only recovered from their shock when Duan Lingtian's figure vanished before their eyes. Elder brother Duan, there was slight worry between Yi Xian's brows, and she was worried that Duan Ling Tian would encounter some mishap. "Xiao Xian, don't worry. Since brother Duan has made such a decision, I believe that he surely has a plan in his heart and will be fine." Although Yi Ting was perturbed in his heart, he still couldn't help but speak out to console Duan Ling Tian due to his trust in Duan Ling Tian. After all, when he and Duan Ling Tian went to the Shen family together to break off the engagement, his mood was even worse than it was now when he saw that Duan Ling Tian's strength was inferior to the Shen family's supreme elder. But later on, Duan Ling Tian had used an unfathomable ability to play with the Qin clan's supreme elder in the palm of his hand, and it caused his mood to instantly ascend from hell to heaven. Yes. Hearing Yiting's consolation, Yi Xian nodded. Duan Lingtian, let go of me. Let go of me. After being restrained by Duan Lingtian, Shinan was brought to the Shen family's mansion by Duan Lingtian. He kept roaring along the way, and his expression was extremely ferocious. Duan Lingtian couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. Duan Lingtian, as long as you let me go, not only will I completely separate you from this matter, but I also promise that I will never continue to do evil. Really? Believe me. Believe me. After Shinan realized that force wouldn't work, he chose to use a soft approach. Unfortunately, Duan Lingtian was unmoved by force or persuasion. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian once again arrived in the sky above the Shen family's mansion. The reason he wanted to make a big fuss this time was firstly because he wanted to teach Shinan a lesson, and secondly, he wanted to join the Five Element sect through the Five Element sect's elder before heading to the secret treasure left behind by Emperor Wu to meet up with Tian Wu and the others. It was precisely because of this that he didn't strike ruthlessly when he heavily injured Chen Wei. Chen Wei's injuries seemed to be very serious, but as long as he consumed a healing medicinal pill and recuperated slightly, he would be able to fully recover in half a month at most. Shen family's audience hall. The Five Element sect's Wood Peak's elder, Kuzheng, finished a meal accompanied by the Shen family's higher-ups and sat at the main seat in the audience hall. Below him sat the Shen family's patriarch, Shen Dong, and the group of Shen family's elders. Wei is really. It wasn't easy for him to come back, but he actually missed the welcome banquet we prepared for Elder Ku. Shen Dong looked at Kuzheng with an apologetic expression. Elder Ku, I'm truly sorry. It's surely that youngest son of mine that dragged Wei out. I'll surely teach him a good lesson when he returns. It's fine. Kuzheng shook his head and chuckled. Chen Wei hasn't returned for 4 years, so let him properly wander around Drift Cloud Town. After all, we're leaving tomorrow. So anxious? Shen Dong was greatly shocked. Elder Ku, I wanted to properly entertain you. Why don't you stay for a few more days? Jean Arch Shen, I brought Chen Wei out this time because there's really something I need to do. Because of certain reasons, our Five Element sect urgently needs to recruit a batch of Void Interpretation stage martial artists below the age of 40. Up until now, our Wood Peak has only recruited 2, and it's still far from the expected target. As Kuzheng finished speaking, he couldn't help but sigh. Our time is extremely tight. Void Interpretation stage martial artists below the age of 40? Chapter 856. Oh. Kuzheng's gaze lit up when he heard Shen Dong, and he asked with slight surprise. Could it be that the Shen clan has a young genius that satisfies this condition? Elder Ku, you must be joking. Besides Wei, our Shen clan doesn't have such an outstanding young genius. Shen Dong shook his head and laughed bitterly. He's a little brother I got to know a few days ago, and his strength is extraordinary at such a young age. I'm not afraid of Elder Ku laughing at me, but no one in our Shen clan is a match for that little brother. What? Kuzheng was instantly shocked when he heard this. Jean Arch Shen, I heard from Chen Wei that the supreme elder of your Shen clan had already broken through to the 5th level of the Void Interpretation stage 4 years ago. Could it be that even he isn't a match for that little brother you spoke of? Elder Ku, there's something you don't know, but our Shen clan's supreme elder had already broken through to the 6th level of the Void Interpretation stage some time ago. Shen Dong sighed, and his gaze became slightly complicated. That violet-clothed young man had given him too great of a shock some time ago. 6th level of the Void Interpretation stage? Kuzheng's pupils constricted as he was moved. Jean Arch Shen, could it be that the little brother you spoke of even defeated your Shen clan's supreme elder, an existence at the 6th level of the Void Interpretation stage? Yes. Shen Dong nodded. Where's he now? Kuzheng's gaze lit up as he asked anxiously. He suddenly felt that it was extremely likely that the young genius would be a turning point for their Five Element sect's Wood Peak. Presently, the Wood Peak was declining with each passing day, and it urgently needed outstanding new blood to join it. He's been staying at our Ya clan in Drift Cloud Town during this period of time. Elder Ku, if you're interested, Shandong hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted abruptly by a voice. Jean Arch Shen, Duan Ling Tian has come uninvited, I hope you don't blame me. A calm and resounding voice sounded out from outside the Shen clan's audience hall, and it grew closer and closer. It's him. Shandong's eyes lit up, and he quickly looked towards the entrance of the main hall. He didn't expect that just as he mentioned Duan Ling Tian would appear. However, his expression quickly changed. He saw Duan Ling Tian, but he also saw two other people, a young man with a face full of fear, and a young man who was seriously injured and unconscious. He couldn't be more familiar with these two people, they were his two sons. Chen Wei. An aged voice suddenly sounded, and the old man at the head of the table disappeared without a trace. When he reappeared, he was already beside the unconscious young man, who was also the eldest young master of the Shen family, Chen Wei. After discovering that Chen Wei's injuries weren't serious, the old man heaved a sigh of relief. After feeding Chen Wei a healing medicinal pill and connecting his arm bone, he stood up and looked at the purple-clothed young man who was close by. The purple-clad young man was naturally Duan Ling Tian. Jean Arch Shen, Yi Ting, and his daughter are here to disturb you. Another voice sounded, and it was the patriarch of the Ya family, Yi Ting, who had brought his daughter, Yi Xian, over. It was you who injured Chen Wei? The old man, Ku Zheng, the elder of the five-element sects would peek, stared at Duan Ling Tian with his muddy eyes, and his voice was slightly low. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded, and then he carefully sized up the old man before him. When he'd just arrived at the Shen family's main hall, he'd seen the old man sitting at the head of the table, and it was easy for him to guess the old man's identity. The elder of the five-element sect. Chen Wei's master. Why? The old man was obviously a very calm person. Even when he saw his most beloved disciple being seriously injured, he didn't lose his mind from anger. Instead, he wanted to understand the ins and outs of the matter first. When he saw how sensible the old man was, Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with praise and respect. Actually, he'd thought of this on more than one occasion before he came here. If Chen Wei's master, the elder of the five-element sect, was an unreasonable person that protected his disciples and made a move against him without asking for the reason as soon as they met, then he would use the talisman to kill Chen Wei at the first possible moment. He'd come to the Shen family this time because he was completely confident that no matter what happened, he would be able to leave calmly. Now it would seem that not only would he be able to save a talisman, he even had the opportunity to accomplish the main purpose of his trip here, which was to join the five-element sect and reunite with his lost friends through the five-element sect. You ought to be the master of eldest young Master Chen, that elder Ku of the five-element sect, right? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he asked with a light smile. Exactly. Ku Jing nodded, and then he glanced at Chen Wei who lay on the ground and said with a low voice, I wonder how this useless disciple of mine offended you? He forced you to be so ruthless. Ruthless? Duan Lingtian started laughing. Elder Ku, let's be straightforward. Do you really think I was ruthless to this disciple of yours? Ku Jing couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. Needless to say, even though he said the violet-clothed young man before him was ruthless, he didn't think like this in his heart. He'd clearly inspected the injuries on his disciple earlier, and they were all external injuries. He only needed to consume healing medicinal pills, connect the bones, and recuperate for a period of time before he would be able to recover completely, and it wouldn't leave behind any side effects. No matter what, you've injured my disciple. I feel that this disciple of mine has a pure and good character, and he's absolutely not a person that takes the initiative to cause trouble. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Ku Jing asked with a low voice. Actually, his heart was filled with shock at this moment, and he was shocked by the age of this violet-clothed young man before him. This young man that looked to be around the age of 25 at most was actually able to defeat his personal disciple, Chen Wei, who was a 4th-level void interpretation stage martial artist. When he inspected Chen Wei's injuries, he noticed that Chen Wei was heavily injured under the circumstances of going head-on against another, and the person that injured him had intentionally held back. Otherwise, Chen Wei's injuries wouldn't be so simple. It was difficult for him to imagine that a young man like this would actually possess such a terrifying strength. Unknowingly, slight love for talent had arisen in the depths of his heart. If I'm able to bring him back to the 5-element sect, would I have to worry about the prosperity of the Wood Peak? But before I bring him back, I must test his character. Otherwise, even if I bring him back, he'll be poached away by the other 3 peaks. Ku Jing thought in his heart. During these past few years, it wasn't that disciples with outstanding natural talent hadn't appeared in their Wood Peak, but because of various reasons, they were poached away by the other 3 peaks. If this violet-clothed young man before him was a fence-sitter, then no matter how outstanding his natural talent was, he wouldn't bring him back to the 5-element sect. Because it would be a gift to the other 3 peaks. Explanation? Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard Ku Jing, and then he pointed at Shinan, Elder Ku. If you really want an explanation, then I think he ought to be the most suitable to give you one. Ku Jing frowned as he looked at Shinan. Is what he said true? No. No. Shinan hurriedly shook his head and pointed at Duan Lingtian in panic. Elder Ku, it's him. It's he that injured my brother. Quickly kill him, quickly kill him. Bastard. Finally, Shindong walked over and glared angrily at Shinan as he shouted. Tell me honestly, what absurd things have you done this time? He'd faintly guessed some things in his heart. He understood his eldest son, and he believed that his eldest son would absolutely not take the initiative to offend Duan Lingtian. Moreover, there was no enmity between the two of them. As for Duan Lingtian, even though they'd only known each other for a short period of time, he was able to discern that Duan Lingtian was an upright person. So as far as he was concerned, this matter was most probably started by this youngest son of his. Shen An's entire body trembled when he was shouted at by Shindong, and his countenance went ghastly pale as he stretched out his hand to point at Duan Lingtian and roared. Father! It's him! It's he that injured Big Brother! Quickly kill him! Quickly kill him! The current Shinan was roaring hysterically, as though he was concealing the fear in his heart. Looks like you're unwilling to speak the truth. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Shinan, and then looked at Yi Ting. Yeah, family head, please tell Elder Ku and Jean Arch-shin how awe-inspiring second young Master Shen was in the Ya family's residence just now. What? Bastard, you actually brought your brother to barge into the Ya family's residence? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Shindong's expression changed greatly. He raised his hand and gave Shinan a slap, causing Shinan to be dazed for a while. Yi Ting took a deep breath, and without hiding anything, he recounted how Shinan had brought Shen Wei to barge into the Ya family's residence and injured many of the Ya family's disciples. Besides that, I feel that eldest young Master Shen might have been deceived by second young Master Shen. Just as Yi Ting spoke up to hear, he was interrupted by Shinan. Yi Ting, don't slander me. Father, Elder Ku, I didn't deceive my brother, I didn't deceive my brother. It's them that injured my brother. Quickly, quickly. Quickly kill them, quickly kill them. Shinan looked at Shindong and Ku Zheng as he roared hysterically. Shut up, you bastard. Shindong's expression sank as he shouted once more, shocking Shinan to the point his face turned even paler, and his body trembled intensely from fear. Oh. Suddenly, a voice sounded out, and it was the unconscious Chen Wei who opened his eyes and muttered in a daze. Where is this place? Since eldest young Master Shen has woken up, yeah, family head, you don't have to waste your breath. Duan Lingtian smiled, and then he glanced at Shinan. What do you think? Second young Master Shen? Shen An's expression sank slightly as he took a deep breath and hurriedly looked at Chen Wei. You wouldn't be thinking of using sound transmission to make your brother lie for you, right? After noticing Shen An's actions, Duan Lingtian took a step forward and grabbed Shinan with one hand before making him spin a few rounds like a top, causing Shinan to be completely distracted and be unable to use sound transmission. Wei, Chen Wei. Shindong and Kujing didn't stop Duan Lingtian, and they walked out with large strides to support Chen Wei up from both sides, and their faces were filled with worry. Father, Master. Chen Wei awoke from his stupor and asked in bewilderment. Why am I here? It's you. What do you want to do to little one? Chen Wei's expression went grim when he saw Duan Lingtian playing with Shinan, and he shouted furiously as he was about to make a move against Duan Lingtian to save Shinan. But unfortunately, he who hadn't completely recovered had only taken a step forward when his entire body almost collapsed. Fortunately, Shindong and Kujing supported him. Chen Wei, what exactly happened? Tell me the sequence of events of the entire matter without leaving out a single word. Kujing asked in a low voice. Chapter 857. No. When Shinan heard Kujing's question to Chen Wei, he who had his back facing Chen Wei and was unable to send a voice transmission to Chen Wei instantly became anxious, and he opened his mouth with the intention of stopping Chen Wei. Slap. Duan Lingtian, who was prepared since long ago, raised his hand and swung out a slap, striking Shinan to the point he felt dizzy. Shut up. I'll beat you into a pig's head if you continue talking. You. Chen Wei's face went grim when he saw Duan Lingtian treating his younger brother like this, and his eyes went crimson red. But he was utterly unable to exert any strength now, and he could only watch helplessly. Father, Master, quickly stop him. Shinan asked for help from Shindong and Kujing, but he quickly noticed that no matter if it was his father or his master, both of them didn't have the intention to save Shinan. For a time, he faintly realized the strangeness of the atmosphere. Father, what's wrong? Chen Wei looked at Shindong with a bewildered expression. Wei, answer your master. Shindong spoke with a serious expression. Only now did Chen Wei notice that his master was looking at him solemnly, and he instantly didn't dare dally and spoke of everything that Shinan had said to him when he just entered the clan. Not only did that Duan Lingtian impersonate a disciple of our five-element sects would peak to bully others, he even forcefully seized my younger brother's fiancée and pressured the Ye family to make the Ye family break off the engagement with our Shen family, causing our Shen family to lose face. Chen Wei looked at Duan Lingtian and gnashed his teeth as he said, so it was I who wanted to teach him a lesson, and it's unrelated to Shaoan. Moreover, Master, don't you think he ought to be taught a lesson? Impersonate a disciple of our would peak? Ku Zheng's face sank when he heard Chen Wei, and he looked at Duan Lingtian with a cold and indifferent gaze. What explanation do you have? Explanation? Duan Lingtian smiled and glanced indifferently at Ku Zheng as he said, Elder Ku, truthfully speaking, before I helped the Ye family break off the engagement with the Shen family, I utterly didn't know of the existence of the five-element sect, let alone the wood peak. As for the reason why I went to break off the engagement with the Shen family, Jean Arch Shen knew it clearly. If Jean Arch Shen's explanation, then I've brought the person involved in it as well. When he spoke up to hear, Duan Lingtian. Xiao Xian. Yi Xian stood obediently by Duan Lingtian's side and looked timidly at Ku Zheng. To her, the elders of the five-element sect were unreachable existences that she had to look up to. Facing them face to face, her heart was filled with apprehension. There's no need for young Miss Yi to personally say this matter. Shindong took a deep breath before explaining the farce of the engagement between the Ye family and Shen family to Ku Zheng, and at the same time, he spoke of all the misdeeds his youngest son had done in these past few years. So, it's this unfilial son of mine that's unworthy of the Ye family's young miss. Brother Ling Tian coming to break off the engagement with our Shen family was pardonable, and he was frank and open. He only wanted to repay the kindness of the Ye family's young miss for saving his life, and he didn't ask for anything else. When he spoke up to hear, Shindong looked angrily at Shinan who had his back facing them, and he said with a low voice, but never had I imagined that this unfilial son would actually distort the truth before Wei. He was clearly the one that bullied others, yet he spoke of it as Brother Ling Tian. As for impersonating a disciple of the five-element sects would peak, it was surely him that framed Brother Ling Tian for the sake of infuriating Wei, and making Wei, stand up for him. As Shandong finished speaking, he was seething with rage, and the clothes on his body fluttered without the wind. What? Shen Wei's face went pale when he heard his father, and he looked at Shen En's figure with disbelief as he muttered. It's Little Un. When did Little Un become like this? Why did Little Un become like this? No. Impossible. Impossible. Shen Wei was unable to accept the fact that his younger brother was a profligate disciple and frequently bullied others. In the end, he was unable to catch his breath, and his vital energy and blood attacked his heart, causing him to faint once more. Third elder, please bring the eldest young master down to rest. Shandong sighed, and then he looked at Shen Lei, who stood silently at the side, and called out to him. Yes. Shen Lei replied respectfully, and then he supported the unconscious Chen Wei down. Looks like I've misunderstood you. Ku Zheng looked at Duan Lingtian as he squeezed out a trace of a smile on his face, and he seemed to be amiable. You're Duan Lingtian? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Good, good. Ku Zheng sized up Duan Lingtian from top to bottom, and his face revealed a satisfied smile. Elder Ku, he's the little brother I mentioned to you earlier. Seeming to have discerned that Ku Zheng was interested in Duan Lingtian, Shandong, who stood at the side, said with a light smile, on that day, for the sake of repaying the debt of saving his life from the Ya family's young miss, he trespassed into my Shen family estate by himself. He first defeated me, then defeated my Shen family's supreme elder, and he broke off the absurd engagement between the Ya family and our Shen family. For the sake of repaying the debt of saving his life, it's rare that he was able to go to such an extent. Ku Zheng looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze that was even more satisfied. He was able to discern from this matter that there was completely no problem with Duan Lingtian's character. His worries from before were completely unnecessary. Most importantly, Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao could truly be said to be terrifying. A young man that looked to be around the age of 25 was actually able to defeat the Shen family's supreme elder, an existence at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage. Even their five-element sect didn't have such an outstanding disciple. Perhaps he's a turning point for our Wood Peak. Ku Zheng's gaze became slightly excited as he looked at Duan Lingtian, as if he'd seen the rise of their Wood Peak, and as if he'd seen the jaws of the members of the other 3 peaks drop from shock. Jean Arch Shen, I'll blush if you continue praising me. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, and then he raised his hand to throw Shen onto the ground as a sharp light flashed within his eyes. Jean Arch Shen, how do you intend to deal with the matter this time? As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, Ku Zheng looked at Shandong with a slightly fierce gaze. Obviously, this elder of the five-element sect couldn't bear to see Shen En's despicable actions as well. Especially when Shen En had tricked his own brother, who was his disciple, this caused him to be even more furious. But as the saying goes, an upright official finds it difficult to deal with family matters. He knew clearly in his heart that he was an outsider in the Shen family in the end, and it wasn't convenient for him to interfere in these matters. Don't worry, Brother Duan, I'll give you and Elder Ku a satisfactory explanation. Shandong took a deep breath and seemed to have made some sort of decision. Father, I know my mistake. I know my mistake. Please spare me this time, please spare me this time. When he saw Shandong's cold gaze sweeping over, Shen En seemed to have realized what was about to happen. He couldn't help but shiver as he continued to beg for mercy with a trembling voice. Unfortunately, when faced with Shen En's begging, the fierce light in Shandong's eyes didn't show any signs of weakening. Perhaps he had already given up on this youngest son of his. Subsequently, under Duan Lingtian's astonished gaze, Shandong arrived in front of Shen En and raised his hand to knock out Shen En, who was lying limp on the ground with a look of despair on his face. Crack. Crack. 4 consecutive sounds of bones shattering resonated in the air, and it caused one's hair to stand on end. It was Shandong who had crushed all the bones in his youngest son Shen En's limbs with a raise of his hand. Looking at how ruthless he was, even if there was a grade 1 life recovery pill, Shenan's broken limbs would never be able to recover. From now on, this unfilial son will stay in the Shen family for the rest of his life. The Shen family will let him spend his life peacefully in bed and won't let him go out and cause trouble again. Shen Dong's cold voice resonated, fully demonstrating his determination. It was said that even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. Shen Dong was now riding a tiger and couldn't get off. He had no choice but to make up his mind. Otherwise, he didn't know what kind of trouble his youngest son would cause in the future. The Shen family elders sighed, but no one felt that Shenan was pitiful. In their opinion, this might be the best ending for Shenan. Elder brother Duan, let's go back. When the sound of bones shattering resonated in the air, Yi Xian's pretty face was already pale with fright. She couldn't help but close her eyes, not daring to look. Okay. Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded. He then held Yi Xian's hand and greeted Shen Dong and Ku Zheng. Jin Arch Shen, Elder Ku, since this matter is settled, I'll take my leave first. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian took Yi Xian and stepped into the air. He flew out of the Shen family's main hall with Yi Ting. Brother Duan. When Shen Dong saw that Duan Lingtian was about to leave, he immediately became anxious. He had just boasted in front of Ku Zheng that he would introduce Duan Lingtian to Ku Zheng. Jin Arch Shen, is something the matter? Duan Lingtian paused in the air and asked with a puzzled expression. It's not that I'm in trouble, but Elder Ku. I wonder if Brother Duan is interested. Shen Dong looked at Duan Lingtian and wanted to ask if Duan Lingtian was interested in joining the Five-Element sect. However, before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Duan Lingtian. Jin Arch Shen wants to ask me if I'm interested in joining the Five-Element sect. That's right. Shen Dong nodded. He didn't expect Duan Lingtian to actually guess his thoughts. Sure. Duan Lingtian didn't beat around the bush and nodded, then he looked at Ku Zheng, who revealed an excited expression after hearing what he said and lightly smiled. Of course, the precondition is that Elder Ku takes a fancy to me. Of course, of course. Ku Zheng quickly nodded with a smile on his face. He didn't have the slightest demeanor that a void transformation stage expert should have. Elder brother Duan, you want to go to the Five-Element sect? Yi Xian's beautiful face went slightly pale as she bit her lips, and her beautiful eyes were filled with unwillingness. Xiao Xian, if you're willing, then follow me to the Five-Element sect. I think Elder Ku ought to not refuse, right? Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Ku Zheng as he asked. Of course not. Ku Zheng spoke hurriedly. After he acknowledged Duan Lingtian's character, he was filled with interest towards this young man that possessed monstrous natural talent, and he wished for nothing more than to directly bring Duan Lingtian back to the Five-Element sect and the Wood Peak. Even though Duan Lingtian's current request was slightly excessive, it was only towards ordinary people, and towards a monstrous martial artist like Duan Lingtian, there was naturally a different treatment. I can go to the Five-Element sect? Yi Xian couldn't help but be stunned when she heard Duan Lingtian, and at the same time that she heard Ku Zheng's reply, her beautiful face was dumbstruck and covered in disbelief. Elder Ku, can my daughter really join the Five-Element sect? Chapter 858. Of course. Ku Zheng nodded and smiled confidently. I still have this little bit of authority. Thank you, Elder Ku. Thank you, Elder Ku. After obtaining confirmation, Yi Ting instantly had an excited expression. Even though he was the patriarch of the Ye family in Drift Cloud Town, he still maintained a respectful attitude when facing a colossus like the Five-Element sect. The Ye family had been passed down for hundreds of years, yet it had never produced a disciple with the natural talent to enter a colossal power like the Five-Element sect. This was also a regret of the Ye family all along. Now, when he found out that his daughter could enter the Five-Element sect, even though there was some nepotism involved, he still couldn't help but feel inexplicably excited. Since it's like this, then I hope Elder Ku can allow us to prepare for a few days and leave after a few days. Duan Lingtian looked at Ku Zheng with the intention of asking for his opinion. No problem, no problem. Presently, Ku Zheng was completely immersed in the joy of Duan Lingtian agreeing to join the Five Elements sect. He naturally had to grant the request of a monstrous genius like Duan Lingtian. Elder Ku, didn't you say you would be leaving early in the morning? Shendong, who instructed the clan elders to take his youngest son, Shinan, away, just happened to hear Ku Zheng and couldn't help but be stunned. Earlier, when Ku Zheng said he would be leaving tomorrow, he intended to persuade him to stay. However, Ku Zheng looked as if he had already made up his mind, causing him to feel rather helpless. Now, cough cough. Ku Zheng laughed awkwardly when he heard Shendong. Special circumstances, special circumstances. Jean arched Shen, since it's like this, then I'll disturb you for a few more days? This is the honor of our Shen family. Shendong hurriedly said. He naturally discerned that Elder Ku had decided to stay for a few more days because of Duan Lingtian, and this was sufficient to show how much he valued Duan Lingtian. Thank you, Elder Ku. Duan Lingtian thanked Ku Zheng and then greeted Shendong. Only then did he bring along Yi Xian and leave the Shen family main hall together with Yi Xian, who was still immersed in her excitement. Duan Lingtian, take your time to prepare. If you can prepare in half a month, then leave with me. Seeing Duan Lingtian walk out of the Shen family hall, Ku Zheng, who was standing in the hall, added loudly. This made all the higher-ups of the Shen family, including Shendong, speechless. Sure enough, different people received different treatment. Duan Lingtian and the other two quickly returned to the Ye family residence. Yi Ting naturally thanked Duan Lingtian for what had just happened. Brother Duan, thank you so much. If it wasn't for you, Xiao Xian probably wouldn't have been able to step into the Five Elements sect in this lifetime. Yi Ting said. Yeah, family head, you're exaggerating. Duan Lingtian shook his head, then glanced at Yi Xian beside him and said, Xiao Xian's innate talent is not bad. I asked Elder Ku to take her into the Five Elements sect because I don't want a bright pearl to be covered in dust. Yi Xian, who was standing to the side, had a slightly rosy face, and her beautiful eyes were mixed with uncontrollable excitement. Until now, she still felt as if she was dreaming. Joining the Five Elements sect. It was undoubtedly an unattainable dream of hers since she was young. Now, this dream had truly come true. Brother Duan, I know what kind of innate talent my daughter has. With her innate talent, the Five Elements sect definitely won't accept her. All of this is because of you. Yi Ting shook his head when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Could it be that this Ye family head still thought that his daughter's innate talent was the same as before? After all, he had thought deeply before he wanted Yi Xian to join the Five Elements sect. He wanted to join the Five Elements sect more so that he could smoothly meet a few of his old friends through the Five Elements sect and reunite with them. He didn't really want to join the Five Elements sect and do something like that. For this reason, under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian felt guilty. He felt guilty toward the Five Elements sect. He wanted Yi Xian to join the Five Elements sect more so that he could compensate the Five Elements sect. Perhaps, in the eyes of others today, Yi Xian could join the Five Elements sect because of Duan Lingtian. But he was very clear in his heart. In the future, Yi Xian would let everyone know that it wasn't Yi Xian who wanted to join the Five Elements sect, but it was the Five Elements sect who wanted to join Yi Xian. Of course, Duan Lingtian didn't say all of this because he knew that not many people would believe him even if he said it. It was better to let the facts speak for themselves. The current Yi Xian needed time. So long as she had time, her shocking innate talent would gradually reveal itself and shine brilliantly. Five Elements sect, this can be considered as my explanation to you. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In the next few days, Duan Lingtian was still the same as before. He was either cultivating, comprehending concept, or sitting in the small courtyard and drinking tea comfortably. He asked Ku Zheng for a few days to prepare, but it was naturally not for himself. He was all alone and had no relatives or friends here, so he could leave at any time. These few days of time were for Yi Xian. According to his knowledge, Yi Xian had never traveled far in her entire lifetime, so she naturally had to be given time to properly prepare. In the next few days, the news of Yi Xian joining the Five Elements sect spread throughout the Ye family. For a time, it caused the Ye family to be decorated with lanterns and colored banners, and it was jubilant as if it was the new year. All the disciples of the Ye family that went out during these few days would frequently say, "Our Ye family's young miss is going to join the Five Elements sect." On the other hand, outsiders also flattered them. Everyone was clearly aware of what Yi Xian joining the Five Elements sect meant. From today onwards, the Ye family would be completely different from before. Just like the Shen family, they had the Five Elements sect as their backing. Perhaps the Five Elements sect wouldn't turn out in full force for them, but the interactions between people could not be without favors. Once the Ye family was in trouble, and the Ye family's young miss, Yi Xian, returned to help, there would definitely be some Five Elements sect's elders and disciples who would come to help by her side. Drift Cloud Town is going to change. Ye family, when one person achieves the Tao, all his friends and family will ascend to the heavens. The streets and alleys of Drift Cloud Town were completely bustling with noise and excitement because of the news of the Ye family's young miss joining the Five Elements sect. 5 days later, Duan Lingtian stood quietly at the entrance of the Ye family's mansion. He was as still as a mountain, and he was like a statue. His gaze was on a group of people not far away. A beautiful young girl was bidding farewell to the Ye family's patriarch, Yi Ting, and a group of Ye family's higher-ups. All the Ye family's disciples who were in the Ye family's mansion came out to send her off. Half an hour later, the young girl turned around and walked to Duan Lingtian's side. "Brother Duan, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Xiao Xian in the future." Yi Ting looked at Duan Lingtian and entrusted him with a solemn expression. His daughter was his precious treasure. This was the first time she was going out, and he was extremely reluctant to part with her. "Don't worry, patriarch of the Ye family. I will." Duan Lingtian nodded solemnly and held Yi Xian's hand. He chuckled softly and said, "Xiao Xian, let's go." "Okay." Yi Xian was brought up into the air by Duan Lingtian and flew in the direction of the Shen family. However, she could not help but look back at the Ye family and wave goodbye to them. It was only when the Ye family's figures disappeared before her eyes that she turned around in disappointment and muttered, "Elder brother Duan, when do you think I can come back to see my father?" "Silly girl." Duan Lingtian smiled tenderly. "As long as you're willing, you can come back anytime. I'll inform Elder Ku about this matter." Duan Lingtian believed that Kuzheng would definitely not reject such a small matter. "Duan. Elder brother Duan, please don't tell Elder Ku about this first. Otherwise, he'll think that I'm relying on your power and talent to do whatever I want." Yi Xian stuck out her tongue and said playfully, "I still hope that I can rely on myself to obtain the respect of Elder Ku and the other Five Elements sect's disciples." Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. "You're ambitious. We'll do as you say." Soon, Duan Lingtian and Yi Xian arrived at the Shen family's mansion. Naturally, they were warmly welcomed by the clan leader of the Shen family, Shen Dong. In the Shen family's main hall, Duan Lingtian saw Kuzheng again. Today, Kuzheng looked radiant, as if he was a few years younger. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he asked in surprise, "Did Elder Ku make a breakthrough these few days?" "Duan Lingtian, you really have a good eye. My cultivation these few days has been very smooth. I've finally broken through the bottleneck that I haven't been able to break through for many years." Many years ago, Kuzheng's cultivation had fallen into the bottleneck that led to the 7th level of the void transformation stage, yet he was unable to break through all this time, and it was as if he'd fallen into a devil's trap. During these few days, because he'd encountered Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian had agreed to return to the Five Elements sect with him to join the Wood Peak, his mood was extremely good. Who would have imagined that an unintentionally planted willow would become a shade, and his cultivation would break through in one go? Now that I speak of it, I have to thank you for this matter. Kujing smiled as he spoke. Thank me? Duan Lingtian was stunned. It's precisely because you agreed to return to the Five Elements sect with us that Master's mood was extremely good and was able to break through. A person walked in from outside the door as his calm voice sounded out. Duan Lingtian glanced over and noticed that the person who'd entered was precisely the Shen family's eldest young master, Chen Wei. A few days had passed, and Chen Wei had already recovered to the point of seeming completely fine. Eldest young master Chen. Duan Lingtian nodded to Chen Wei, and after he found out about the sequence of events from before, he didn't hold a grudge against Chen Wei in his heart. During the entire matter, Chen Wei was kept in the dark and was used by his younger brother, Shenan. Everything he'd done wasn't wrong. Duan Lingtian, I hope you can forgive me for offending you a few days ago. After Chen Wei entered, he bowed to Duan Lingtian in apology, and his tone was filled with sincerity. Eldest young Master Chen, you're too kind. I've already forgotten about that matter. Duan Lingtian smiled frankly, and his good impression of Chen Wei grew even better. As expected of a figure that the residents of Drift Cloud Town would give a thumbs up upon mentioning him, he deserves his reputation. We're all from the same sect in the future, so don't call me eldest young master, just call me Chen Wei. Chen Wei smiled as he spoke, and then he looked at Yi Xian who was by Duan Lingtian's side. This ought to be the young miss of the Ye family, right? Young Miss Yi, I've disturbed the Ye family a few days ago, and I apologize for offending you. As for that younger brother of mine, I never imagined that he would actually do so many things that infuriated the heavens and the people during these past few years. Chapter 859. Let's not mention the matters of the past. Kujing shook his head, and then he said, since everyone is here, then it's time for us to leave. Elder Ku, why don't all of you have lunch before leaving? Shindong urged Kujing to stay. There's no need. Jean Arch Shen, thank you for your hospitality these past few days. Kujing nodded to Shindong, and then he called out to Duan Lingtian and the others before walking out. Jean Arch Shen, farewell. Duan Lingtian brought along Yi Xian and bid farewell to Shindong before following Kujing. Chen Wei hurriedly followed as well. The group of four soared up into the sky from the Shin clan estate and headed west. On the way, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask curiously. Elder Ku, are we returning to the Five Elements sect or going somewhere else? I'll send all of you to Settlement City first. Our Wood Peak has a base there. The two people we recruited not long ago are there as well. Kujing said. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Elder Ku, tell me about the situation in the Five Elements sect? Duan Lingtian asked. Kujing nodded, and then he introduced. Our Five Elements sect is divided into the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth peaks. Besides the metal peak being the main peak of the sect master's line, the other four peaks are of equal status and are controlled by the four peak masters. The four peaks have always been in a state of competition, and in the last 20 years, it's our Wood Peak that has fallen into a disadvantageous position. When he spoke up to hear, Kujing sighed heavily. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian obtained a certain level of understanding of the Five Elements sect's Wood Peak from Kujing and Chen Wei, and he knew that it was once the most brilliant peak beneath the metal peak. However, 20+ years ago, the Wood Peak's master was heavily injured outside and returned to enter closed-door cultivation, causing the Wood Peak to start going downhill. First, the outstanding disciples of the Wood Peak were poached away by the other three peaks, and then the other three peaks intentionally joined forces to suppress the Wood Peak, causing the Wood Peak to be reduced to the lowest-ranked peak for a time. Even though the experts of the older generation of the Wood Peak were still present, the younger generation seemed to be lacking when compared to the other three peaks. A force, even if it is a small force that was separated from the same sect, once the younger generation is unable to carry on, it means that it will decline. Kujing sighed. Why don't you just recruit some more genius disciples? As long as we spend more time, we can still find talented disciples. Duan Lingtian said. We're naturally aware of this, and we've indeed done this. But those genius disciples hadn't even warmed up a seat in Arwood Peak when they were poached away by the other 3 peaks. Ku Zheng smiled bitterly. What about Jin Feng, who is from the sect master's faction, who doesn't care? Duan Lingtian asked with a frown. This is something you don't know. In our 5-element sect, there's a tradition that has always been passed down. The 5 peaks exist together and compete with each other. Besides the disciples of the various peaks being prohibited from casually killing and crippling each other, and the seniors being prohibited from making a move against the juniors, there aren't many other restrictions. Since the beginning, Jin Feng has always been the deserving number 1 peak in our 5-element sect, and its status is impossible to shake. The other 4 peaks have always been competing openly and covertly. 20 years ago, Arwood Peak became the target of the joint suppression of the other 3 peaks, and this suppression caused us to be unable to catch our breath for 20+ years. When he spoke up to hear, Ku Zheng sighed. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding, and he was able to understand the Wood Peak situation for a time. As expected of a power of the foreign lands. It's only a third-rate power, yet the competition is so intense. Perhaps, it's precisely because of this that the 5-element sect was able to develop until today. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. If it was a sect that was too peaceful, then perhaps it could be domineering for a while, yet it was bound to fall after a few tens of years or over 100 years. It was for no other reason than the disciples of the younger generation of the sect didn't have passion and motivation. No wonder Elder Ku looked at me like a hunter that had seen its prey. So it turns out that he wants to make the Wood Peak rise once more through me. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Even though thinking like this was slightly arrogant, Ku Zheng obviously had such thoughts. The competition between the various peaks of the 5-element sect was mainly between the younger generation. The experts of the older generation rarely made a move, and it wasn't convenient for them to make a move. Perhaps the current strength of the younger generation was far inferior to the experts of the older generation, but they were the future pillars of the sect, and they were the foundation that allowed the sect to continue flourishing. Once I arrive at the 5-element sect's Wood Peak, my days will probably not be peaceful. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Of course, he wasn't afraid, and he was slightly anticipating it instead. In next to no time, an entire morning had passed, and Duan Lingtian's group of 4 had left Drift Cloud Town to arrive in the sky above a continuous mountain range with a complicated terrain. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian, who was traveling side by side with Ku Zheng and Chen Wei, couldn't help but frown, and he seemed to have noticed something. Watch out! Ku Zheng shouted out in a low voice as he warned. Instantly, Chen Wei seemed as if he was facing a great enemy, and a 7 long spear appeared out of thin air in his hand. Flowing lights revolved around the tip of the spear, and the weapon he used was exactly the same as his father. Whoosh! 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 Numerous swift figures appeared in the surroundings of Duan Lingtian's group of 4 in the blink of an eye, and they surrounded them tightly. This was a group of middle-aged men in plain clothes with cold and indifferent expressions, and the gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian's group of 4 seemed as if they were looking at the 4 of them. Bandits? Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he'd guessed the identities of these people at the first possible moment. Before he left the foreign lands, he'd found out from the memories of the Emperor Wu of Samsara that bandits frequently appeared in some remote places in the foreign lands. These bandits only had a single objective, and it was to use formidable martial strength to kill martial artists that passed by and seize the wealth of those martial artists. Simply speaking, this was a group of desperados that specialized in profitless business. They licked the blood from their blades and hung their heads on their waists to earn a huge amount of wealth. Duan Lingtian had always stayed in Drift Cloud Town and didn't leave by himself, as he was worried that he'd encounter these bandits. If the bandits were weaker than him, then so be it, he'd just directly kill them. If the bandits were stronger than him, then he could only become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, without the slightest chance of survival. Elder Brother Duan. Seeing so many people surrounding them, Yi Xian's face turned pale. She was the daughter of the Ye family that grew up with a silver spoon in her mouth. When had she ever seen such a scene? Xiao Xian, come on to elder brother Duan's back. At the first possible moment, Duan Lingtian noticed that Yi Xian was terrified to the point her body started to tremble slightly, and he instantly called out to Yi Xian to get onto his back. Yi Xian leaned on Duan Lingtian's back and wrapped her arms around Duan Lingtian's neck before her mood calmed down slightly. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and stretched out his spiritual force to clearly investigate all the bandits that surrounded them at the first possible moment. There was a total of 9 people. 1 at the 7th level of the Void Interpretation stage. 3 at the 6th level of the Void Interpretation stage. The remaining were all at the 4th and 5th level of the Void Interpretation stage. What a formidable group of bandits! Duan Lingtian gasped in his heart as he never imagined that the first wave of bandits he encountered in the foreign lands would possess such a terrifying strength. Duan Lingtian didn't know. This wasn't the first wave of bandits he encountered since arriving in the foreign lands. After he was devilified by the Devil Seal tablet earlier and left Feng Wudao and completely lost consciousness, he'd encountered many waves of bandits with strengths that weren't inferior to this group of bandits on the way to Drift Cloud Town. It was even to the extent that there were a few existences at the Void Transformation stage. However, without exception, those bandits were all killed by him as soon as they appeared after he demonized them. Kill. The 7th level Void Interpretation stage bandit in the lead didn't waste his breath and directly gave the order. Instantly, the other 8 bandits pounced towards Duan Lingtian's group of 4. In the sky, vast ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared and swept towards them, and it even blocked out more than half of the sunlight in the horizon. Those 3 are at the 4th level of the Void Interpretation stage. He didn't have the slightest intention of making a move, and he instead pointed towards 3 of the bandits that charged over and spoke to Qin Wei. Subsequently, he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. Besides the one in the lead, the strongest amongst the other 5 is only at the 6th level of the Void Interpretation stage. How many can you deal with? Obviously, the old man wanted to test Duan Lingtian's strength. Up until now, the old man hadn't seen Duan Lingtian make a move, and he only knew that Duan Lingtian had once defeated the Shin Clan's patriarch and the Shin Clan's supreme elder. The Shin Clan's supreme elder was a 6th level Void Interpretation stage martial artist. Senior, besides the one in the lead. Leave the others to me. Duan Lingtian smiled confidently, and as soon as he finished speaking, his eyes started to flicker with a dim light, and vast spiritual force pierced into the soul brand in the depths of his mind. 1,000 illusions. An illusory space was constructed out of thin air by Duan Lingtian, and it enveloped an area of a few tens of meters. The 9 bandits clearly appeared within the range of Duan Lingtian's spiritual force. Besides the 7th level Void Interpretation stage bandit in the lead, he was able to affect the other bandits with his soul skill and cause them to fall into an illusory space. When Duan Lingtian executed his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, Kuzheng and Qin Wei were both shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. Kuzheng couldn't help but frown, and he felt that Duan Lingtian was too arrogant. Alas! I misjudged in the end? Kuzheng sighed in his heart, and the origin energy in his body started to roil as he was prepared to make a move against the group of bandits that charged over at any moment. Obviously, he didn't believe Duan Lingtian's boasting. But in next to no time, he was stunned. Qin Wei was stunned as well. Yi Xian, who tightly embraced Duan Lingtian's neck and lay on Duan Lingtian's back, was originally terrified by the group of bandits to the point she couldn't help but close her eyes. But when she curiously opened her eyes to look outside, she instead saw a scene that she would never be able to forget in her lifetime. Swoosh! 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 The 8 bandits that charged over abruptly stopped in midair, and their eyes revealed bewilderment, as if they'd suddenly lost their target. Subsequently, they went berserk successively and attacked their former companions, and the surging strength that was on the verge of erupting completely poured out. Bang! 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 A terrifying strength tore through the sky and gave rise to a wave of ear-piercing explosions, and it was the 3 6th level Void Interpretation Stage bandits that had joined forces to kill their 5 companions. What are all of you doing? The bandit leader that wasn't affected by Duan Lingtian's soul skill was stunned for a moment when he saw this scene, and then his face went grim as he roared with a grim voice. Chapter 860. What? All of you still want to make a move against me? The 7th level Void Interpretation Stage bandit in the lead had a gloomy expression as he looked at his 3 subordinates. These 3 subordinates of his didn't even dare utter a single word in front of him, let alone arouse killing intent towards him. Kill! The 3 6th level Void Interpretation Stage bandits shouted out explosively as they directly attacked the bandit leader. They utilized their full strength as soon as they attacked and directly targeted the bandit leader's vital points without holding back in the slightest. Have all of you gone mad? The bandit leader shouted out furiously, yet he didn't launch an attack and only dodged the attacks of the 3 bandits as he shouted out explosively at the same time. However, the 3 bandits seemed as if they didn't hear him at all and continued charging towards him. In the end, the bandit leader realized that something was amiss. But the successive attacks of the 3 bandits caused him to be unable to divert his attention to think about anything else, and he could only attack furiously and launch attacks that covered the heavens and the earth to envelop the 3 bandits. The strength of a 7th level Void Interpretation Stage martial artist was clearly visible. The strength of a 7th level Void Interpretation Stage martial artist was like a chasm when compared to a 6th level Void Interpretation Stage martial artist, and it was a completely new leap. Unless a 6th level Void Interpretation Stage martial artist possessed a special ability, otherwise, they would utterly have no ability to fight back before a 7th level Void Interpretation Stage martial artist. In the time of 10 breaths, the bandit leader attacked furiously and killed all 3 of his subordinates. After he killed his 3 subordinates, he recovered from his shock, and his gaze descended onto Ku Zheng as he said in a low voice, "What did you do to them?" Ku Zheng had just recovered from his shock when he heard the bandit leader, and he was slightly speechless for a time. What did he do? From the beginning until the end, he seemed to have stood at the side and watched the show, right? In next to no time, the bandit leader took a deep breath and his emotions calmed down. When he recalled the scene from before, he felt his scalp go slightly numb. Humph. I'll spare your lives today. The bandit leader snorted coldly as he maintained an imposing manner that didn't lose, and his figure flashed out to transform into a bolt of lightning, intending to leave this place. He noticed the aura of danger from the 4 of them. Since you've come, don't leave. An aged voice seemed to sound out from all directions. Subsequently, a figure appeared out of thin air on the path of the bandit leader. It was precisely Ku Zheng. The bandit leader looked at the figure that appeared in front of him like a ghost. Even he couldn't see the figure. His expression changed and he said in panic, You're a Void Transformation Stage expert?" Ku Zheng didn't answer the bandit leader. He looked at him calmly, without any emotion in his eyes. "Senior, please spare me. Senior, please spare my life." Under the astounded gazes of Duan Lingtian, Yi Xian, and Shen Wei, the leader of the bandits, a dignified 7th level Void Interpretation Stage martial artist, actually knelt down before Ku Zheng and ceaselessly begged for mercy. A qualified martial artist should be unyielding and unyielding, unafraid of death. A coward like you who is afraid of death is not fit to be a martial artist. Ku Zheng's face turned cold. He raised his hand and a vast amount of flames swept out, enveloping the bandit leader and burning him to ashes. From the beginning to the end, the latter didn't even have time to scream. So strong. Yi Xian, who was leaning on Duan Lingtian's back, said in shock. 7th level of the Void Transformation Stage. Even though the old man held back slightly when he attacked, Duan Lingtian was still able to discern some clues from the old man's origin energy that was fused with the advanced fire concept. After all, he'd fused with the lifetime worth of memories of Emperor Wu. Even though he was temporarily unable to use his spiritual force to detect the old man's cultivation, he was still able to use his eyes to notice some things. With Elder Ku's strength, his status in the wood peak of the Five Elements sect is probably not low. Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. Meanwhile, a flash appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes and a figure appeared. It was precisely Ku Zheng who'd returned after killing the bandit leader, and the figure was staring at him with a burning gaze. Elder Ku. Duan Lingtian felt uncomfortable and slightly embarrassed when he was stared at by Ku Zheng like this. You dealt with those 8 bandits earlier. You used an ability similar to an illusory realm? Finally, Ku Zheng spoke and asked with slight surprise. It wasn't similar. What I executed earlier was an illusory realm ability. Duan Lingtian spoke truthfully. I didn't sense any fluctuation of the aura of an inscription or inscription formation. In other words, you used your own spiritual force to execute a soul skill similar to an illusory realm and constructed it? Ku Zheng's breathing became slightly hurried. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded, he couldn't deny this. You wouldn't be a demon, right? Ku Zheng sized up Duan Lingtian from top to bottom and asked with a questioning expression. Duan Lingtian was instantly speechless when he heard this. No, I have to verify it. Ku Zheng spoke out abruptly. How do you verify it? Duan Lingtian was stunned. You'll know in a moment. Ku Zheng glanced at Duan Lingtian with ill intentions, and then he withdrew an ancient bronze mirror that had strands of faint flowing lights revolving on it. Demon Revelation Mirror? Duan Lingtian was completely speechless when he saw the thing in Ku Zheng's hand. Senior. Is there a need for this? The demon revealing mirror wasn't something rare on Cloud Continent. Any weapon craftsman above grade 3 could refine it as long as they had the materials. The demon revelation mirror was not a spirit weapon, it only had one function, and that was to verify if a person was a human transformed from a demon. As long as a human transformed from a demon appeared on the demon revelation mirror, it would not show a human image, but a mirror image of its true self. Let me see if a little monster like you is a human transformed from a demon. Ku Zheng picked up the demon revelation mirror and aimed it at Duan Lingtian, then he stuck his head out to look at the mirror. When he saw that it was still Duan Lingtian that appeared on the mirror, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. At this moment, he was 100% sure that Duan Lingtian was a pure human and not a person that was transformed from a demon. You're not a demon, so how can you execute a spiritual force technique similar to a soul skill? Although he was sure that Duan Lingtian was not a demon, Ku Zheng still could not help but ask curiously. According to his knowledge, unless a human martial artist became Emperor Wu, otherwise, it was utterly impossible for them to use spiritual force techniques against their enemies. However, Duan Lingtian went against this common sense. Senior, could it be that you've never heard of variance? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and intentionally misled the public. Variant? Ku Zheng was completely petrified when he heard Duan Lingtian. As an elder of the Five Elements sect, how could he not know of the existence of variance? A variant was a life form born from the union of a human and a demon. They were either mediocre or possessed extraordinary natural talent. The latter even possessed a unique innate ability. However, variants were considered rare in the entire Cloud Continent. Only a few top-notch first-rate forces had variants in their ranks. The Five Elements sect could be considered to be an overlord in the eastern area of the northern desert, but in the entire Cloud Continent, it was only a third-rate force that was not worth mentioning. So he didn't think of Duan Lingtian as a variant at the beginning because he didn't dare think of it. You. Ku Zheng looked at Duan Lingtian and spoke incoherently, and his heart was filled with indescribable excitement. Variant. He'd actually encountered a variant of the legends. Moreover, this variant was about to join the Five Elements sect and become a disciple of their would peak. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Under the dumbstruck gazes of Duan Lingtian, Yi Xian, and Shen Wei, Ku Zheng roared with laughter for no reason, and his laughter spread out far and wide. Duan Lingtian was able to discern Ku Zheng's joy from his laughter, and he naturally guessed why Kuzheng was so happy. Finally, Kuzheng restrained his laughter. Now, Kuzheng didn't have any doubts in his heart towards the ability Duan Lingtian executed earlier. Innate divine ability. Elder brother Duan, what's a variant? Why would Elder Ku be so excited when he heard about a variant? Yi Xian leaned on Duan Lingtian's back as she asked curiously. A variant is an unusual existence. You can understand it as an existence that's impossible to be described with convention. Duan Lingtian explained with a smile. Yi Xian nodded while seeming to understand. Let's go. After the roaring laughter from before, Kuzheng seemed to have swept away all his worries, and he seemed to be glowing. Duan Lingtian, thank you. Suddenly, Chen Wei arrived by Duan Lingtian's side and thanked him from the bottom of his heart. Thank me for what? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Thank you for making Master so happy. Chen Wei sighed. Since the day I took Master as my master, he'd placed high hopes on me because of the situation the Wood Peak was in at that time. Up until now, even though he hasn't said it, I know he's disappointed. Chen Wei, there's something I don't understand. Duan Lingtian frowned. Chen Wei looked at Duan Lingtian with a bewildered expression and asked. What is it? I keep having the feeling that Elder Ku seems to have extremely unusual feelings towards the Wood Peak. His concern towards the Wood Peak is completely not like the concern an elder of the Wood Peak should have. Duan Lingtian said in a low voice, if it was another person, perhaps that person would think that Elder Ku is the peak master of the Wood Peak and not an elder. You've discerned it? Chen Wei was slightly surprised when he heard Duan Lingtian, and then he said, actually, this isn't a secret. Master was adopted by the previous peak master of the Wood Peak many years ago, and he grew up in the Wood Peak since a young age and completely took the Wood Peak to be his home. To him, the decline of the Wood Peak is equivalent to the decline of his home. Chen Wei laughed bitterly. So that's how it is. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. He never imagined that there was actually such a connection between Elder Ku and the Wood Peak. Since it's like this, everything seems to be logical. At dusk, Duan Lingtian saw a city that sat on the grassland, and it was like a colossus in an illusory world that was covered in greenery that was like a painting. That's Settlement City. Chen Wei said. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he looked straight ahead at the city. Even though this settlement city was far inferior to the ancient desert city, it wasn't inferior to the Darkhan dynasty and Darming dynasty. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 followed Kuzheng into the city, and they quickly walked into an estate that occupied a vast area. Elder Ku. Chapter 861. There was an independent martial practice grounds in the depths of this estate, and an entire row of pavilions stood at both sides of the martial practice grounds. Bang! 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 Under Kuzheng's lead, they just approached the martial practice grounds when Duan Lingtian heard a wave of enormous sounds that were like thunderclaps sounding out from within. When he looked carefully, there were 2 young men around the age of 35 sparring. The 2 of them were evenly matched in their battle, and it was difficult to determine a victor. 2 second-level void interpretation stage martial artists. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared fixedly at the 2 young men in the distance, and his spiritual force detected the cultivations of the 2 at the first possible moment. They're the 2 void interpretation stage disciples that our Wood Peak has recently recruited. Kuzheng said to Duan Lingtian, you're the 3rd. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Actually, even if Kuzheng didn't say it, he was roughly able to guess the identities of the 2 people. Kuzheng. Right at this moment, an aged figure flashed out swiftly from a pavilion at the side of the martial practice grounds, and it seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that arrived before Duan Lingtian and the others. It was a single-armed old man. The old man's eyes emitted bright lights as his body faintly emitted an unfathomable aura. Obviously, he was in existence with extraordinary strength. Another void transformation stage expert. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he was shocked in his heart. Senior brother. Kuzheng bowed respectfully when facing the single-armed old man, and he didn't dare be disrespectful. Martial uncle. Chen Wei bowed as well. How were your gains this time? The single-armed old man asked with slight anticipation. From the beginning until the end, he didn't spare a glance at the nearby Duan Lingtian and Yi Xian. Perhaps as far as he was concerned, these two people were unable to satisfy the conditions of the five-element sect's recruitment of disciples this time. Even though there were only two conditions for the five-element sect's recruitment of disciples this time. If these two conditions were separated, then they were nothing, and the people that satisfied them would form groups. However, when they were combined together, they could be considered to be harsh. Under the age of 40. Void interpretation stage martial artist. Even in the five-element sect, there were only around 100 void interpretation stage disciples below the age of 40. Even if they were evenly distributed among the 5 peaks, each peak would only have 20 people. Senior brother, he's Duan Lingtian, a disciple that I dared to take for our Wood Peak. Besides that, the little girl by his side will also be a disciple of our Wood Peak in the future. Kuzheng smiled as he introduced Duan Lingtian and Yi Xian to the one-armed old man. Them? The one-armed old man frowned as he sized up Duan Lingtian and Yi Xian from top to bottom, and he thought that the two of them were taken into the Wood Peak by Kuzheng because of their high natural talent. Martial uncle, don't underestimate brother Lingtian just because he's young. With his strength, he'll be able to defeat the joint forces of those two junior brothers in a single move. As Chen Wei spoke, he looked at the two young men in the distance that had just stopped. As he spoke, he intentionally raised his voice, and it was clearly transmitted into the ears of the two young men. Sure enough, as soon as Chen Wei finished speaking, the two young men walked over with gloomy expressions. The one-armed old man glanced at Duan Lingtian with slight surprise when he heard Chen Wei, yet he didn't say anything and instead waited with interest for the arrival of the two young men. Senior brother Chen, we admit that we're inferior to you, but you can't insult us like this. The two disciples that had just joined the five-element sect's Wood Peak walked over in a short moment, and they looked at Duan Lingtian with gloomy expressions. He defeated the joint forces of the two of us in a single move? Exactly. On what basis? The two Wood Peak disciples were extremely furious, and they looked at Duan Lingtian with a provocative expression. Humph. My elder brother Duan is much more formidable than the two of you. Yi Xian grunted and spoke bluntly. We'll only know if he's more formidable than us after we try. Elders, what do the two of you think? As he finished speaking, one of the Wood Peak disciples glanced at Kuzheng and the one-armed old man with a seeking gaze, and when he saw the two old men nodding lightly, a wisp of an evil smile appeared on his face. Subsequently, he looked at Duan Lingtian and ridiculed. Kid, there's no need for the two of us to join forces. I alone, a single hand is sufficient to defeat you. Is that so? Duan Lingtian smiled as well, and he smiled indifferently. He was able to discern that Chen Wei had instigated the matter before him and Kuzheng had tacitly agreed to it, and it was undoubtedly because they wanted the one-armed old man to witness his strength. So he cooperated with them. Speak after you defeat my elder brother Duan. Otherwise, you're bragging. Yi Xian made a face at the Wood Peak disciple that provoked Duan Lingtian as she spoke childishly. Little girl, then I'll let you take a good look at how your big brother Duan is going to be. The Wood Peak disciple revealed an evil smile as he raised his hand as he spoke. But he hadn't finished speaking when he felt a vast force assault his face, and before he could react to what was going on, the vast force had already descended onto his body. Bang! In the next moment, he felt intense pain come from his chest as his vital blood roiled, and his entire body was blasted flying like an arrow that left the bow, and he soared through the clouds before fiercely crashing onto the ground. Good. The one-armed old man stared at Duan Lingtian with a bright light in his eyes. The speed Duan Lingtian attacked earlier was so swift that even he couldn't help but be surprised. Little fellow, your strength ought to be even stronger than Chen Wei, right? It's all right. I'm able to slap him flying with a single palm strike. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently. He remembered that it was Chen Wei who'd intentionally made a fool of him earlier, so he didn't hold back in the slightest when he answered the one-armed old man now. The one-armed old man was stunned, and then he looked at Chen Wei. When he saw Chen Wei nod with a bitter smile, he couldn't help but roar with laughter. Good, good. Senior brother, I'll leave Duan Lingtian to you. There's also this little girl. I've already promised Duan Lingtian to allow her to join our wood peak as well. Ku Jing spoke respectfully to the one-armed old man, and then he bid his farewells to Duan Lingtian and Yi Xian before turning around and leaving with Chen Wei. His entire movement was smooth like flowing water, and it was extremely elegant. You're called Duan Lingtian? The one-armed old man looked at Duan Lingtian as he asked, and he completely didn't have the contempt from before. Elder, how should I address you? Duan Lingtian nodded. You can just call me Elder Yang. Let's go, I'll arrange a place for both of you to stay. The one-armed old man warmly brought Duan Lingtian and Yi Xian to a row of pavilions at the side of the martial practice grounds, and he arranged a place for them to stay. You weren't able to react in the slightest when he attacked earlier? The other Wood Peak disciple supported up the Wood Peak disciple that was easily blasted flying by Duan Lingtian, and he asked with an astounded expression. I didn't. The latter gritted his teeth and stood up, and besides a bitter smile, there was a trace of seriousness on his face. I must report the appearance of such a young expert in the Wood Peak to Elder Tang as soon as possible. You're injured, go back and rest first. I'll personally notify Elder Tang of this matter. I truly never imagined that a place as weak as the Wood Peak would be able to find such an outstanding young expert. The former took a deep breath, and his expression was extremely serious. All right. Subsequently, the injured Wood Peak disciple returned to his pavilion to rest, whereas the other walked out and left the Wood Peak's base in Settlement City. Humph. All of this was noticed by the one-armed old man, and the old man grunted coldly. It's really as I expected. Elder Tang? The Earth Peak is going slightly too far. As he finished muttering to himself, two cold lights shot out from the old man's eyes, and his clothes fluttered without any wind as he emitted a vast and powerful aura. Interesting. On the pavilion, Duan Lingtian stood on the balcony as he looked at the one-armed old man that descended from the sky, and a wisp of a smile suffused the corners of his mouth. He'd noticed the movements of those two Wood Peak disciples earlier. But never had he imagined that those two people were actually spies. If Elder Kun knows that the two Wood Peak disciples he found are spies, I wonder what sort of expression he would have. Unknowingly, a wisp of a deep smile suffused Duan Lingtian's face. As for the origins of the two spies, he was easily able to guess that they were surely from the Water Peak, Fire Peak, and Earth Peak of the Five Elements sect. It's getting more and more interesting. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled before returning to his room, and he cultivated as he comprehended concept. Settlement City, on the other side. Outside the high walls of the enormous estate, a swift figure flashed in, and in a short moment, it headed towards the depths of the estate before finally stopping at the rear garden that was covered in luxuriant flowers and plants. At the center of the rear garden was a pergola, and an old man was sitting there playing chess. The old man held a white chess piece in his left hand and a black chess piece in his right hand, and he played chess by himself with extreme delight. Elder Tang. The unexpected guest appeared and arrived before the pergola before bowing respectfully to the old man. The old man seemed to not be surprised in the slightest by the sudden appearance of this person, and he continued playing chess as he asked indifferently. Is there anything? Yes. The person replied, and then he said, Ku Jing brought back a person today. Oh. Ku Jing really found a void interpretation stage martial artist below the age of 40 outside? The old man was slightly surprised, but he still continued playing chess, and his emotions didn't seem to fluctuate in the slightest. Yes. It's a young man that looks to be around the age of 25 at most. The person replied once more with a serious tone, 25 years old? The old man finally put down the chess piece in his hand and looked at the person as he asked with a low voice. Are you sure he's a void interpretation stage martial artist? Even if it's in our 5-element sex gold peak, a void interpretation stage martial artist around the age of 25 is a rare genius in the martial Dao that's hard to come by in 100 years. The person nodded and said with slight fear. Chai Kuan didn't even have the time to react when he was blasted flying. Besides that, Chen Wei admitted his strength was inferior to him. What? Finally, the old man's face went grim as he stood up abruptly, and he stared at the person with a fierce gaze. He fought Chen Wei? No. The person shook his head. When the old man heaved a sigh of relief, he said, but when he told Yang Ling that he could slap Chen Wei flying with a single palm strike, based on Chen Wei's expression, it seemed to be true. Slap Chen Wei flying with a single palm strike. Chapter 862. Fifth level of the void interpretation stage at around the age of 25? In the 1,000 years of history of their 5-element sect, there seems to have never been such a monster, right? He does indeed look to be around the age of 25. But if he usually pays attention to taking care of his appearance and coupled with him being a void interpretation stage martial artist, his true age ought to be around the age of 30. The person that came said. A cultivation at the 5th level of the void interpretation stage around the age of 30 can be considered to be one of the top existences amongst the younger generation of our 5-element sect. A bright light flashed within the old man's eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile. Kuzheng, I truly never imagined that you would find such a disciple with extraordinary natural talent for your wood peak after taking a trip outside, but unfortunately, you're bound to be making a gift for our earth peak. The old man looked at the person that came and instructed. Go find that person in private and tell him that so long as he's willing to join our Earth Peak, the Earth Peak will bestow him a Grade 2 spirit weapon and a 7th level concept fragment that's suitable for him. Grade 2 spirit weapon? 7th level concept fragment? The person's pupils couldn't help but constrict when he heard the old man, and he asked with slight astonishment. Elder Tang, is it worth it? Of course it's worth it. A bright light flashed within the old man's eyes, and he muttered with a voice that only he could hear. The value a young expert like this can create at that place isn't just this. Go on. The old man waved his hand to send the person off. In the spacious room, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the bed and heaved a long sigh of relief. My spiritual force has always been maintained at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage, and it hasn't changed at all until now. Looks like this is 100% a side effect left behind after the Devil Seal tablet bestowed the strength to me. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Even though he'd gotten over it earlier, but after experiencing the battle with the bandits today, he had no choice but to re-examine his spiritual force. If his spiritual force was at the 7th level of the void interpretation stage when he encountered that group of bandits today, then there would be utterly no need for Kuzheng to make a move, as he alone would be sufficient to annihilate all of them. Although the Devil Seal tablet can bestow me with the power to kill a void transformation stage powerhouse in an instant, the after-effects it leaves behind for me are huge as well. Just one use made it difficult for me to control my emotions, making me easily agitated. In addition, it also suppressed the improvement of my spiritual energy. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and took out the demon's sealing tombstone. He stared at it and muttered, "What in the world are you?" Although he saved my life, he also took away many things from me. Although he was unwilling to admit it, Duan Lingtian had no choice but to admit it. If the power of the demon's sealing tombstone hadn't entered his body, he wouldn't have been able to survive the siege of 6 Skywolf Fort Elders. Compared to his life, whether it was his mood swings or the stagnation of his spiritual power, everything seemed insignificant. South of the northern desert, ancient desert city. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 beautiful figures appeared in the void almost at the same time, looking down at the city below them. They were 2 young girls, one wearing yellow clothes, the other wearing green clothes. They were precisely Han Xuanai and Mu Shui who'd come from the Dark Han dynasty. Xuanai, this is ancient desert city? Mu Shui curiously sized up the city below her as she asked Han Xuanai. It's here. Han Xuanai nodded, and then her eyes lit up as she dived down. Let's go. Let's go ask around and see where the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is being held. Xuanai, wait for me. When she saw Han Xuanai vanish like a wisp of smoke, Mu Shui lightly stomped on the ground and hurriedly followed up. After they walked into a restaurant, Han Xuanai and Mu Shui sat down before calling the attendant over. Attendant, do you know of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties? Han Xuanai asked. Of course. The attendant hurriedly nodded, and then he said, Young miss, you've just arrived at our ancient desert city, right? Yes. Han Xuanai nodded. Then it's no wonder. But young miss, if you've come for the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, then I'm afraid you've come too late. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties has already ended over a month ago. The attendant said with a smile, but even if young miss arrives in time, you'll be unable to witness the martial competition of the 10 dynasties with your own 2 eyes, and you can only wait outside for news. Why? Han Xuanai frowned as she asked. Because the martial competition of the 10 dynasties was held at Skywolf Fort, and it was held at the outer fort of Skywolf Fort, so no outsiders were allowed to spectate. The attendant continued. At that time, even though many people came to join in the fun, yet they stayed outside to wait for news. Skywolf Fort? Mu Shui was stunned, and then she couldn't help but ask the attendant. Attendant, what's the relationship between Skywolf Fort and Skydog Fort? Why are their names so similar? Skydog Fort? The attendant was stunned. What's that? Doesn't your ancient desert city have a Skydog Fort? Mu Shui asked with a bewildered expression. She still remembered that it was Xuanai that told her this. Shui, you're mistaken. The Skydog Fort I spoke of is the Skywolf Fort he spoke of. I truly never imagined that the martial competition of the 10 dynasties was actually held by Skydog Fort. Han Xuanai said to Mu Shui, Shui, let's go ask the members of Skydog Fort if they know where Big Brother Ling Tian went after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties ended. Both of them stood up in unison and walked out of the restaurant. Skydog Fort? Early on when he heard Han Xuanai address Skywolf Fort as Skydog Fort, the attendant's expression had gone grim. There's actually someone in the ancient desert city that dares to address Skywolf Fort in this way? Does she want to die? When Han Xuanai finished speaking, the attendant couldn't help but be stunned. Martial competition of the 10 dynasties? Big Brother Ling Tian? Ling Tian? In a flash, the attendant's eyes lit up abruptly. Could it be that the Big Brother Ling Tian she spoke of is the Duan Ling Tian that obtained the first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties? That culprit that killed the patriarch's grandson, young Master Han? The restaurant he worked in now was a subsidiary of the Donghua clan. In the Donghua clan, he was only a tiny member of the outer circle with a lowly status, yet this didn't mean that he was willing to continue being lowly. He had the heart to rise up in the sky as well. Thus, he paid special attention to many things in the Donghua clan for the sake of waiting for an opportunity to turn things around. He knew clearly about the matter of the patriarch's grandson, young Master Han, being killed over 1 month ago. The person that killed young Master Han was a young man called Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was also the young expert that was ranked first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, and he'd left with the members of the Blade sect after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties ended. Never had he imagined that he would encounter someone that knew Duan Ling Tian one day. Moreover, it seemed to be someone that had an extremely close relationship with Duan Ling Tian. He faintly realized that his chance had arrived. My luck is about to change. The attendant shouted in his heart as he chased up to Han Xuanai and Mu Shui, who'd just walked out of the restaurant. Young missus, is the person you're looking for Duan Ling Tian? Duan Ling Tian. The attendant's words caused Han Xuanai to stop moving, then she turned around and asked with glowing eyes. Attendant, you know my big brother Ling Tian? Of course. The attendant smiled and said, young miss, to tell you the truth, this restaurant before you is the property of the Donghua clan. The Donghua clan? Han Xuanai's beautiful brows frowned slightly. What does that have to do with my big brother Ling Tian? What if the person young miss is looking for just happens to be a guest of the Donghua clan? The attendant's eyes narrowed as he asked with a smile. Big brother Ling Tian is a guest of the Donghua clan you spoke of? Attendant, quickly tell me where the Donghua clan is. Han Xuanai asked excitedly. Young missus, may I know what's the relationship between the two of you and young master Ling Tian? According to my knowledge, after young master Ling Tian obtained the first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, there were many people that wanted to pay him a visit, yet he didn't meet just anyone. The attendant spoke with a slightly troubled expression. He naturally did this because he wanted to understand the relationship between the two young women before him and Duan Ling Tian a step further. If they didn't have a close relationship with Duan Ling Tian, then even if he tricked them into going to the Donghua clan, he wouldn't obtain any benefits. How can those people compare to me? Go to the Donghua clan now and look for my big brother Ling Tian, and tell him that Xuanai is waiting for him here. Do you believe that big brother Ling Tian will appear before this young miss within the time of 10 breaths? Han Xuanai was instantly enraged when she heard the attendant. The attendant completely confirmed it when he heard Han Xuanai. This yellow-clothed young woman before him surely had a deep relationship with that Duan Ling Tian, otherwise, how could she dare speak so boldly? Young miss, calm your anger. I'm only worried that someone will disturb young master Ling Tian's peace, so I ask this. Since young miss has a deep relationship with young master Ling Tian, then I'll bring both of you to the Donghua clan to see young master Ling Tian. The attendant spoke as he led the way ahead. Young missus, the Donghua clan is over there. Shui, let's go. Let's go look for big brother Ling Tian. Han Xuanai called out to Mu Shui, and then both of them followed the attendant to head to the Donghua clan. In next to no time, the three of them arrived outside the Donghua clan estate. At the entrance to the Donghua clan estate, the few Donghua clan disciples that were guarding there instantly frowned when they saw 3 people walking over to them. Right at this moment, a voice transmission sounded out by their ears, and it caused their brows to relax. Don't alert the enemy. The 2 young women behind me are the younger sisters of the culprit that killed young Master Han, Duan Ling Tian. I lied to them and said Duan Ling Tian is a guest at the Donghua clan, so both of you cooperate. Otherwise, once the patriarch blames you, all of you won't be able to bear the consequences. This was naturally the voice transmission of the attendant. Hey! Brothers, these 2 young misses are the younger sisters of young Master Ling Tian, and they've come to look for young Master Ling Tian. Why aren't you quickly going to notify him? The attendant stood at the entrance to the Donghua clan estate as he raised his chest and spoke to the Donghua clan disciples. So they're the younger sisters of young Master Ling Tian, quickly come in. After the attendant reminded them, the Donghua clan disciples that received the voice transmission of the attendant didn't dare dally in the slightest, and one of them hurriedly led Han Xuanai and Mu Shui into the Donghua clan estate. I'll go notify young Master Ling Tian. Chapter 863. Within the vast lake in the Donghua clan estate, the pergola at the center of the lake that was destroyed over a month ago had been repaired since an unknown time. At the side of the pergola, the old man sat silently there with a fishing rod in his hand, and he was fishing. Even though the old man was fishing, his eyes were closed tightly, and his face carried slight loneliness mixed within. This old man looked to be no different than an ordinary old man. After a long time. Alas. The old man opened his eyes and let out a long sigh, and then he raised the fishing rod and looked at the perfectly straight hook as he muttered. Since Han left, I've been unable to calm my heart down any longer. Han do you know that since grandfather found out about the news of you leaving, I haven't caught a single fish again? The old man took a deep breath, and tears suddenly welled up in his eyes. Patriarch. Suddenly, an anxious voice sounded out from afar, and it shocked the old man to the point his eyes squinted before the tears in his eyes evaporated completely. What is it? The old man stood up and looked at the Dongwu clan disciple that stood on the shore of the lake, and his face sank slightly. Could it be that you don't know that I hate being disturbed the most when I'm fishing? Patriarch, it's that Duan Lingtian. The Dongwu clan disciple had just opened his mouth and hadn't finished speaking when he felt a violent gale assault him. Subsequently, an aged figure appeared before him, and it was precisely the old man that was at the side of the pergola at the center of the lake a moment ago, the patriarch of the Dongwu clan, Dongwu Lei. What did you say about Duan Lingtian earlier? Cold lights shot out from Dongwu Lei's eyes as he stared fixedly at the Dongwu clan disciple before him, and he asked with a low voice. The Dongwu clan disciple was pressured to the point he was slightly unable to catch his breath, and he said with difficulty after a short moment. Duan Lingtian's younger sister. Duan Lingtian's younger sister has come. Duan Lingtian's younger sister? The cold lights in Dongwu Lei's eyes grew even more intense as he asked with a low voice. Where? The audience hall. The Dongwu clan disciple spoke with difficulty. Whoosh! As soon as the Dongwu clan disciple finished speaking, a violent gale arose before him, and it blew his hair and clothes to the point of fluttering. As for the Dongwu clan's Dongwu Lei, he'd vanished without a trace. Duan Lingtian's sister? Dongwu Lei dashed towards the Dongwu clan's audience hall as his eyes revealed a ghastly sheen. Duan Lingtian, I can't touch you since you've joined the Blade sect, so I'll kill your younger sister and take revenge for my grandson. You made me suffer the pain of losing my grandson, so I'll let you taste the pain of losing your sister. At this moment, the hatred that was buried deep within Dongwu Lei's heart gushed out once more, and it was like an erupting volcano that couldn't be stopped. After the martial competition of the 10 dynasties ended that day, he'd been waiting outside Skywolf Fort with the intention of waiting for an opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian and take revenge for his grandson. However, who could have imagined that Duan Lingtian would leave with the people from the Blade Gate, leaving him with no idea where to start? When he found out that Duan Lingtian had joined the Blade sect, he realized that it would be very difficult for him to avenge his grandson. For a time, he could only bury the bone-deep hatred he had towards Duan Lingtian deep within his heart. Now, when he found out that Duan Lingtian's younger sister had come to their Dongwu clan estate, he only had a single thought. Kill Duan Lingtian's younger sister and take revenge for his grandson. Kill. 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 Only this thought remained in Dongwu Lei's mind. Presently, he seemed to have transformed into a god of slaughter. 2 young women stood slender and elegant within the audience hall of the Dongwu clan. Xuan, I keep having the feeling that something's off about this matter. Mu Shui frowned lightly as she glanced at the attendant that stood at the entrance, and then she spoke to Han Xuan in a low voice. Han Xuan looked at the attendant when she heard this and asked. Attendant, why hasn't my big brother Ling Tian come over yet? Young Mrs., please wait a moment. Young Master Ling Tian will be here right away. The attendant consoled Han Xuan and Mu Shui, yet his gaze stared outside from the beginning until the end, and he seemed to be waiting for something. Whoosh! Finally, a gust of violent wind assaulted over, and it blew the attendant to the point he couldn't help but close his eyes. When he opened his eyes once more, he noticed that a figure had appeared before him, an aged figure, a figure that was extremely familiar to him. Patriarch. The attendant took a deep breath and bowed respectfully and excitedly to the old man. It was you who brought Duan Lingtian's younger sister here? Dongwu Lei nodded and asked. Yes. The attendant replied respectfully. Very good. Wait here, I'll surely reward you heavily once I've dealt with this matter. As soon as Dongwu Lei finished speaking, he seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that instantly shot into the audience hall, and he stood before Han Xuan and Mu Shui. Who are you? Han Xuan frowned as she looked at Dongwu Lei and asked. Mu Shui stared at Dong Guolei as her beautiful face became slightly serious, and she seemed as if she was facing a formidable enemy. Both of you are Duan Lingtian's younger sisters? Dong Guolei looked at the two young girls around the age of 15 or 16 before him and asked with a low voice. At this moment, his eyes narrowed slightly as cold lights flashed within them. Geezer, you know my big brother Ling Tian as well? Do you know where my big brother Ling Tian is? Han Xuanai asked once more, and she seemed as if she didn't notice that the atmosphere at the scene was off in the slightest. Duan Ling Tian isn't here. Dong Guolei spoke indifferently. Not here? Han Xuanai's lively eyes suffused coldness when she heard this, and then an icy cold aura swept out from her body. At the same time, Han Xuanai looked at the attendant that stood at the entrance, and her tone revealed extreme coldness. You dare deceive me? Young miss, I'm sorry. For the sake of my future, I can only sacrifice both of you. The attendant took a deep breath and spoke frankly. Die. Han Xuanai's eyes were instantly covered in a layer of ice, and along with her raising her hand, an icy cold aura swept out and enveloped the attendant. A gust of cold wind blew past, and the attendant transformed into an ice sculpture, and the attendant's eyes that were filled with astonishment could be vaguely seen through the ice sculpture. In the sky, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth didn't have the time to condense into form before dispersing. Ice concept? Dong Guolei exclaimed in a low voice. He'd utterly never imagined that Duan Lingtian's younger sister had actually comprehended ice concept, and it might seem to be extremely extraordinary. But he wasn't afraid. He was in existence at the 6th level of the void transformation stage. Could it be that he couldn't defeat a mere 15 or 16-year-old little girl? Wait. 15 or 16 years old? Suddenly, Dong Guolei realized a problem. This yellow-clothed young girl before him that was only 15 or 16 years old had actually comprehended ice concept. Moreover, based on the level of her ice concept, it seemed to not be low. You're a demon. Dong Guolei looked at Han Xuanai and asked with a low voice. As far as he was concerned, there was only one possibility for this yellow-clothed young girl before him to possess such a terrifying cultivation at such an age. She was a demon. A demon was a demon beast that had broken through to the void transformation stage. Because demon beasts that had broken through to the void transformation stage were able to take human form, so when they were addressed, the word beast was removed. Besides possessing intelligence that wasn't inferior to humans, demons were also able to take human form. After they took human form, they weren't much different from ordinary humans. Demon? Han Xuanai's beautiful brows frowned when she heard Dong Guolei. What's wrong with demons? Based on your tone, you look down on demons? In the past, Qing Nu, who was always by Han Xuanai's side, was a demon. Moreover, she was a powerful demon. So in Han Xuanai's heart, there wasn't much difference between demons and humans. Looks like she really is a demon. Dong Guolei's heart sank. Never had he imagined that Duan Lingtian would actually take a demon as his younger sister, and for a time, he felt it was slightly inconceivable. Humph. Since big brother Ling Tian isn't here, then I ought to leave as well. Geezer, you don't have to send me off. Han Xuanai grunted, then stretched out her hand to hold Mu Shui's slender hand before walking out. Shui, let's go to Tsang. Han Xuanai hadn't finished speaking when a gust of violent wind had already blown before her, and an aged figure appeared to block her and Mu Shui's path. Geezer, what are you blocking my path for? Han Xuanai's voice was slightly chilly. Shui, do you still not understand? This old fellow probably has enmity with your big brother Ling Tian. Mu Shui laughed bitterly. She felt that this playmate of hers that she'd played with since she was young was truly too naive, and she actually didn't know the viciousness of the human heart in the slightest. You have enmity with my big brother Ling Tian? Han Xuanai glanced vigilantly at Dong Guolei when she heard Mu Shui. Exactly. Dong Guolei didn't deny it and said frankly, that Duan Lingtian killed my grandson and severed the roots of my bloodline, causing me to suffer the pain of losing my grandson. The enmity between me and him is absolutely irreconcilable. As he finished speaking, Dong Guolei roared out, and his eyes were suffused with a scarlet-red color. At this moment, Dong Guolei seemed to have transformed into a bloodthirsty wild beast, and he stared fiercely at Han Xuanai and Mu Shui. Humph. Han Xuanai grunted indifferently, and then she said with a calm tone, "Since my big brother Ling Tian killed that useless grandson of yours, then it's naturally that grandson of yours that deserves death. What are you being long-winded for in front of me? You wouldn't be afraid of my big brother Ling Tian, so you want to vent your anger on me, right?" A wisp of a ridiculing smile appeared on Han Xuanai's beautiful face. "I'm afraid of Duan Ling Tian?" Dong Guolei was first stunned when he heard Han Xuanai, and then he couldn't refrain from roaring with laughter as if he'd heard an enormous joke. "What are you laughing at?" Han Xuanai's face was covered in a layer of frost, and icy cold and bone-piercing cold air started to accumulate on her body, and she was prepared to whistle out at any moment. If it wasn't for that Duan Ling Tian joining the Blade sect, do you think he would be able to live until now? But, killing you two little girls today is the same. The origin energy on Dong Guolei's body whistled out and transformed into waves of vast strong winds in the blink of an eye, causing some of the decorations in the hall to shake. He made me suffer the pain of losing my grandson, then I'll let him properly enjoy the pain of losing his younger sister. You two little girls, remember not to get acquainted with Duan Ling Tian in your next lives. Chapter 864. Besides not withdrawing his spirit weapon, Dong Guolei attacked with his full strength and didn't hold back in the slightest. Whoosh! Instantly, 800 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky, and then another 700 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared subsequently. The 800 ancient horned dragon silhouettes were precisely the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth condensed from Dong Guolei's eruption of origin energy. 6th level of the void transformation stage. The 700 ancient horned dragon silhouettes were precisely the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth condensed from the 6th level void transformation concept drawing upon the energy of the heavens and the earth. 6th level advanced wind concept. Concept. Void initiation concept was elementary concept, and it was the lowest level of concept. 1st level void initiation concept corresponded to the strength of one ancient horned dragon. 2nd level void initiation concept corresponded to the strength of 2 ancient horned dragons. And so on and so forth. 9th level void initiation concept corresponded to the strength of 9 ancient horned dragons. Once one broke through, one would comprehend void interpretation concept, and it was intermediate concept. 1st level void interpretation concept corresponded to the strength of 20 ancient horned dragons. 2nd level void interpretation concept corresponded to the strength of 30 ancient horned dragons. And so on and so forth. 9th level void interpretation concept corresponded to the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons. Once one broke through again, one would comprehend void transformation concept, and it was advanced concept. It was the highest level of concept, and it was capable of condensing precious concept fragments within one's body. 1st level void transformation concept corresponded to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. 2nd level void transformation concept corresponded to the strength of 300 ancient horned dragons. And so on and so forth. 9th level void transformation concept corresponded to the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. Bang! OM. 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 The vast origin energy that gushed out from Dong Guolei's body fused with his 6th level advanced wind concept and transformed into a vast violent gale that accompanied the wind blades that covered the heavens and the earth as they swept towards Han Xuanai and Mu Shui. The strength of 1,500 ancient horned dragons had been completely exploded out. Die. Dong Guolei stared at the two young women as his eyes revealed a sense of madness, and it was as if he'd already seen the scene of them perishing. But his eyes that contained a sense of madness and laughter couldn't help but constrict in next to no time. Heavens! What have I seen? Humph! Han Xuanai snorted softly. The cold qi that had been accumulating in her body whizzed out like a gust of extremely cold wind. The terrifying cold wind was like an enormous ice beast blowing, and it instantly collided with the violent winds and wind blades that swept out from Dong Guolei's body, causing waves of terrifying sounds of air exploding to resound out. Boom! 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 The sound of air exploding was like a thunderclap that shocked the entire Dongguo clan's audience hall to the point it seemed as if an earthquake had occurred, and it started trembling intensely. At the point where the forces converged, the ground cracked. Cracks spread out in all directions, forming a huge spider web. The air seemed to have frozen, and the entire hall seemed to have sunk into winter, emitting a bone-piercing chill. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. After the two forces collided, the cold wind that came from Han Xuanai's body completely crushed the violent winds and wind blades that swept out from Dong Guolei's body, and then it didn't lose momentum as it charged towards Dong Guolei. No. When he noticed that his attack had been suppressed, Dong Guolei's face went grim, and his pupils stared wide open as he recovered from his shock and intended to flee. But unfortunately, Dong Guolei had just turned around and soared into the sky when he was drowned by the cold wind. In the next moment, Dong Guolei, who was in midair, had transformed into an ice sculpture. Within the ice sculpture, Dong Guolei's eyes were filled with extreme terror. Never had he imagined even in his dreams that Duan Lingtian's younger sister would be so terrifying and easily crush his full-force attack. No, I don't want to die. I still want to take revenge for Han. No. No. Dong Guolei, who was within the ice sculpture, shouted ceaselessly in his heart. At this moment, he felt an extremely icy cold energy pierce into his body from every single pore on his body, and it completely obliterated his origin energy. It wasn't just that, the meridians, internal organs, flesh, blood, bones, everything in his body was quickly frozen by the extremely icy cold energy. When his heart was frozen and his soul was crushed, Dong Guolei's consciousness vanished along with it. Bang! Dong Guolei, who transformed into an ice sculpture, stayed in midair for a while before falling heavily to the ground and transforming into a pile of ice fragments. The cold air in the hall gradually dispersed, and the icy cold energy on Han Xuanai's body was restrained, causing the frost on her young and beautiful face to disperse along with it. Humph. Humph. You dare fight before this young miss with just this little strength? You overestimate your ability. Han Xuanai looked at the pile of ice sculptures before her and grunted coolly. At the same time, the ancient horned dragon silhouettes that covered the sky above her gradually dispersed, causing the entire hall to return to calm. Xuanai, what are you doing? Mu Shui looked at Han Xuanai, who was searching for something within the pile of ice fragments, and she asked curiously. I found it. Meanwhile, an ice fragment appeared in Han Xuanai's hand, and along with a shapeless energy gushing out from her hand, the ice melted to reveal a completely azure-colored fragment in her hand. A 6th-level wind concept fragment. It was precisely the crystal condensed from the 6th-level advanced wind concept that Dong Guolei had spent his entire lifetime to comprehend, and it was capable of assisting one to swiftly comprehend wind concept until one comprehended 6th-level advanced wind concept. Once he died, the concept fragment in his body was bound to become a gift to another. Xuanai, what do you want such a low-level thing for? When she saw Han Xuanai happily sizing up the concept fragment in her hand, Mu Shui frowned and was slightly puzzled. Hee. You don't understand. This thing is useless to us, yet it's useful to Big Brother Ling Tian and his friends and family. I'll give it to him when I see him. Han Xuanai chuckled. I want to see that Duan Ling Tian even more now. I presume he's not a simple figure since he's able to make our little she-devil, Han Xuanai, care so much about him. Mu Shui's beautiful eyes were suffused with curiosity as she ridiculed. Tui. Han Xuanai was instantly unhappy when she heard Mu Shui, and she spat with a stern expression. You're the little she-devil. I'm clearly a little virtuous girl, all right? Little virtuous girl? Mu Shui couldn't help but look at the pile of shattered ice sculptures on the ground when she heard Han Xuanai, the Donghua clan's patriarch, Donghua Lei, had transformed into an ice sculpture, and she was speechless in her heart. Is this something a virtuous girl can do? Xuanai, I noticed that your skin has become thicker and thicker since you came out last time. Did that fellow called Duan Lingtian lead you astray? Mu Shui said in all seriousness, if it's true, then I'll surely tell Uncle Han after I return and ask him to properly teach that Duan Lingtian a lesson. Shui, don't blame me for not warning you. If you dare tell on him, then not only will I burn Uncle Mu's hair, I'll burn your hair as well. Han Xuanai had her hands on her hips as she glared at Mu Shui. Mu Shui couldn't help but shudder. As the companion of Han Xuanai since they were young, she was extremely clear about the temper of this little she-devil, and she was absolutely someone that would do what she said. I'm just joking. For the sake of her smooth and beautiful hair, Mu Shui had no choice but to compromise. That's more like it. Han Xuanai's tense beautiful face collapsed as she revealed a smile that could turn the world upside down, and then she held Mu Shui's hand before walking out. Let's go. Let's go to the Skydog Fort and ask that fellow if he knows where Big Brother Ling Tian went. After the two of them walked out of the Donghua clan audience hall, Han Xuanai casually raised her hand, causing a gust of wind to sweep by and push down the attendant that was frozen into an ice sculpture. Bang! The human-shaped ice sculpture fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Humph. Humph. You actually dared to deceive this young Mississippi. After glaring angrily at the pile of ice fragments, Han Xuanai and Mu Shui soared into the sky together and left the Donghua clan estate. After they left, the entire Donghua clan was in chaos. Their Donghua clan's patriarch was dead. For a time, all the higher-ups of the Donghua clan started to struggle for power, and it couldn't be stopped. After this day, the Donghua clan suffered endless internal and external troubles, and it had completely declined in less than a few years of time to be reduced to an inconspicuous small clan in the ancient desert city. At the eastern area of the northern desert, Settlement City. Too slow. Duan Lingtian, who sat cross-legged on the bed, couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the wind concept fragment in his hand. Presently, in terms of cultivation, he'd broken through to the 5th level of the void interpretation stage. In terms of concept, he'd comprehended 3rd level intermediate wind concept, and if he wanted to comprehend an even higher level wind concept, then even with the assistance of a concept fragment, it still required a period of time. But if he concentrated on the comprehension of wind concept, then he would undoubtedly fall behind in comprehending other concepts. Besides wind concept, Duan Lingtian had comprehended lightning concept, earth concept, and sword concept. However, compared to wind concept, the levels of the other 3 concepts weren't worth mentioning at all. It would be great if I'm able to rely on the concept fragments of these 4 concepts to comprehend them at the same time, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. And at the same time that he had a beautiful dream, another 3 concept fragments appeared in his hand. It was precisely the lightning concept fragment, earth concept fragment, and sword concept fragment. Long ago, Duan Lingtian had once tried to rely on 2 concept fragments to comprehend 2 concepts at the same time. The outcome was naturally failure. One couldn't do 2 things at the same time, this was common sense. This time, Duan Lingtian held 4 concept fragments, and for some reason, he wanted to try if he was able to rely on 2 concept fragments to comprehend 2 concepts at the same time. Wind. Lightning. Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and wanted to multitask and comprehend wind concept and lightning concept at the same time. Duan Lingtian, who originally thought it would end in failure and was even mentally prepared since long ago, noticed to his shock that his consciousness had split apart. His consciousness had actually split apart since an unknown time, and it was respectively comprehending wind concept and lightning concept. At the beginning, Duan Lingtian thought it was his misconception. However, after a round of confirmation, he was completely sure of it. This wasn't a misconception, it was real. Relying on 2 different concept fragments to comprehend 2 concepts at the same time and multitasking. Even if it's in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, this is practically impossible. Yet now, I've done it. Chapter 865. Comprehending two types of concepts at the same time by relying on two types of concept fragments, multitasking. Duan Ling Tian had a solemn expression on his face, and his breathing became heavy as well. Earlier, when I tried to comprehend wind concept and lightning concept through the wind concept fragment and lightning concept fragment, my consciousness split into two, and I comprehended two types of concepts at the same time. Moreover, the speed at which my consciousness comprehended wind concept after it was split into two isn't any different than before. Duan Ling Tian gasped again. What's going on? I couldn't do this in the past. But now, I've done it. Curious, Duan Ling Tian searched through the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu in an attempt to obtain an answer. However, even the reincarnation Emperor Wu, who had experienced 2 lifetimes and seen countless scenes of the world, had never heard of anyone being able to multitask and comprehend two types of concepts at the same time. However, according to the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, consciousness comes from the soul. I've tried to comprehend two types of concepts at the same time, but I failed. This proves that my consciousness was unable to split into two at that time. Now, my consciousness can split into two, allowing me to comprehend two types of concepts at the same time by relying on two different concept fragments. Since consciousness came from the soul, then, the change in consciousness was naturally related to the soul. For a time, Duan Ling Tian began to ponder. In the end, he only thought of one possibility. The Devil Seal Tablet. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself as he took a deep breath. Besides the Devil Seal Tablet, he really could not think of any other reason. At that time, the energy of the Devil Seal Tablet surged into his body and soul, causing him to devilify. It allowed him to possess the strength to instantly kill a void transformation stage powerhouse while his consciousness was drifting. After that incident, the Devil Seal Tablet left behind two major side effects in his body. Firstly, his emotions were easily irritable and difficult to control. Secondly, his spiritual energy was suppressed, and it could no longer improve along with his cultivation base. From the looks of it, that incident must have affected my soul and caused my consciousness to change, allowing me to split into two. The more Duan Ling Tian thought about it, the more certain he became. Other than this, there seemed to be no other reason. My consciousness is divided into two, and by relying on two different concept fragments, I can comprehend two different concepts at the same time. In other words, in terms of comprehending concepts, I have an advantage over ordinary martial artists. Ordinary martial artists can only focus on comprehending one concept at a time. If they want to comprehend two concepts to a certain level at the same time, they need to spend twice the amount of time. As for me, I don't need to spend so much time because I can comprehend two different concepts at the same time. Thinking of this, Duan Ling Tian was a little excited. Now that his consciousness could be divided into two, when he comprehended the concept of wind in the future, he could comprehend the other concept at the same time and rapidly improve that concept. Right. Duan Ling Tian, whose gaze inadvertently fell on the 4 concept fragments in his hand, shuddered as if he had thought of something. Since my consciousness can divide into two and comprehend two different concepts at the same time, I wonder if I can divide into 4 and comprehend 4 different concepts at the same time? Needless to say, Duan Lingtian's ambition was extremely great. But unfortunately, after experimenting for a while, he helplessly noticed that his consciousness could only divide into 2 at most. In other words, he could only comprehend 2 different concepts at the same time, and was unable to comprehend 3 or even 4 different concepts at the same time. What a pity. If I'm really able to comprehend and improve 4 different concepts at the same time, then it would be awesome. Duan Ling Tian sighed, but he wasn't dejected. As far as he was concerned, being able to comprehend 2 different concepts at the same time was already much stronger than ordinary martial artists. Comprehending 2 different concepts. Duan Lingtian's gaze once again descended onto the 4 concept fragments in his hand, and then he put away the earth concept fragment and sword concept fragment in the end. The strongest concept he'd comprehended now was the wind concept, and he'd already comprehended the third-level intermediate wind concept. Secondly, it was the lightning concept. Once I successfully comprehend intermediate lightning concept, my strength will obtain a completely new leap. Just like Su Li during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, Su Li had executed 2 intermediate concepts at the same time, and it could be said to have shocked many people. At that time, amongst all the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties, only Su Li had comprehended 2 intermediate concepts at the same time. Lightning concept. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian held the wind concept fragment in one hand and the lightning concept fragment in the other, and he comprehended the 2 concepts as he cultivated. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, sword dragon form. Duan Lingtian's consciousness that had divided into 2 fell into the ocean of wind to comprehend wind concept, whereas the other fell into the thunderclouds to comprehend lightning concept. His cultivation and the 2 concepts rose swiftly at the same time. Since he broke through to the void interpretation stage, Duan Lingtian noticed that the origin energy of the violet pill was extremely potent. The overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill rejected the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth that was absorbed into the body from the outside, including the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth that came from origin stones. So Duan Lingtian utterly didn't need to consume origin stones to cultivate now. Because even if he wanted to consume them, the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill wouldn't allow the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth within the origin stones to come into contact with the origin energy in his body. If one really had to make an analogy, the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill was extremely possessive, and it seized the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body and didn't allow the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth to taint it in any way. Unknowingly, 3 days had passed, and Duan Lingtian woke up and heaved a sigh of relief. His cultivation hadn't broken through. His 2 concepts hadn't broken through as well. But Duan Lingtian was still extremely happy because he was able to comprehend 2 different concepts at the same time. So long as he was given time, the concepts he comprehended would be able to surpass anyone. As the saying goes, where there's loss, there's gain. These words aren't wrong in the slightest. My spiritual force has been suppressed, yet I unexpectedly possess the ability to comprehend 2 concepts at the same time. After he shook his head and smiled, Duan Lingtian opened the door that he hadn't opened for 3 days and walked out. After he noticed there wasn't any movement from Yi Xian's room, he couldn't help but shake his head and smile. That little girl is really going all out. Duan Lingtian naturally knew that Yi Xian was cultivating in her room. As he stood before the balcony of the pavilion, Duan Lingtian looked at the vast martial practice grounds before him. The martial practice grounds was completely empty, and it seemed to be slightly desolate. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, a voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. When he turned around to look, he noticed that a young man had come out from the balcony of a nearby pavilion and was greeting him. He had an impression of this young man, and it was precisely one of the 2 Wood-Peak disciples he'd met when he'd just arrived here. That Wood-Peak disciple that had comparatively better luck and wasn't thrown out by him. Do you need something? Duan Lingtian glanced at this Wood-Peak disciple and asked indifferently. Duan Lingtian, why have you come to the Wood-Peak? The Wood-Peak disciple asked Duan Lingtian. Why? Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at the Wood-Peak disciple and replied with a question. Then why have you come? It's naturally for the sake of obtaining even better cultivation resources, especially those high-level concept fragments and grade 2 spirit weapons. The Wood-Peak disciple spoke as a matter of course. Then we're the same. Duan Lingtian shrugged. The Wood-Peak disciple's eyes lit up when he heard this, and a wisp of a smile suffused the corners of his mouth. What? What do you have to take care of? When he saw the expression of the Wood-Peak disciple, Duan Lingtian had an expression of anticipation as he asked, and he didn't communicate with the Wood-Peak disciple via voice transmission. On the other hand, the Wood-Peak disciple didn't mind and nodded before continuing via voice transmission. Since you're on the same path as me, then I'll point you in the right direction. The 5-element sex Earth Peak's elder Tang Lin is extremely interested in you, and he wants you to join the Earth Peak. Earth Peak? Elder Tang Lin? Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised, and then he asked. If I'm not wrong, you ought to be a Wood Peak disciple, right? Why are you recruiting people for the Earth Peak? I'm only a Wood Peak disciple on the surface, and my true identity is an Earth Peak disciple. Besides that, that person you defeated a few days ago is an Earth Peak disciple as well. The Earth Peak disciple that was hiding on the Wood Peak side continued speaking to Duan Ling Tian via voice transmission. So that's how it is. I wonder what benefits the Earth Peak can give me. Duan Ling Tian asked once more. A grade 2 spirit weapon and a 7th level concept fragment. The Earth Peak disciple ought to have been affected by Duan Ling Tian's continuous speaking, and this time, he actually didn't communicate with Duan Ling Tian via voice transmission. Perhaps as far as he was concerned, there was no one in the surroundings, so it was fine even if he spoke. So stingy. Duan Ling Tian frowned when he heard the Earth Peak disciple. Stingy? The Earth Peak disciple was stunned when he heard Duan Ling Tian. This is called stingy. That's a grade 2 spirit weapon and a 7th level concept fragment. Of course, if he knew that Duan Ling Tian possessed a grade 1 spirit weapon and even a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon that surpassed a grade 1 spirit weapon, then perhaps he wouldn't think like this. As for concept fragments, Duan Ling Tian didn't care even more. As far as he was concerned, the concept fragments he possessed now were already sufficient for him to use until the void transformation stage. Moreover, once his cultivation broke through to the void transformation stage, he would possess a certain amount of strength to wander about the foreign lands. At that time, he would go retrieve the great treasure left behind by Emperor Wu of Samsara. So long as he retrieved the great treasure, then not to mention possessing all sorts of 9th level concept fragments, he didn't even lack profundity fragments. So he really didn't take a fancy to those 7th level concept fragments. Duan Ling Tian, aren't you being too greedy? The Earth Peak disciple asked with a low voice. As far as he was concerned, the reason Duan Ling Tian felt the Earth Peak's price was too low was undoubtedly because Duan Ling Tian wanted to raise the price. This is called being greedy. Your Earth Peak is really stingy. Duan Ling Tian sighed. Then what you mean is that you're unwilling to join our Earth Peak. Chapter 866. What? Your Earth Peak wants to use force? Duan Ling Tian sized up the Earth Peak disciple with interest, and then he laughed with disdain. You seem to not have the strength to use force with me, right? You. The Earth Peak disciple's face went grim, and he said with a dark face, Duan Ling Tian, our elder Tang asked you to join our Earth Peak because he thinks highly of you. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit? Good, very good. Duan Ling Tian hadn't spoken when a cold and indifferent voice sounded out, and not only did it cause the Earth Peak disciple's face to go grim, even Duan Ling Tian was shocked. Duan Ling Tian felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the one-armed old man that appeared out of thin air before him. Since when had this elder Yang been hiding in the vicinity? He was actually completely unaware. He could imagine that if Elder Yang wanted to make a move against him, then perhaps he wouldn't even be able to react before being killed. The one-armed old man was precisely the Wood Peak's elder, Yang Ling. After Yang Ling made an appearance, he smiled lightly to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, you're really not bad. You're still unmoved when facing the temptation of a grade 2 spirit weapon and 7th level concept fragment. How rare. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but feel slightly guilty when he heard Yang Ling's praise. It wasn't that he wasn't moved, but he utterly didn't take a fancy to the grade 2 spirit weapon and 7th level concept fragment because they were of no value to him. If it was a profundity fragment or a royal grade spirit weapon, then even if he didn't join the Earth Peak, he would surely think of a way to obtain it. Swoosh. When the Earth Peak disciples saw Yang Ling make an appearance, his face went completely pale, and his body started trembling intensely from fear. When he saw Yang Ling make an appearance and pay no attention to him but speak to Duan Ling Tian instead, his face instantly revealed an overjoyed expression. Flee! Without the slightest hesitation, the Earth Peak disciple flashed out towards the distance, and he obviously wanted to flee. But was it possible for a martial artist at the second level of the void interpretation stage to escape before Yang Ling, an elder of the Wood Peak, with a mere slap? A wisp of disdain appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth when he saw the Earth Peak disciple fleeing. Although he didn't know exactly what Yang Ling's strength was, Yang Ling was surely a void transformation stage expert without a doubt. Moreover, even that elder Ku had to address Yang Ling as senior brother. Yang Ling's strength was obvious. He was probably not inferior to Ku Zheng. Humph. When he saw the Earth Peak disciple intending to flee, Yang Ling's eyes narrowed, and then he raised his lone arm before abruptly swinging it in a circle and swiftly spinning it. At the same time, a vast gale gushed out from Yang Ling's severed arm that ceaselessly spun in reverse, and it formed a wind vortex along with the rotation of his severed arm. As soon as the vortex appeared, it emitted a terrifying suction force that pointed directly at the Earth Peak disciple. In practically an instant, the body of the Earth Peak disciple that was fleeing swiftly froze abruptly, and then he flew backwards like an arrow that had left the bow, causing him to completely lose control of his body. Swoosh! The Earth Peak disciple that was enveloped by the suction force of the vortex was forced to transform into a bolt of lightning that didn't stop in the slightest as he charged into the vortex. No! This was the last miserable cry the Earth Peak disciple emitted before his death, and after his entire body was sucked into the vortex, he transformed into a rain of blood that covered the sky before completely vanishing in the heavens and the earth. Dead. At the same time, Yang Ling withdrew his hand like a bolt of lightning, and the vortex formed from his severed arm and strength vanished along with this. Because from the moment Yang Ling attacked until he withdrew his hand, it had only occurred in the blink of an eye. So the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth and the sky hadn't had the time to completely condense into form before dispersing. Hiss! Duan Ling Tian gasped as he looked at the one-armed old man that wasn't tainted by a trace of blood, and his heart was filled with shock. The strength of this Elder Yang is actually even stronger than Elder Ku who'd broken through. Ku Zheng was at the 7th level of the void transformation stage after breaking through, and he'd once fought before Duan Ling Tian and instantly annihilated a 7th level void interpretation stage bandit. Now, Yang Ling had fought before Duan Ling Tian as well, and he'd executed an extremely formidable heaven rank martial skill. Duan Ling Tian, who'd fused with the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes and inherited Emperor Wu's discerning gaze, was easily able to discern that Yang Ling was stronger than Ku Zheng. Swoosh! A gust of wind howled from the distance, and it drew Duan Ling Tian's gaze. In the distant sky, the Wood Peak disciple that was injured by Duan Ling Tian a few days ago, or more precisely speaking, the Earth Peak disciple that was hiding in the Wood Peak, seemed to have noticed that his identity had been exposed, and he was fleeing towards the distance. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. He knew that it was impossible for that Earth Peak disciple to escape. The facts were just as Duan Ling Tian thought. Along with the one-armed old man vanishing before his eyes, the Earth Peak disciple in the distance exploded at practically the exact same moment and transformed into a rain of blood that covered the sky. Blood sprayed through the sky as the one-armed old man's figure appeared. Subsequently, he vanished once more. The Wood Peak. Perhaps there's no one in the younger generation, but the experts in the older generation are numerous like the clouds. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Just think about it. After all, the Wood Peak was the strongest peak beneath the Gold Peak in the 5 Elements sect over 20 years ago. The reason the Wood Peak was strong at that time was undoubtedly because of this group of experts of the older generation. Elder Brother Duan. A voice that was pleasant to the ear like an oriole sounded out, causing Duan Ling Tian to return to his senses, and he turned around to look at the source of the voice. There was a beautiful young girl standing there. The young woman was around the age of 16 or 17, and she seemed to be rather lively. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed that something was wrong, and he obtained the answer after his spiritual force stretched out. Xiao Xian, you've broken through? Duan Lingtian asked with slight surprise. Yes. The young woman was precisely Yi Xian, and she nodded excitedly before speaking with a confident expression. Give me another month of time, and I'm confident in breaking through to the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised when he heard this, and he only sighed slightly with emotion. He knew that besides the high-purity medicinal pills he'd refined for her, the reason Yi Xian's improvement was so swift was most importantly because of the origin stones to assist in her cultivation. Coupled with Yi Xian's current natural talent, her advancement was naturally swift. Then continue working hard. Perhaps, even the Wood Peak will have to rely on you to support it in the future. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he spoke. Elder brother Duan, stop joking. Yi Xian playfully stuck out her tongue and said with a smile, the future of the Wood Peak will surely be shouldered by elder brother Duan. As for me, I'm only an invisible person. Duan Lingtian shook his head and didn't explain further. What could he say? Could it be that it's impossible for him to always stay in the Five-Element sect? Could it be that he joined the Five-Element sect only for the sake of reuniting with those friends of his? As for what he said earlier, Duan Lingtian was naturally not speaking without thinking. Perhaps Yi Xian's current strength was nothing. But he believed that so long as she possessed a good cultivation environment and resources, then Yi Xian would surely become the most outstanding disciple in the younger generation of the Wood Peak in another 10 or 20 years. South of the northern desert, ancient desert city. Skywolf Fort, Inner Fort. In the luxurious hall at the center, a yellow-clothed young woman sat at the seat of the head, and her beautiful brows were slightly knit while she had an unhappy expression. The green-clothed young woman sat silently at the seat of the head, and she asked after a short moment. Xuanai, it has already been 3 days. How long more do you intend to wait? These two young women were precisely Han Xuanai and Mu Shui that had come to Skywolf Fort 3 days ago. Humph. Han Xuanai grunted, and then she stood up while her lively eyes flickered with a bright light. I don't care anymore. If that fellow still doesn't come out to see me, I'll freeze those 5 fellows into popsicles. As soon as she finished speaking, a strand of awe-inspiring coldness arose from Han Xuanai's body. Whoosh! Along with this piercingly cold coldness sweeping out, Han Xuanai's figure vanished on the spot. Someone is going to suffer again. Mu Shui shook her head and chased after her. Inner Fort. 4 old men and a middle-aged man sat in a circle within a spacious courtyard. At this moment, the 5 of them had a similarity, and that was their brows were knit tightly as if they'd encountered some sort of trouble. If a disciple of Skywolf Fort was here, he would surely be able to recognize them with a single glance. The 5 people that sat in a circle were precisely the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort. Master, what should we do now? It has already been 3 days, yet that young miss still hasn't left. Looks like she's going to waste time with us. Feng Wei looked at the old man that sat opposite him with a bitter smile on his face. The old man was precisely one of the 2 9th-level Void Transformation Stage Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort, Luo Fu. He was also Feng Wei's master. There's nothing we can do about it. All of you saw it as well. Even the fort master was terrified to the point of hiding when he heard that young miss had arrived. Luo Fu laughed bitterly. Even though he was the leader of the 5 great vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort and the strongest existence below the fort master of Skywolf Fort, he was helpless when facing that yellow-clothed young girl. That yellow-clothed young girl wasn't someone he could afford to offend. He still remembered that when he saw the yellow-clothed young girl for the first time, there was an old woman following by the yellow-clothed young girl's side. Even if it was their Skywolf Fort's fort master who saw that old woman, he would have to respectfully address her as senior. Their Skywolf Fort's fort master was in existence at the peak of the Void stage, and he was only half a step away from the Martial Monarch stage. Thus, the old woman's strength was obvious. She was surely in existence at the martial monarch stage or above. However, this wasn't the most shocking thing to him. He remembered that even someone as strong as that old woman had to respectfully address the yellow-clothed young girl as young miss, and she was more like a servant by the young girl's side. Even the servant was in existence at the martial monarch stage or above, so the terrifying background of the young girl was obvious. The fort master went into closed-door cultivation the other time seemed to be because of her. After the fort master came out of closed-door cultivation, even his beard had changed, and it felt as if it had been plucked by someone. Yukong gasped, and he had an expression of fear. Why don't we tell her about Duan Lingtian's whereabouts? Perhaps she'll leave Skywolf Fort because she's anxious to find Duan Lingtian. Ning Ken suggested. Have you gone mad? Meng Li's face went grim. Don't forget that she addressed Duan Lingtian as Big Brother, and her relationship with Duan Lingtian is obviously deep. If she goes to the Blades sect and finds Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian tells her that we sent people to kill him, do you think she'll let us off? Chapter 867. Right when the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort were at their wits' end, 2 figures appeared in the sky above the inner fort of Skywolf Fort. Shit! It's that young miss. As the leader of the 5 vice fort masters, Luo Fu noticed the 2 young women at the first possible moment, and his face went grim. That young miss seems to be very angry. She wouldn't tear down our Skywolf Fort, right? Meng Li sucked in a cold breath. What should we do now? Feng Wei laughed bitterly. Even though it was the first time he'd seen these 2 young women 3 days ago, he was terrified to the point of losing his temper when he found out about the yellow-clothed young woman's background from his master. What a joke. How could their Skywolf Fort afford to offend an existence that even a martial monarch stage expert could be taken as a servant? I think we should go appease her. Otherwise, the Skywolf Fort might really be torn down by her. Ning Ken laughed bitterly. Let's go. Let's go together. Luo Fu deeply agreed, and then he called out to the 4 of them before the 5 of them soared up into the sky and arrived nearby the 2 young women in a short moment. Presently, strands of cold air were sweeping out from the yellow-clothed young woman's body that spread out in all directions. The cold air covered the heavens and the earth as it swept down, and it wasn't long before it caused the entire inner fort of Skywolf Fort to seem as if it had fallen into winter. So cold. Many elders and disciples flew out from all over the inner fort of Skywolf Fort. When they saw the 2 young women and the 5 vice fort masters standing opposite each other in the sky, all of them stopped and watched from afar to watch the show. So it's this young miss that's showing her might. I heard even the fort master has gone into hiding because of her. I'm truly curious who she is to actually be able to make our Skywolf Fort's fort master be so afraid of her. After all, our fort master is in existence at the peak of the void stage, and he's only half a step away from the martial monarch stage. We can confirm that her identity and background aren't simple. Not only is her identity and background extraordinary, her strength is obviously extraordinary as well. All the elders and disciples of Skywolf Fort discussed animatedly. Their faces were filled with helpless bitter smiles. The Skywolf Fort was one of the 4 great forces in the southern region of the northern desert. They were not afraid even if they were to face the Blades sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion-Severing sect who were also part of the 4 great forces. But now, he lowered his head in front of a 15 or 16-year-old girl. Moreover, when the most powerful fort master of Skywolf Fort heard that the girl had come, he deliberately hid himself and didn't want to see her, treating her as a scourge. High up in the sky, the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort were filled with fear and trepidation as they faced the girl in yellow. Miss Xuanai. The leader, Luo Fu, braced himself and greeted them. Miss Xuanai. Miss Xuanai. As for Ning Can and the other 3, they all squeezed out smiles with great difficulty as they greeted each other. I've already waited for 3 days, but that big dog of your Skydog Fort still hasn't come out, Han Xuanai looked at Luo Fu and the other four with a frosty expression on her beautiful face. She said in a cold voice, "If he still doesn't come out today, I'll freeze all four of you little dogs into popsicles." Freeze into popsicles? As soon as Han Xuanai said this, at the same time that Luo Fu and the other four laughed bitterly and helplessly, they didn't take it seriously. Even though the young girl had comprehended ice concept and possessed extraordinary strength, as far as they were concerned, the young girl ought to be unable to do anything to them. "Miss Xuanai, our fort master has really gone on a long journey." Luo Fu laughed bitterly. "Yes." Ning Can and the other three nodded in unison. "We'll know right away if he's gone on a long journey." As soon as Han Xuanai finished speaking, she took a stride forward. Instantly, the icy cold aura that had been accumulating in her body since long ago swept out. The bone-piercing coldness swept through the sky, causing the airflow in the air to freeze. The 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort hadn't even reacted when the extremely icy cold air had already enveloped them. The terrifying cold air was like numerous dreadful beasts that fiercely collided with them. In next to no time, Feng Wei's expression went grim. This was because he noticed that after the cold air enveloped his entire body, his body had started to become stiff. In the next moment, the cold air was like a bone-piercing gangrene that pierced into every single pore on his body before charging into his meridians and freezing his meridians and origin energy. Moreover, the flesh, blood, tendons, bones, and internal organs in his body were frozen as well. No matter how he circulated his origin energy, he was unable to suppress the bone-piercing cold air. Shit! At this instant, Feng Wei's face went grim. He realized a terrifying problem, and that was the 5 vice fort masters had underestimated this little girl. Originally, they were afraid of this little girl because of the huge force behind her, not because of her own strength. Yet now, he noticed that this little girl's strength was even above his own. In just an instant, she'd frozen a dignified 7th-level void transformation stage expert into an ice sculpture. What sort of strength was this? As he felt the coldness that came from his entire body and the origin energy that he was utterly unable to utilize, Feng Wei's heart was filled with bitterness. He even noticed that with the current state of his body, the little girl whose strength was originally not worth mentioning in his eyes had shown mercy. Otherwise, he would have frozen to death long ago. Feng Wei stood in midair and had transformed into an ice sculpture, and the origin energy on his body had been completely obliterated. The reason he didn't fall down was because there was a shapeless force supporting him, causing him to not fall and shatter into pieces. At the same time, Ning Can and Yu Kong, 2 existences at the 8th level of the void transformation stage, had successively transformed into ice sculptures. Through the ice sculptures, one could see their extremely unsightly expressions. Just like Feng Wei, they'd never imagined that Han Xuanai possessed such a terrifying strength and actually suppressed them in a single move. When their eyes that were barely able to move saw Luo Fu and Meng Li before them had transformed into ice sculptures as well, they completely lost their temper. Even the 2 great 9th-level void transformation stage vice fort masters of their Skywolf Fort weren't able to escape, let alone them. The 5 ice sculptures stood there in midair, and if it wasn't for a shapeless force supporting them, they'd have fallen down long ago and shattered into pieces without leaving behind any corpses. The hearts of the 5 people that were sealed within the 5 ice sculptures were filled with terror because they'd realized the dangerous situation they were in at this moment. Only a single thought from the yellow-clothed young girl would cause them to die without a doubt. "Fort Master, quickly come out. Fort Master, save us." Presently, only this thought remained in their hearts. Due to the origin energy within their bodies being completely sealed in ice, they were unable to send a voice transmission to the young girl before them to beg for mercy. Otherwise, they would surely put down all their pride and beg for mercy. Big Dog. Han Xuanai, who controlled the life and death of the 5 great vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, spoke out abruptly, and her voice contained origin energy that spread throughout the entire Skywolf Fort's inner fort. 5 breaths. If you still don't come out within the time of 5 breaths, then I'll smash all 5 of your Skydog Fort's little dogs into pieces. Han Xuanai's voice soared through the sky and clearly entered into the ears of everyone in the inner fort, and her tone was filled with an unquestionable tone. Whoosh! The entire inner fort was in an uproar. Who the heck is she? She actually froze our 5 great fort masters of Skywolf Fort into ice sculptures by herself. Is the ice concept of legend really so terrifying? When did our Skywolf Fort become a Skydog Fort? If the fort master is a big dog and the 5 vice fort masters are little dogs, then what are we? Perhaps, in her eyes, we're only a group of little puppies. The group of elders and disciples of Skywolf Fort laughed bitterly as they looked at the yellow-clothed young girl in the sky. At this moment, in their eyes, the yellow-clothed young girl was utterly a little devil that couldn't be offended, and anyone that offended her would suffer misfortune. Elder Ghost, who the heck is she? She possesses such terrifying strength at the mere age of 15 or 16. Could it be that she's a demon? At a certain corner of the inner fort, Zi Shang stood there as he looked at the yellow-clothed young girl in the sky from afar, and he asked with a fearful expression. She's not a demon. A wave of ghastly and hoarse voice reverberated within Zi Shang's mind. She's just like you, a human, what? Zi Shang's pupils constricted, and he couldn't help but gasp. Elder Ghost, you're not joking, right? She. How old is she? How could a human possibly possess such terrifying strength at such an age? Her strength is probably not inferior to the elusive fort master of Skywolf Fort, right? Zi Shang asked. Unless the fort master of Skywolf Fort is a martial monarch stage expert here, then perhaps he might be able to go against her. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to be a match for her. Elder Ghost's voice continued. Besides that, I felt a trace of a familiar aura when she attacked. If she's really cultivated that cultivation method, then the power behind her. As he finished speaking, Elder Ghost's voice started to tremble, and he seemed to have recalled something terrifying. What about the power behind her? Zi Shang couldn't help but be curious when he heard the terror in Elder Ghost's voice, and he really wanted to know what power caused Elder Ghost to be so afraid. Very strong. Strong to the point it's beyond your imagination. Elder Ghost's voice became extremely solemn as he spoke word by word. No matter what happens in the future, don't offend this young miss. Even when I was at my prime, I was only an ant in the eyes of the weakest group of people in the power she belonged to. What? Elder Ghost's words completely terrified Zi Shang. Someone as strong as Elder Ghost at his prime was only an ant in the eyes of the weakest group of people in the power the yellow-clothed young woman belonged to? Exactly how strong was that power? In the past, he'd heard Elder Ghost boast about how strong he was when he was at his prime. Now, for the first time, he knew that even Elder Ghost had times when he was afraid. Who exactly is she? Zi Shang looked at the young woman in the sky with a burning gaze. If I'm able to be related to her, then wouldn't I be able to soar into the sky? There's still 2 breaths of time left. Looks like you don't want to care about the life and death of these 5 little dogs. Han Xuanai spoke once more, and at the same time, the shapeless force she released showed signs of being restrained. Young Miss Xuanai, please show mercy. Chapter 868. At the same time, an old figure appeared in the sky. This was an old man in azure clothes. He had gray hair and white brows, and his face looked slightly ferocious and savage. He had a short goatee on his chin. Fear that came from the bottom of the old man's heart appeared in his eyes as he looked at the yellow-clothed young girl. At the same time, he couldn't help but stretch out his hand to protect the goatee on his chin. The scene from a few years ago was something he could never forget. The goatee he had grown for many years was pulled out one by the young girl before him. That kind of heart-wrenching pain was a shadow that he would never be able to erase in his life. Big dog, you've finally come out. I was wondering how it could be so coincidental that you went on a long journey the moment I arrived. Looks like my guess wasn't wrong, you were intentionally avoiding me. After the azure-clothed old man appeared, Han Xuanai's eyes lit up as if she had seen something rare and interesting. Young Miss Xuanai, I haven't seen you for a few years, but you haven't changed at all. The azure-clothed old man laughed bitterly. At the same time, he was surprised by the young girl's appearance that hadn't changed at all after a few years. He still remembered that when he first saw the young girl had the same appearance as now. A few years had passed, yet the young girl still hadn't grown up. However, the young girl's harmless and pure smile was no different from a devil in his eyes. He knew that this was a little devil from head to toe. Her appearance was only used to confuse others. Big dog, don't change the topic. Tell me quickly, why are you avoiding me? If you don't tell me clearly today, I'll turn these 5 little dogs into ice sculptures. Han Xuanai glared at the azure-clothed old man as she spoke. The azure-clothed old man was the elusive fort master of Skywolf Fort, Qing Lang. He was an existence that had stepped into the peak of the void stage. The void stage was divided into the void prying, void initiation, void interpretation, and void transformation stages. The highest stage was the 9th level of the void transformation stage. However, even if they were all 9th level void transformation stage martial artists, their strength was different. For example, Feng Wei's master, Luo Fu, the leader of the 5 great vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, had a strength that surpassed the other 9th level void transformation stage vice fort master, Meng Li. If the two of them really fought, Luo Fu could defeat Meng Li within 10 moves. In the end, it was because the strongest concept Meng Li had comprehended was only the 8th level void transformation concept. The strongest concept he had comprehended was only the void interpretation concept. Luo Fu, on the other hand, had not only comprehended a 9th level void transformation concept, but he had also comprehended a lower level void transformation concept. The difference between the two was like a chasm. However, in front of the fort master of Skywolf Fort, Green Wolf, Luo Fu could not even withstand a single blow from him. This was because Qing Lang was a 9th level void transformation stage powerhouse that had comprehended 2 types of 9th level void transformation stage concepts. Such a 9th level void transformation stage powerhouse was also called the peak of the void transformation stage. He was only half a step away from stepping into the martial monarch stage and becoming a martial monarch. It was common knowledge that once a martial artist on Cloud Continent stepped into the void realm, they would begin to come into contact with concept. The void prying stage's force, the void initiation stage's elementary concept, the void interpretation stage's intermediate concept, and the void transformation stage's advanced concept. However, if a 9th level void transformation stage powerhouse wanted to break through to the martial monarch stage, he must first comprehend profundity. Only a 9th level void transformation stage powerhouse who had comprehended profundity could become a martial monarch stage powerhouse. If one wanted to comprehend profundity, the prerequisite was to first comprehend at least 2 types of 9th level advanced concept. In other words, it was 2 types of 9th level void transformation concept. If one could not even accomplish this, it would be impossible for one to comprehend profundity. For example, if a 9th level void transformation stage powerhouse who had comprehended the 9th level advanced concept of fire wanted to further comprehend the fire profundity, he must exert pressure on the powerhouse. Only other concepts that were similarly at the 9th level advanced concept were capable of exerting pressure on him. Moreover, it might not succeed. It was common knowledge that fire and water countered each other. If a 9th level void transformation stage martial artist that had comprehended 9th level advanced concept of fire was able to comprehend 9th level advanced concept of water as well, then the martial artist would most likely be able to smoothly break through to the martial monarch stage and become a martial monarch stage powerhouse. However, because fire and water countered each other, unless one obtained a fortuitous encounter, otherwise, it was practically impossible to comprehend these 2 concepts to the 9th level advanced concept at the same time. On the other hand, if a 9th level void transformation stage expert that had comprehended 9th level advanced concept of fire didn't comprehend 9th level advanced concept of water and instead comprehended another 9th level advanced concept, then the effect would be greatly reduced. On Cloud Continent, there were many martial artists that had comprehended 2 ninth-level advanced concepts at the same time, yet were unable to take the final step to become a martial monarch stage powerhouse in their entire lifetimes. There was a difference in strength between peak void transformation stage experts. On Cloud Continent, there were some peak void transformation stage experts that had comprehended 3 or more ninth-level advanced concepts. The probability of these peak void transformation stage experts breaking through to the martial monarch stage was much higher than peak void transformation stage experts that had only comprehended 2 ninth-level advanced concepts. All in all, if one wanted to become a martial monarch stage expert, then one at least had to comprehend 2 ninth-level advanced concepts at the same time because this was the lowest threshold. Miss Xuan, I've been in closed-door cultivation recently. Before I went into closed-door cultivation, I once warned them that once someone comes looking for me, they should say I've gone somewhere far away. So, I didn't intentionally avoid meeting you, Miss Xuan. Qin Lang laughed bitterly when faced with Han Xuan's overbearingness, and he utterly didn't dare admit that he'd intentionally avoided her. Han Xuan's expression eased up slightly when she heard Qin Lang. Miss Xuan, since I've come out now, I hope that you won't hold a grudge against me and spare them. Green Wolf lowered its head in front of Han Xuan. Humph. Han Xuan grunted in a low voice, and with a raise of her hand, the shapeless energy that held up the 5 human-shaped ice sculptures vanished. At the same time, the icy cold energy on the bodies of the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort was withdrawn by her as well. The ice on the surface and within the bodies of the 5 vice fort masters vanished along with this, and the frozen origin energy returned to normal. After the 5 of them fell for a while, they circulated their origin energy to stabilize their bodies. At this moment, the gazes they looked at Han Xuan with were filled with terror, and it was as if they were looking at a dreadful beast. This young girl that looked to be only 15 or 16 years old had a strength that wasn't inferior to their fort master. I truly never imagined that after not seeing you for a few years, not only did Miss Xuan comprehend the 9th level advanced ice concept, you even comprehended the 9th level advanced wind concept. Moreover, Miss Xuan is already able to skillfully fuse these 2 concepts together. I'm afraid you're only a step away from the martial monarch stage, right? Qin Lang gasped and couldn't help but ask. A few years ago, when he met the young girl for the first time, the young girl's strength wasn't worth mentioning before him. He was afraid of the young girl because of the powerhouse by the young girl's side. Today, when he saw the young girl for the second time, he faintly realized a problem. The young girl's strength was already above his, and she was even closer to the martial monarch stage than him. He had a feeling that it probably wouldn't be long before the young girl would be able to smoothly break through to the martial monarch stage and become a martial monarch powerhouse. Big dog, you have good eyesight. Now that I speak of it, I haven't ridden you for a few years. The reason I came looking for you this time is mainly because I want you to be my mount for a period of time and bring me and Shui Yi to look for my big brother Ling Tian. Han Xuan's eyes narrowed as she spoke slowly to Qin Lang. Qin Lang's face instantly went grim when he heard this. On the other hand, the other 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort were dumbstruck at this moment as well. Isn't the request of this young miss a little too much? Asking their fort master to be her mount? Their Skywolf Fort's fort master was a formidable demon, and this was something they knew. But even if it was them, they'd only heard that the fort master's true form was a demon wolf, and they'd never seen the exact appearance of the fort master's true form. Young Miss Xuan, why don't I arrange for another demon to be your mount? How about a 9th level void transformation stage martial artist? Its speed isn't much inferior to mine. Qin Lang laughed bitterly. No, I want you. Big dog, you're becoming more and more disobedient. Do I have to call out Qing Nu before you're willing to listen to me? Han Xuan frowned and spoke with slight displeasure. Qing Nu. Qin Lang's face went grim when he heard Han Xuan, and he hurriedly said, Young Miss Xuan, there's no need to trouble the ancestor with such a small matter. It's little Qing's honor that you fancy little Qing to be your mount, it's little Qing's honor. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Lang glanced at the 5 dumbstruck vice fort masters, then glanced at the group of Skywolf Fort's elders and disciples that stood in the sky below him, and he had a slightly troubled expression. "Young Miss Xuanai, you. Look at me, I'm the fort master of Skywolf Fort at any rate. Why don't we go somewhere else?" Asking him, the dignified fort master of Skywolf Fort, to transform into his true form before so many people and become the mount of two young women was something he was truly unable to do. The scene before their eyes caused the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort to be completely petrified. They discerned that this lofty fort master of Skywolf Fort had obviously agreed to this young Mrs. request and temporarily become her mount. Ancestor? Most importantly, they discerned some clues from what the fort master said earlier. "Master, do you know who the Qing knew this young miss spoke of is? Why did the fort master address her as ancestor?" Feng Wei couldn't help but ask Luo Fu via voice transmission. "I remember that a few years ago, the expert that seemed to be at the martial monarch stage or above by this young miss's side was addressed as Qing Nu," Luo Fu replied via voice transmission. "But, I never imagined that. So it turns out that there's such a relationship between that expert and our fort master. Humph. This young miss doesn't have the time to go anywhere else with you. I still have to urgently look for my big brother Ling Tian. Quickly." Han Xuanai grunted and urged. At this moment, the elders and disciples of Skywolf Fort below were too far away, and they were unable to hear the conversation between Han Xuanai and their fort master. Chapter 869. The fort master of Skywolf Fort, Azure Wolf, who was urged by Han Xuanai, had a helpless and bitter smile on his ferocious and hideous face. After taking a deep breath, Azure Wolf raised his hand and pressed down. In an instant. Whoosh! A vast flame gushed out from the center of his palm, and in the blink of an eye, it enveloped the sky above the inner fort and formed a fiery red barrier. This fiery red barrier was like an expanse of flaming clouds, and it obstructed the vision of the Skywolf Fort elders and disciples that stood at a low altitude, causing them to be unable to see what was happening in the sky. At this moment, Azure Wolf couldn't help but sigh with emotion at his own resourcefulness. Under the dumbstruck gazes of the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, the azure-clothed old man's entire body swelled up, and strands of azure fur grew out from his body. After a short moment, his azure clothes were torn apart, and the azure-clothed old man no longer existed, and in his place was a demon wolf that was completely covered in azure fur. The demon wolf's size was maintained at the size of an ordinary horse. When the azure fur wolf appeared, the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort couldn't help but look at the badge on their chests. The wolf head on the badge was actually exactly the same as the head of the fort master of Skywolf Fort. "Looks like our Skywolf Fort's identity badge was made by the fort master based on his own head." For a moment, the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort thought to themselves. The demon wolf that was completely covered in azure fur stood in midair, and there was a faint crescent-shaped mark between its brows that was completely green. A green crescent-shaped mark. Moonhowl Skywolf? Mu Shui, who'd always been standing silently beside Han Xuanai, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when she saw Azure Wolf reveal his true form. The Moonhowl Skywolf was a type of formidable demon beast. A Moonhowl Skywolf that had a violet crescent-shaped mark between its brows was a sacred beast with a noble bloodline. In the Moonhowl Skywolf clan, their innate talent was divided into a total of 7 levels, and their innate talent could be seen from the color of the crescent-shaped mark between their brows. The 7 levels of innate talent corresponded to the 7 colors of the rainbow. The 7 colors of the rainbow were respectively red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. Moonhowl heavenly wolves that possessed a crimson moon brand between their brows were existences with the lowest natural talent in the Moonhowl heavenly wolf clan, and they were at most barely able to break through to the void interpretation stage after they reached adulthood. The natural talent of a Moonhowl heavenly wolf that possessed an orange moon mark was slightly higher. After it matured, so long as it worked hard, it wouldn't be a problem for it to cultivate to the 9th level of the void interpretation stage. A moonhowl heavenly wolf that possessed a yellow moon brand possessed a higher innate talent than the former, and it was usually able to smoothly cultivate and break through to the void transformation stage. As for moonhowl heavenly wolves that possessed the green moon mark, just like the fort master of Skywolf Fort, Qing Lang, they were usually able to break through to the 9th level of the void transformation stage when they cultivated to the limit. However, it was extremely difficult to break through to the martial monarch stage unless one had a fortuitous encounter. Behind them were the moonhowl heavenly wolves with the azure moon brand, blue moon brand, and violet moon brand. Amongst them, the moonhowl heavenly wolf that possessed the violet moon mark was a true saint beast. As for the moonhowl heavenly wolf that possessed the azure moon brand and blue moon brand, it could be considered a descendant of a saint beast, and its natural talent was extremely extraordinary. Whoosh! When Qing Lang transformed into his true form, Han Xuanai's body floated and landed steadily on his back before she sat on him. Shui, come here. Subsequently, Han Xuanai called out to Mu Shui, and the two of them sat on Qing Lang's back together. Big dog, let's go. Han Xuanai shouted and urged Qing Lang to fly out. In just a blink of an eye, they disappeared before the eyes of the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort. I'll leave the matter of Emperor Wu's secret treasure to all of you. As long as I can obtain the fire profundity fragment or the thunder profundity fragment, I'll be able to break through to the monarch stage in one go. At the same time, Qing Lang's voice transmission entered Luo Fu and the others' ears clearly, causing them to nod hurriedly. The monarch stage was the general name of the martial monarch stage and the demon monarch stage. When a human martial artist entered the monarch stage, he was a martial monarch powerhouse. When a demon beast entered the monarch stage, he was a demon monarch powerhouse. Qing Lang was a demon beast that had transformed into a demon, and the next step would be the demon monarch stage. So long as our men are able to obtain the profundity fragment that the fort master requires from Emperor Wu's secret treasure, then the fort master will become a demon monarch powerhouse. At that time, our Skywolf Fort will advance a level and become a second-rate power in the foreign lands. The 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort glanced at each other, and they were able to see the excitement in each other's eyes. Right. Suddenly, Ningkan thought of something and said with slight fear, we haven't had the time to tell the fort master about the Duan Ling Tian. How should we treat him in the future? That Duan Ling Tian obviously has a deep relationship with young Miss Xuanai. Even that saint weapon in his possession might have been given to him by young Miss Xuanai. Meng Li's eyes flickered with fear. If he knew earlier about the relationship between Duan Ling Tian and Han Xuanai, then he would absolutely not lead his men to pursue Duan Ling Tian with the intention of seizing the saint weapon in Duan Ling Tian's possession. Don't offend that Duan Ling Tian in the future. A trace of fear flashed past the eyes of the leader of the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, Luo Fu. All of you have seen how formidable young Miss Xuanai is. I reckon even the fort master isn't a match for her. Moreover, she has a mysterious and enormous strength behind her, and coupled with the fort master's ancestor being her servant. She isn't someone our Skywolf Fort can afford to offend. Exactly. Yukong nodded in deep agreement. I truly never imagined that Duan Ling Tian would be able to be related to that young miss. Humph. Feng Wei took a deep breath. Even though he was unwilling in his heart, he knew that he couldn't afford to offend Han Xuanai, and he could only grunt gloomily. Ning Kan, since that personal disciple of yours shared the matter of Duan Ling Tian possessing a saint weapon with you, I presume he has a reconcilable enmity with Duan Ling Tian. If it's possible, advise him not to go against Duan Ling Tian so as to avoid dragging our Skywolf Fort down with him. Meng Li looked at Ning Kan as he spoke. Yes. Ning Kan nodded. No. Don't tell Zishang about this for now. Luo Fu shook his head, and after he successfully attracted the gazes of the other 4 vice fort masters, he continued. Now, we still don't know exactly what enmity there is between Zishang and Duan Ling Tian. If it's really that sort of irreconcilable enmity, then junior brother Ning, if you ask him to give up his enmity, then he would be disgusted and even betray our Skywolf fort instead. The opening of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure is at hand. Zishang is the main force of our Skywolf fort, and we can't allow any unforeseen events to occur. As he finished speaking, Luo Fu had a solemn expression. Master is right. Let Zishang deal with the enmity between him and Duan Lingtian himself. Even if he really does anything to Duan Lingtian in the end, it wouldn't be too late for us to expel him from Skywolf Fort when young Miss Xuanai comes looking for us. Feng Wei agreed. Meng Li, Ning Can, and Yu Kong agreed with Luo Fu's suggestion as well. On the other hand, the person involved, Zishang, was kept in the dark at this moment, and he frowned as he looked at the flaming clouds that gradually dispersed in the horizon and those 5 figures. The fort master and those 2 young women have vanished. Zishang spoke with surprise. When Zishang saw the 5 vice fort masters in the sky disperse successively, he took a deep breath before soaring up into the sky to greet Ning Can before bowing respectfully. Master. Is there something you need? Ning Can lightly smiled as he looked at Zishang, and he was extremely satisfied with this personal disciple of his. Master, may I know who that yellow-clothed young woman is? Zishang asked with a gaze that carried yearning. The smile on Ning Can's face froze completely when he heard Zishang mention Han Xuanai, and then he revealed a fearful expression as he said, I'm not too sure exactly who she is, and I only know that everyone calls her young Miss Xuanai. But her background seems to be extremely terrifying, and she isn't someone our Skywolf Fort can afford to offend. Remember, no matter where you meet her in the future, you have to maintain respect, and you can't be rude. As he finished speaking, Ning Can's expression was exceedingly heavy. Understood. Zishang nodded as flowing lights spun within his eyes as evil thoughts arose in his heart. If I'm able to subdue her and obtain the support of the power behind her, then wouldn't I be able to do whatever I want in the future? Needless to say, Zishang's dream was extremely beautiful, but whether it was able to be realized was another matter altogether. As the saying goes, dreams are beautiful, but reality is cruel, and these words weren't spoken without reason. Time silently flowed by. In the blink of an eye, almost 10 days had passed. Settlement City. Within the 5 elements Sexwood Peak, an estate that occupied a vast area. On the innermost practice grounds, a beautiful figure was ceaselessly flashing about, and her movements were graceful like a butterfly. Swish. 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 Every time the sword in the beautiful figure's hand flashed out, it would form a flower of the sword, and it looked extremely gorgeous. Suddenly, the ancient mammoth silhouettes above the young woman had undergone a change, and a few tens of ancient mammoth silhouettes had appeared out of thin air, yet they were extremely unstable. A seed of force? The gaze of Duan Lingtian, who stood at the side of the practice grounds, lit up abruptly, and he was slightly surprised. Whoosh! The beautiful figure on the practice grounds successively struck out a few tens of times before stopping and putting away her sword, and then she arrived by the side of Duan Lingtian. Elder brother Duan, when I cultivated my sword skill earlier, I seemed to have a slightly different feeling. Moreover, its might seemed to have become even greater. What's going on? The person that arrived by the side of Duan Lingtian was a young woman, and it was precisely Yi Xian, the daughter of the Ye family of Drift Cloud Town. Silly girl, that's a seed of force. Accurately speaking, it's a seed of sword force. With this seed of sword force, once you step into the void prying stage in the future, you'll quickly be able to comprehend true sword force. Duan Lingtian smiled. That's sword force? Yi Xian's gaze lit up. As the daughter of the Ye family of Drift Cloud Town, she naturally knew what force was, but she never imagined that she would comprehend it so quickly. I can help you improve your natural talent, yet I'm unable to help you with your comprehension ability. I was worried earlier. Now it would seem that I was worried for nothing, as your comprehension ability has already exceeded my imagination. Duan Lingtian smiled. Duan Lingtian. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.